I'm a little rusty on it.
I'll hum it for you.
Fantastic. All right, cool. Hello, everybody. Hello, how is you doing? All right, sorry, I'm just gonna move this. That feels like an okay spot. All right. Hi there. All right, let's do the intro real quick. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whenever you might be watching this. My name is Josh, and welcome to my channel. On here, we talk news, politics, and current events. And it is what is today? It's February the 23rd, 2023. Yeah. How's everyone doing today? Okay, so let me remind myself what we are looking at today, because I always tend to forget like after a few minutes. Oh, right. Okay, cool. Yep, so we got Tennessee basically continuing their campaign to try to make it as difficult as it is as possible to be trans and not commit suicide. So that's nice. That's really cool of them. Really appreciate their efforts. But first, before we even get into any of that, this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, why don't we start with some positivity? Let's start with some positivity. Let's start with something that can that I would. Hey! I full screened. I didn't play. Let's go. Let's go have a good time for a little bit. Let's start on a high, and then get into all of then we devolve. Then we dive into Hell World. So yeah, Bernie Sanders. Over, I think this was earlier in the week. When did they upload this? 4 days ago. So what was that, Monday? Yeah, that would have been Monday, or maybe like it would have been Sunday. What 4 days? 19th? What day of the week? Day of the week was 19th. That went up Sunday, so maybe he appeared on Saturday. Doesn't really matter. I just was kind of curious. Anyway, my point being, Bernie Sanders showed up on Face the Nation and did his Bernie Sanders thing, and I want to take a look at his appearance there. There were like, I saw a few people covering it, and just kind of, it seems like, and I said this during the last time we talked about Bernie and FDR. It seems like Bernie's getting out there a little bit more. He's got a new book coming out. I'm going to probably listen to it. I'm probably not going to read it. I'll listen to it. But Bernie's got another book coming out. Seems like he's kind of getting back out there in the public again. So I don't know what that means, if it means anything, but either way, let's go see what is up with our favorite senator from Vermont.
Senator Bernie Sanders, who is out with a new book. It's okay to be angry about capitalism. Good morning, Senator. Good to have you here in person.
Fuck yeah, it is.
We have a lot to get through, but I want to talk about one of the things you flesh out in the book. You talk about the alliance you formed with Joe Biden during the campaign to really shape the Democratic platform and incorporate many of your ideas. You said he wasn't as bold as you would have hoped, but he would have been the most progressive president since FDR if he had acted on that.
Now, we don't need to, I don't think I need to tell anybody that Bernie putting all of that stuff forward and fighting for any of that, and us not really getting most of it, it's okay. Now, it's not okay in the sense of like, oh, hey, it would have been nice if we would have gotten all of those really nice, really cool things. Absolutely. But I want everyone to keep in mind, the reason why you want Bernie Sanders in the room basically setting the precedent for Biden's presidency and for his term is because you want the, how do I put this? You want Bernie Sanders to be able to set the terms as to what a progressive president looks like. Because Bernie, now that we've gone through, now that he played ball, he set the agenda, or at the very least, he set the boundaries of the agenda. And Joe Biden did not even touch those boundaries, didn't even come close to being the most progressive president since FDR. Bernie now gets to go out there and say, yep, my vision of President Joe Biden's term would look very different and much more appealing, theoretically, to the average American. There were a lot of people who gave him a lot of shit for even working with Joe Biden, but after a point, you kind of have to understand that there's not really a lot more change you can affect without being involved and being able to, even if we don't get all of those things, we didn't get a $15 minimum wage, we didn't get a lot of things that we should have gotten. But it's better to have Biden on the record saying he was going to do those things, because when the people come around to vote again, they do not have the cover of arguing that Joe Biden would have done this, he would have done that, except X or Y or whatever excuse they want to make. You can always pull them back and hold him to the standard that he set himself and that he agreed to with Bernie Sanders.
That agenda. How do you categorize Joe Biden on that progressive scale now?
Well, I think the American Rescue Plan that we passed early in his agenda, in the midst of the terrible pandemic, the economic collapse, was in fact one of the most significant pieces of legislation for the working class of this country in the modern history of America. Build back better.
Build back better. That needs to be Bernie's new slogan.
Would have been transformational. It would have finally addressed the crises that the working class of this country has faced for decades, revolutionized childcare, revolutionized healthcare, dealt boldly with climate change, raised wages. I mean, it would have done a whole lot.
But the votes weren't there.
We got 0 Republican support, and 2 Democrats decided not to support it.
Well,
So in terms of how you view the president, do you think he is progressive?
I think.
so keep in mind, do you think she would have asked this question in 2016, in 2012? Do you think the framing on this would be as favorable towards Bernie Sanders being the arbiter of who is and who isn't progressive? This was good strategy on his part. Yes, we didn't get the things we wanted to get, and yes, let's be clear, we were never going to get them under Joe Biden. You should have supported him anyway, because at the end of the day, your other option was Trump, and I don't think you want Trump for another 4 years. The same way we're not going to want him in another 4 years, come 24. But if you're asking me who I want deciding who is or what is progressive or not, it's Bernie Sanders.
He is a much more progressive president than he was a United States senator.
Not wrong.
I think as a result of the campaign and the task forces we did together, you recall we had task forces during his campaign and my campaign. I think we came up with an agenda that was progressive. Obviously, we were not able to get everything we wanted to get done.
In some of the things you were able to get done and signed into law, President Biden points to them as achievements, but you diminish them a little bit in this book. You point out Medicare won't be permitted to negotiate lower drug prices until 2026.
Fucking
the cap
ridiculous.
on out-of-pocket prescription drug costs for seniors doesn't kick in until 2025.
Fucking
$35
Christ.
cap on insulin prices doesn't help those who aren't on Medicare.
So these are the things that, like, all the stuff that they passed. Do you notice how, like, do you ever notice how, like, whenever there's anything that's, like, going to help, corporations, whether it's quantitative easing, whether it's bailing out the banks, whatever it is, do you ever notice how when it's any of these kind of corporate sponsored or, like, business centered bills or relief or legislation or whatever, that shit goes through quickly. It goes through, it goes into effect, it's in, it's bing, it's boom, it's done, right? But do you notice how, like, whenever they're like, oh, what if we, like, help out seniors, pay for their drugs? Why don't we allow Medicare to negotiate for only certain, keep in mind, only certain drugs, all the rest of this stuff. Do you notice that none of this shit actually starts to happen for, like, what, 3 to 4 fucking years? Like, just keep that in mind. It's just something to know. Like, it shows you the priorities, that when it's for the American people, when it's for average people, or even like Medicare recipients, they're like, look, we'd love to do this thing that would help you and be good for you, but we need 3 to 4 years to let drug companies and everybody else acclimate to that process. It's why like healthcare shouldn't really be tied to like should not be commodified the way that it is now.
Are you saying he hasn't delivered?
No. I mean, look, this is the real world that we live in, is that you need 60 votes often in the Senate, and Democrats had a slim majority in the House. But what I am talking about, Mark, and what the book is about, is taking a hard look at the reality facing working families in this country. And the truth is that today, over 60% of our people are living paycheck.
Also, by the way, do you think Bernie Sanders could get away with a book that's active, like named "You're Allowed to Be Mad at Capitalism" in 2016? Like, do you think he'd get away with that and get any audience? No, he wouldn't. Bernie Sanders is probably one of the best strategic like leftists we have had in our nation's history. Honest to God. From a legislative point of view and from like a strategy as a politician, Bernie Sanders is almost second to none. Especially in the modern era. Like 6 years ago, you would not catch him on they would not even let him onto any of the major news broadcasters with a book out that is critical by name explicitly of capitalism.
Check the paycheck. So the question that I'm asking is, why in the richest country in the history of the world, why don't we have a healthcare system that works for all, where people can walk into the doctor's office, as they do in Canada, without having to take out their wallet? Why do we spend twice as much per capita on healthcare? Why do we pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs? So we have seen some achievements, but given the scope of the problems and where we should be going, nowhere near enough.
We also have one of the most innovative healthcare systems when it comes to creation of pharmaceutical drugs. You were doing this.
No.
So when someone hears you lay out the problems with our pharmaceutical industry, as you do in this book, it's say, but the life-saving vaccines, for example, for COVID, they were created by the United States of America. They were created by the pharmaceutical system with taxpayer help.
Sure.
True. By the United States, not by private industry.
Of course the drug companies produce great drugs, but 1 out of 4 people in America cannot afford the drugs that their doctors prescribe. You tell me why we pay 10 times more for some drugs that are sold in the United States compared, say, to Canada or to other countries, while year after year the pharmaceutical industry makes tens of billions of dollars in profits, pays their CEOs exorbitant salaries. So of course we want the drug companies to do the research and development. And by the way, taxpayers in this country spend $45 billion a year through the NIH to help with that research and development, including Moderna and the vaccine.
You're talking about Moderna. Pfizer didn't take that money, but Moderna, you're sharply critical. In fact, you're chair of the Senate's Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. And next month, you're
also keep in mind with any business. Okay, so like with almost any business, the thing that you're going to be, so the way you're going to make profit, right, and the way that you kind of organize how you're going to generate that profit is usually around 2 things. You're either going to sell your products at a higher price and sell less of them, meaning like, where you're going to spend less money on production, you're going to spend less money on distribution, but you're going to make that up by having the price basically outpace those things and outweigh those things. It's, if you're making a good one for is like if you're making like shoes, for example, if you're making like a limited edition, I don't know, fucking some limited edition like Air Jordan, right? The idea is not like, oh, we want to mass produce like thousands upon millions of these things and sell them at quantity. You sell them more based on their what's the word I'm looking for? Their what's the word? You sell them based on their value on scarcity, meaning like, there's only 100 of these in the world or something, meaning even though, you only made 100, you only produced 100, meaning that, you're not, your return on that investment is going to be a lot higher. So like, there are basically 2 ways. That's kind of how most companies is. It's either you go for quantity. You either go for like selling like this one product the margin might be thin for like you're producing it and then selling it, and that margin could be thin, alternatively, or you sell it at a loss. But if you're selling so many if you're selling so many copies, or if you're selling so many of that product, it can offset those costs after a certain point. It's just kind of different ways. When we're talking about drug companies, I don't really see an argument for anything other than mass production and mass distribution, instead of what we have, which are a lot of drug companies who create these create the drugs, create all of these vaccines, everything else, and want a much wider margin on their return on investment. I don't really think that is a workable, or like a moral, certainly not a moral foundation for how to build that kind of business. But also, I don't really think that it meets the needs of the market. The market people need drugs. There is no use for a drug that you can't afford. That drug, by its existence and being over expensive, is useless. A drug that somebody can't pay for to take might as well not exist. So if we're talking about drug makers, they should be going based on quantity, based on I forget what there's a term for it, but yeah, they should be selling at quantity, not what they do now, which is create bougie ass marked up name brand shit.
Calling in Moderna's CEO to testify. You're critical of his plan to quadruple the cost of the COVID vaccine. Can you stop him from doing that?
Well, here's the story. Taxpayers, the NIH co-authored, worked together to create the vaccine.
Right.
Taxpayers put billions of dollars into the development of the vaccine, guaranteed sales for the vaccine.
As they did with many other companies,
Yep.
too.
All right. And then what happens after the government stockpile of the vaccine expires? These guys say, well, we're going to quadruple the price of the vaccine. And by the way, in the last 2 years, the CEO made $5 billion, and his other guys made billions of dollars. Is that really what should be happening? Truth is.
Also, keep in mind, one guy made $5 billion. Do you think that one guy created $5 billion himself of value to that company? There's no chance. No human being can create $5 billion in 365 days through their labor. It's impossible. You couldn't do it.
The pharmaceutical industry is enormously greedy, charging us outrageously, uncontrollably high prices. We've got to deal with that. As chairman of the relevant committee, I intend to do what I can.
Moderna says it's instituting a patient assistance plan to give the COVID shot to the uninsured and underinsured Americans free of cost. Is that sufficient?
And Margaret,
for you?
Amazing coincidence. That happened the same exact day as we announced that we were inviting them to testify.
Do you think your political heat made that difference?
Well, maybe it was just a wild and crazy coincidence. I don't know. But we also want to take a look at what patient program is about. We're talking to them about that. But obviously, it's a step in the right direction.
Step in the right direction. How do you...
So also keep in mind, I want to also harp on this. I know I'm stopping a lot, but I want to harp on this. They chose to do that. This is the difference between the private market, and it's why, whenever people talk up the private market, and the quality of work. I remember we watched another video, and it's last episode we watched that video with teenagers, and the one kid mentioned the private market is the private market will always outperform the public market, in which case he's mostly right. But here's the difference: the private market has no incentive to do anything that puts its customers in front of itself. It's the same way, if you buy video games, it are the games that we get these days that need day one patches and usually come with usually to unlock or to get access to all of the content that any game developer makes is through a battle pass that you then have to drop an extra $10, maybe $20 on, or skins for characters and stuff like that. All of that used to be baked into video games. All of that used to be part of your $60 purchase. But now it's your $60 purchase gets you the game, the base game, gets you through the base game. But now if you want any of that continued stuff, any of the things that they already made that would have been on the disc, that would have, been in the game normally, go back and play Uncharted 1. There are cheats, there are unlockables to change skins, to change the way you play that sort of game. There's a lot of stuff like that. But instead, they decided that your $60 doesn't buy you all that stuff now, which I don't even necessarily think it does. You know, if we were paying $70 for video games but got all of the game, I wouldn't really have a problem with that. But what are we doing? We're paying $70 and then a battle pass that's $10. Every 4 months there's a new one. So you're squeezing another, you know, what is that? Another, what, $120 out of one game to unlock stuff that is mostly cosmetic that would have been in the game beforehand. At the end of the day, it's not because they want to make the experience better. It's because they're trying to extract more money out of your like first initial purchase.
You lower the cost of prescription drugs in a way that doesn't hurt American innovation, and how do you do it politically when Republicans control the House?
You know, I saw a poll that was done just for Republicans. And you know what Republicans regarded as the major priority they were concerned with? High cost of prescription drugs. All right. So
I've heard this from my Republican family members, actually.
Bipartisan work.
He's not wrong
to tell the
at all.
pharmaceutical industry that they really have got to stop ripping off the American people. A number of ways you could do it. The Inflation Reduction Act started by having Medicare negotiate prices with the pharmaceutical industry. Doesn't kick in for a few years. Yep. I think we should expedite that. Number two,
it's fucking stupid.
My good friend Donald
Not
Trump.
only that, but from a political standpoint, it's not going to kick in until either Biden's second term or any Democrats. You know, if Biden doesn't run, so understand, like, from a political standpoint, it's also fucking like idiotic to have this stuff start up within the next administration. Because realize that, like, people are going to like when those things come around, right? But because they got passed so long ago, they're going to pass during, there are three options basically of how, you know, how the you know, Medicare negotiating drug prices is going to pass, right? There are three types of administrations that it'll be during. Biden's second admin, some other Democrats, you know, first presidential administration, or, and this is the big one, because both of those are like, you know, maybe Biden or somebody else, but it'll be one of those two, or Ron DeSantis or Trump. So imagine we're sitting in 2026. Medicare starts negotiating drug prices as was dictated by the Inflation Reduction Act, signed and passed by Democrats and Joe Biden, but will go into effect to actually help Americans during a Trump or DeSantis administration. Meaning, while the president could be one of those two guys, you're going to have Medicare recipients go, huh, would you look at that? My drug prices have suddenly, like, been, you know, reduced by a shockingly large amount. Thank you, Mr. President. Do you think they're going to go through, or somebody's going to explain to them, hey, Joe Biden, hey, Democrats, we actually did that. No. They're going to go, no, this passed. Joe Biden is not president. Donald Trump is. Donald Trump gets credit for this. Like, it's actively fucking stupid. And Democrats do this all the time. They pass popular legislation and then set it up to actually be enacted, to start taking effect during another party's administration. And then that administration gets the credit. It's like, it's fucking stupid. Like,
all right, who I disagree with on everything, had the idea that maybe Medicare should not pay prices higher than the average of what countries around the rest of the world are paying. That's
God,
a
can
good
you
idea.
imagine?
We want to pursue that as well. And there's the concept of reimportation, that if Americans can buy drugs in Canada or in Europe at a fraction of the price, let's have pharmacists and distributors be able to purchase those drugs and sell them at much lower cost in the United States.
This involves state subsidies of some form, government subsidies.
No, that does not involve subsidies. Okay. That simply says if you can buy a drug in Canada, same drug for 1/10 of the price, passes FDA specifications, it should be sold in this country at a lower price.
And you think you can do this with Republicans in control of the House? Do you think the votes are there?
I think there's a lot of support for dealing with a high cost of prescription.
Republicans in the House won't do it, but they should.
In that makeup of Congress right now, Democrats have this narrow 51-seat
unfortunately
majority in the Senate.
Unfortunately, Republican voters are, and I do mean this, fucking stupid, because literally like their legislators will say, no, that's socialism, we don't like socialism, and they will go, oh yeah, that's right, we don't. Okay, never mind, don't give me lower drug prices. But like, like they'll just lie to them or tell them that it's the thing that they're like told they should be afraid of their entire lives, and then they'll be like, oh yeah, we don't support that. Then they'll support the actual like policy, but if it's Bernie Sanders or a Democrat or whatever, they'll just label it as socialist, as communist, as whatever, and boom, there we go. And Republican voters will just be like, nope, guess I don't want lower drug prices.
You're an independent, but you caucus with the Democrats. Both of Pennsylvania's senators are out of office right now dealing with serious health issues. And so their absence complicates any votes. Do you have any idea when, for example, Senator Fetterman will be out of the hospital and well enough to return?
We wish Senator Fetterman has gone through a hell of a year. I mean, with his stroke in the middle of a campaign and dealing with other issues. So I can't answer that. I think Bob Casey, who is dealing with prostate cancer, will be back, as I understand it, in early March.
This is a big what if. I mean, this is a very key state, Pennsylvania.
Sure.
United States of America, what if?
Are you concerned?
Well, obviously, we're concerned about the health of all of our members, and we hope that they are all back. Bob, I think, will be back. We know that. John, I just don't have that information.
Because Pennsylvania, in so many ways, also isn't.
Keep in mind, like senators and Congress people have like basically European style healthcare. Like they have essentially the system that like Bernie Sanders wants for the country is the system that he has now. It's why he has such a clear view of how much better the system is for them, because they have like excellent healthcare.
Example of a lot of what you talk about in terms of the
like, why do you think you never hear about them getting sick or any of the rest of the stuff?
Are you concerned that
nearly as often as like most people?
There has to be a special election, for example, or if Casey doesn't run, then it goes to the Republicans.
Bob will be back in a few weeks. Okay. But so let's not speculate on it. But you know, like Pennsylvania, like Vermont, like other countries, like other states in our country, the people in those states are hurting. And the question of the book again is that how come we have so many people who are struggling? We have a dysfunctional healthcare system. Our child care system is in disarray. We got millions of elderly people who have nothing in the bank as they face retirement, and yet the people on top are doing phenomenally well. And Margaret, what the book is about is saying that we have more income and wealth inequality today than we've ever had. We have more concentration of ownership in sector after sector than we have ever had. We have a political system which is increasingly corrupt because as a result of Citizens United, billionaires can put enormous amounts of money into it to elect their candidates. And we have, 8 major media conglomerates, corporate media conglomerates that control about what 90% of the American people see, hear, and read. Those are really issues that we need to discuss. That's what the book does.
Do you worry when you talk about the corporate media that you are targeting journalists when you say that?
No. Donald Trump talks about fake news, and that's simply to deflect attention from the fact that he's a pathological liar. My experience one-on-one with media, they work hard. They very rarely mind misquoted. But what I am talking about, Margaret, is that corporate media limits the kind of debate that we have in this country. You tell me, you know more about it than I do. How often do we talk about income and wealth inequality?
We're talking about right now, Senator.
Yeah, but how often? Not everybody is Bernie Sanders on your show. How often do you talk about concentration of ownership? How often do you talk about the fact that we are the only major country on earth not to guarantee?
My man just said concentration of ownership, bro.
That if somebody has a baby in Finland, they're getting 9 months off or 10 months off paid family leave.
I will talk to you about paid leave for families any day of the week. They also have like a 56% tax rate in Finland, though. It's a very different system. But
good, but let's talk about it. What do they get for that? They get free healthcare, right? Free higher education. That's the kind. That's exactly
really we're doing the. But don't they like pay a lot of taxes? Like yes. So this is always the thing that you're gonna hear with especially with like corporate media, is they always do like this like dig of like, but like don't they pay a lot in taxes? Yeah, they do. But here's the difference. Americans pay a what? Pretty most Americans pay a rather low amount of taxes, right? Like I think most Americans are probably paying anywhere between 12 and like 24-ish% on their taxes, right? For their like federal income tax, right? Like that, like, and what are they getting for that? Almost a quarter of what they're making is going to taxes. Now, obviously, you're going to get some of that back regardless. But let's think about this. What are they getting for it? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. They're still in debt because they can't afford healthcare. They're still in what's the word? They're still their roads are shitty. Their military is overfunded. Like, you're not getting anything as an American for paying even $1 of your taxes. $1 of your taxes isn't going to do anything that is actually happening like for you. But And here's the key part. Here's the key part. If you are living in Europe, any of these other, like she mentioned Sweden, I think is what they name dropped, or the Netherlands or whatever, for your, whatever percentage that they're paying. And also, by the way, I think she mentioned an 84%. That is top marginal, which means most people are not paying that. That is for the highest earners in that country. But even so, like, you're getting constantly revamped infrastructure, you're getting your healthcare costs completely neutralized. Like, what you're getting, the conversation isn't about how much you're paying in the taxes. The conversation is, what are you getting for how much you're paying into taxes? If I put $5 into taxes and get fucking nothing, right? Then, like, yeah, fuck paying taxes. Then this isn't worth it. If I put $5 into taxes and $1 goes to my retirement, $3 goes to the military, and $1 goes into, and 50 cents goes into fixing my roads, and the other 50 cents goes to like 25 other things, right? You'd be like, oh yeah, this is like, I'm not getting fucking anything out of this. I'm not getting any fucking thing out of this, right? But if you're taking, if it's $5 and you're like, okay, $2, maybe even $1 of that is going to the military, $3 are going to cover every single time you go to a hospital, every single time you talk to a doctor, every single time I gotta go get these renewed. I go in, I get my prescription, I'm out. I go in, I get, they do the stethoscope shit, I'm out. I go to a hospital, I'm in, I'm out. Instead of with the system we have now, where guess what? You're still paying that $5, but get sick and guess what? It's going to cost you a lot more than $5. So it's just like, it's just like, what are we getting for our taxes? And we don't get anything. And it's like, yeah, like, and Bernie Sanders is being honest when he's like, I want you to get more out of your taxes, but that also means you're going to have to pay a little bit more into those taxes. But I think the offset of that is, and he makes this point all the time, the offset is you're not going to be worried about going to the hospital, getting picked up by an ambulance, and now you're in thousands of dollars of debt. Say goodbye to all of your savings. Say goodbye to all of your retirement. Like, I've seen hospital, like I've gotten like a crazy hospital bill. Like, it was, I went in, I came out, they gave me like one numbing thing. They couldn't find anything wrong with me or whatever. And it cost me $5,000 to be there for 2 hours and spend most of my time in a crowded waiting room. And it cost me $5,000. They wanted $5,000 for that, for resources that most likely hardly cost them anywhere near that. And it's why most Americans don't go to hospitals, why they don't go to doctors, because they can't afford to be sick. So I need to move on, but it's rather obvious.
Talking about.
Yeah.
That's the debate I want, and that's the debate we really don't have on the corporate media.
So President Biden talks about finishing the job and the potential for running for re-election in 2024. You said you won't run if he runs. Do you believe that President Biden will face any primary challenge from the left, from the progressive wing?
I can't speak for other people. I think there's a general consensus right now that President Biden has done not everything we would like. He has done a good job. And again, I can't speak for anybody else. But what I have said is, if he runs, now says that he's going to run, I will support him.
Do you see anyone who would challenge him?
Can't speculate.
As you write in your book, that the essence of you're very harsh on Democrats, but you say the essence of the
Worse on Republicans, though.
You write, the essence of the Democratic message in recent years has been, we're pretty bad, but Republicans are worse, so vote for us. Is there anyone inspirational in Democratic politics?
Sure, there's some great people who are working night and day to protect working class people. But the thesis of that particular chapter is that working class people are responding to the Republicans, not because they want to cut Social Security and Medicare and give tax breaks to the rich. It's they have heard Democrats say for years that they are the party of the working class. And then people are saying, really, I can't afford health care. I can't afford prescription drugs. I can't afford to send my kid to college.
So who's the next Bernie Sanders? Who is that voice?
I'll let you discover that. I don't. What I will tell you, and we talk about this in the book, what I am extremely proud of is that there are more really strong, young progressives, often people of color, in the House now than probably in any time, certainly in my lifetime. Great people. And that is, if you ask me what I'm most proud of, is that so many young people, we won the young vote overwhelmingly. And I think young people are saying, we don't want to tinker around the edges anymore, not on climate change, not on racial issues, not on economic issues. We want transformational change. And if my campaign's played a role in changing that consciousness, I'm very proud of that.
You are up for re-election to the Senate in 2024.
Yeah.
Can you take the wins that you have had in shaping the Democratic platform as you have, with the issues that you have raised, and walk away with that win, or do you feel you need to run again?
I think, look, my chapter on the media, what I talk about is media is very interested in elections and elections.
I know you don't like these questions.
I was elected to do a job, and I'm working really hard as chairman of this committee. People back home are not asking me whether I'm going to run. They say, Bernie, we can't afford healthcare, can't afford prescription drugs. Do something. Let me focus on that.
So you don't feel like you have a ticking clock here for 2024?
At the right time.
It has to get all this done.
It's between me and the people of Vermont, and we have plenty of time.
Former Ambassador Nikki Haley is running for president, as you know, and she said there should be a mandatory mental competency test for politicians older than 75. You're 81. Do you take offense at that?
What does she mean? I don't understand what she was. I think that's absurd. There's a level.
Absurd.
Yeah. We are fighting racism, we're fighting sexism, we're fighting homophobia. I think we should also be fighting ageism. Trust people, look at people, and say, this person's competent, this person's not competent. There are a lot of 40-year-olds out there who ain't particularly competent. Older people, you look at the individual. I don't think you make a blanket statement.
Okay. So when it comes to the current president or the former president and their age range, it doesn't concern you?
Look at what they do, what they believe in. What are they fighting for? What does Donald Trump stand for? Do you believe in that? Well, I certainly don't. What does Joe Biden stand for? What is he doing? Has he accomplished? Look at him in that way, not on age.
You say in the book that
when it comes down to it, also, like, we talk about age isn't really like, when we talk about age in politics, I think like what a lot of people like misidentify is, it's not really so much about like a person's age or like, the actual, how long they've been on the earth. The question that needs to be asked a lot of time is, what era and what time did they come into joining politics? If you are somebody like Nancy Pelosi, who has had her position for, since I believe like the fucking 80s, like she's been, let's take a look really quick. Like Nancy Pelosi has been, what the fuck? Oh. Okay. How long has she been in here? 1987. She's been in the House since 87. So let's keep in mind, Nancy Pelosi comes into politics in the late 80s, surrounded by Reagan-style politics and Reagan-style Republicans, followed by, the first Bush administration, along with then kind of lives through the Clinton era and kind of the rise of the like modern contemporary like neoliberal order here. So like Nancy Pelosi's politics are like older than me, right? Her politics are that of the weak tinkering around the edges, Democrat who, wants to do all these good things, but don't want to raise the taxes too much. And, the Cold War just ended. So there's still a lot of that Cold War scare around socialism and communism. So like, it's why she comes out and says stuff like, oh, well, we're capitalists. And it's why she comes out there and like, will actively like make half measure and half measure after half measure, go out there with fucking like kente cloth to stand up or whatever, be an ally to black folks, instead of doing the thing you're supposed to do, which is pass fucking legislation to change things and improve lives. Nancy Pelosi's politics is all about that like adjacency to change without any of it. And it's and like that style of politics was, in vogue for the Democrats back then. Bernie Sanders, on the other hand, although his politics certainly come from a even older era, a more revolutionary era, Bernie Sanders is bringing ideas and bringing a mode of politics that just doesn't. It's not contemporary. It's not even old in the sense of like, it's not old ideas. We haven't had this style of politics for a very long time. So like, age isn't, they're both old geezers, sure. But Bernie Sanders' politics are so much more new to the body politic, new to the discussion, new to the discourse, as opposed to, Nancy Pelosi's style of politics.
Democrats are wrong to suggest that former President Trump supporters are racists, sexists, and homophobes, that they're deplorable. You point out these so-called racists, many of them voted for Barack Obama, but their lives didn't improve. Do you think that the Democratic Party messaging is just entirely wrong-headed to frame this as a broader moral issue?
Look, are there supporters of Trump who are racist, sexist, homophobes? Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Like, to paint a broad brush and say, well, that's the reason that they don't vote for the Democrats, that is really wrong. Look, I've been all over this country. I have worked with trade unionists, people on strike, people who had the courage to stand up for economic injustice. Great people. And I talk to the union leaders, 70% of our people are Republican. Why is that? Because I think they have lost faith that the Democratic Party is going to stand up and fight for them. And they say, look, Democrats talk, they don't accomplish. Oh, I'm going to vote for Trump. Maybe
you blame Democrats going back to Bill Clinton for signing on to NAFTA. You blame Barack Obama.
That's right.
You're critical of Joe Biden as well here.
That's right.
Absolutely.
I mean, in other words, what I have said over and over again, working class people, in my view, are not responding primarily, there are other reasons, to the Republican message because they want to cut Social Security, Medicare, and give tax breaks to billionaires. That's not why working class people are voting for them. If the Democrats
Mostly culture war.
had an agenda that says, we know.
There's a reason why the Republican Party is focused so heavily on culture war. And it's simply that they don't have an economic message. They don't have an economic vision. Their economic vision is to return to the 1950s, except the problem is that they run up against reality, in this case being that the 1950s were not just a time where everything was great and everything was wonderful. It was a time when taxes were incredibly high. They want to it's why they at the end of the day, it's why they don't actually try to live up to any of that. They don't actually try on that whole when it comes to what am I thinking? To the 1950s. They don't try to create that kind of society. They don't try to create that kind of productive environment in the United States. No. What they want is to, when they say the 1950s, when they hearken back to a lot of these older economic formats, these older economic times, what they want to do is conjure up nostalgia and the idea of things were better back then when somebody's left with the 1950s and they're like, oh, we want to go back to that time where we were making things and when the American economy was booming and growing and da-da-da and kids and blah-blah-blah, everything, all of those things, right? In any American's mind, they think, they're thinking usually 2 or 3 aspects of their childhood or their upbringing or maybe their grandparents or their parents' childhoods that reminds them of the good old times. To them, they're like, oh man, I remember the 1950s were a great time when and when they think of the 3 things up in their mind bubble, they're thinking of 3 things. Those can be anything. And it is the Republican Party as an institution which has done the work to fill in those blanks for people and to obfuscate the actual reasons why our economy was the way it was. People think oh man, I remember when Dad was the only one who had to have a we only needed 1 income and Mom could stay home and take care of the kids, right? And people think that's that was the best time, the ideal, right? And what do Republicans do? They don't argue for a higher minimum wage, even though back then minimum wage had just been created back in the I believe the late 30s, early 40s, meaning that we had just finally established a benchmark for how Americans were able, a benchmark for Americans getting paid, and a benchmark meaning we could guarantee a certain living standard for everybody. But they don't mention that, right? That's not the thing that they choose to focus on. They go, you're right. Things were better when Mom was at home. That's the thing that was important. That's the part of it. That's the key, was that the mother was at home. Even though the actual thing that is good about that society is that there was 1 income. The 1 income part of that is what you should be focused on. But what do? They obfuscate. They decide no. It's about the women and women not being in the workplace. That's when things were better. When women being in the workplace had nothing to do with it. You know what was better? Only needing 1 income to sustain a household. That's when it was better. When you could buy a house on 1 income, on 1 middle class income, You could buy a good home. Even in the lower class, you could buy decent homes at that time on the wages that we had. But is that the thing that they mention? No. The thing that they always bring up is mom stayed at home. She didn't go and work. She didn't have, and with that comes the women can't have credit cards that aren't in her without her husband's name on them. Women aren't really part of society the same way that they are now. They're not in the workforce. They're not making their own money. So when there are problems with marriage, when you have abusive husbands, or you just have marriages that aren't healthy, that aren't working, guess what? Women go fuck themselves. They're stuck. They're economically isolated from the rest of the world because they're reliant on their husband, on their spouse, or whatever. And notice how things only got worse for women back then. It's only a step back for women. Less independent, less of an ability to strike out on their own, less of an ability to find proper work. So, I mean, keep that in mind. Republicans at the end of the day, want to identify a better time, but characterize it with its worst characteristics.
That your kid can't afford to go to college. And that's why we're going to make higher education or public colleges, universities, tuition free. We know you can't afford childcare, outrageously expensive. We're going to work on that. We know we're the only country in the world not to guarantee health care is right. You pass a Medicare for all single payer program. You expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and eyeglasses. Democrats ain't going to lose an election for a long, long time.
So Mike Mushroom, so we should fix the wage gap then, right? Because when there's a discrepancy, when there's an issue, then we should fix that, right? Or is the problem that they're just that is the problem that there's a wage gap, or is there a problem that somebody's pointing out that there's a wage gap?
Which Democrat would take that vote? I mean, you have said Medicare for all, you can't pass in the current Congress.
Yeah, but is it a popular issue? I have to take on the whole bloody insurance industry, the drug industry, and yet we still have tens of millions of people who understand that Medicare for all is right. If we had a united Democratic Party saying, yeah, we have the guts to take on the powerful special interest, they could win that fight and be in.
I'm going to assume you're talking about Ukraine.
He won 4 elections because he had the guts to stand up.
Perk up if I'm wrong.
And say, you know what? I'm on the side of the working class.
You look at the map of this country, though, and Democrats have lost that, other than the coast, there are huge swaths in rural America.
Yes.
What is it about rural America that the Democrats do not understand?
These are white working class people
They're
who do
elitist.
not believe that the Democrats are standing up and fighting for them. All right. And what we need to do is have a movement of black workers, Latino workers, white workers, gay workers, straight workers, and understand that we're all in this together. I don't care if you're living in rural Iowa, where I spent a lot of time. All right. You can't afford health care. You can't afford to send your kid to college, or you're living in San Francisco. So too often we forget about the economic issues that unite us. The vast majority of the people know the pharmaceutical industry is ripping us off. The vast majority of the people understand that we have to improve our educational system. Let's work on that.
Are you going to campaign for Joe Biden if he runs for president? Because, I mean, you just laid out that what he's done is nice, but it's not sufficient to raise.
Bernie Sanders pressured the Moderna, I think it was Moderna, I believe, or it might have been Pfizer, to hand out COVID vaccines for free to the uninsured because he was going to, which I believe they're still doing. They're bringing them in for questioning on in Congress. So, I mean, he's not the president, but putting pressure on pharmaceutical companies, I would say that's leadership.
All the issues that you just laid out.
It's a little premature to talk about a campaign that isn't.
We talk about it all the time.
That hasn't been announced.
Well, they do want to charge
he's
people for
decided.
something that was previously free.
Well, after that, he and I will talk and we'll see what we'll do.
And you want to shape that.
But I did look. When he was running, to me, it was extraordinarily important that Trump be defeated.
Yeah.
And to his courage, what Biden did after the election, sat down with our people, campaigns came together, he came up with some pretty progressive ideas.
I want to ask you about some issues on foreign policy. The CIA director, Bill Burns, recently said that the uptick in violence in Israel and Palestinian.
Mike Mushroom, you do know that, we've already seen that, what's the word I'm looking for? Districts that vote heavily Trump and, turned away the vaccine had a worse health outcomes compared to those in more Democrat voting districts where they took the vaccine. You do know that, right? You're aware of that.
Territories reminds him of the last Intifada, that there could be an explosion of violence. Israel now is the most right-wing government it's had in years. Do you think that democracy is imperiled in Israel right now?
I do. And I am very worried about what Netanyahu is doing and some of his allies in government and what may happen to the Palestinian people. And let me tell you something. I mean, I haven't said this publicly, but I think the United States gives billions of dollars in aid to Israel. And I think we've got to put some strings attached to that and say you cannot run a racist
The
government.
idea that we don't have
You
strings
cannot turn
attached
your
is
back
actually
on
kind
a
of
two-state
nuts.
solution. You cannot demean the Palestinian people there. You just can't do it and then come to America and ask for money.
Have you talked to the administration about it? They've been very careful in criticism of the Netanyahu government.
Well, I am not careful about it. I'm embarrassed that in Israel you have a government of that nature right now.
And are you going to introduce something
We may well, yes.
to try to attach
Look,
strings to
you
USA?
cannot give, if you have a, whether it's Saudi Arabia or other authoritarian societies, if a government is acting in a racist way and they want billions of dollars from the taxpayers of the United States, I think say, sorry, that's unacceptable. You want our money? Fine, this is what you got to do to get it.
The pro-Israel lobby, AIPAC.
Okay, so you're just gonna ignore. So you're just gonna ignore what I said. Okay, cool. That sounds good. I do know that 30 countries are seeing XXS that aren't COVID deaths. Okay. Okay. Other countries have excess deaths. Cool. Do you have any evidence that that's tied to vaccines?
Used to be bipartisan, but these days it's got a super PAC that has spent very heavily in Democratic primaries.
Against progressives.
You said they're doing everything they can to destroy the progressive movement in this country. Do you think the politics around this issue are constraining the White House going into 2024?
The way I look at AIPAC now in terms of their political activities, this is not even just the pro-Israel group. This is a corporate PAC, sometimes getting money from Republicans, sometimes supporting extreme right-wing Republicans. So what really upset me very much is that in many of these primaries, we had great candidates, young people, often people of color.
Who's they?
And you had AIPAC and other super PACs spending millions of dollars trying to defeat them. And as you may know,
Absolutely.
I tried to get the Democratic Party to pass a resolution that in Democratic primaries, super PAC money should not be allowed to be used.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that this is what's constraining the Biden White House right now, the concerns about the politics around this domestically?
Look, bottom line is what constrains any president is we have a corrupt political system in which big money plays an enormous role. And right now, if I run for re-election, people.
So I'm not getting that link now.
Want
Okay.
to spend millions of dollars against me? Perfectly legal to do so. That constrains all politics in America.
If you run for re-election to the Senate, so you are considering it?
Sure, I'm considering it, but I haven't made any decision.
You are,
Dude,
when you
I
talk
hope
about
he
American
fucking
workers, you're
runs.
proposing a new cabinet-level agency to focus on the future
Granted,
of work.
I will say this. Bernie, I would love Bernie to run, but I'm not gonna say that like he's like, this will be the third time. And again, if he runs, I'll vote for him. I don't give a shit. I'll vote for Bernie every fucking time. But I do feel like we need somebody younger to step up and kind of take that mantle. What he should do is kind of tap somebody to run and then like immediately come out and like declare his like VP status or something.
Workers. You talk about taxing robots who might replace humans. Isn't the Labor Department supposed to be doing these things?
Well, theoretically, but I don't think we're doing enough. Look, this is a huge issue. There is a revolution taking place now with artificial intelligence and robotics, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Millions of workers are going to lose their jobs. Who's making those decisions, Mara? You hear it debated in Congress? I don't, all right? So guys who sit at the head, often guys, of large multinational corporations are saying, look, we can do this, we can get rid of all these people over here, we can make even more money. So we're talking about a transformational moment throughout the world in the United States. I want working people to be involved. And if we come up with a technology, I'm not anti-technology. If there is a technology that can increase worker productivity, who benefits from that? Just the guy who owns the company, or does the worker benefit? So if we can reduce the work week, is that a bad thing? It's a good thing. But I don't want to see the people on top simply be the only beneficiaries of this revolution in technology.
So you agree with Bill Gates in taxing robots?
That's one way to do it. Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
He's a billionaire you do like.
I've talked to Bill on a number of occasions, yes.
Mm-hmm. I'm interested in that concept and some of the other things you lay out here.
But, it's not just taxing the robots. It's this whole question of an economic transformation. Are working class people going to benefit from that? Or just
In what way? I'm curious what you thought. You think Bernie's not fighting for you? Like, I'm curious how you calculated that.
the billionaire class?
You also talk about a new deal for journalism and rethinking of the role of public and community media in the United States. You're very harsh on the media, as we talked about, including, you mentioned this network, you mentioned Washington Post, you do.
Didn't I say all kinds of nice things about you?
No, some other journalists here. You did give it a shout out to Kara Corte and some other reporters. But you say you take direct aim at the media for not asking the questions that you think need to be asked. How do you, on this New Deal idea, how can you have the U.S. government in any way involved with the media and direct funding when trust in the government is so low in this country and trust in media is low?
Okay, two issues, two separate issues. Number one, what I say in the book is that, look, I've done 1,000 interviews like I'm doing with you right now. And nobody has ever come up to me, not one reporter, not you, not anybody else, that said, Bernie, why are we spending twice as much on healthcare as any other country, and yet we have 85 million uninsured or uninsured? How many programs have CBS, NBC, ABC had on why we have a dysfunctional healthcare system? Does that have anything to do with who owns the major networks? Bernie, what are you going to do about income and wealth inequality? Do you demand, why are billionaires paying an effective tax rate lower than working class people? No one asks me those questions. Okay.
No one tells us the questions to ask.
I understand that, but there's a culture in the media. No one tells people who work for me not to vote for Donald Trump. Surely, I will guarantee you they don't. I never tell them to do it. But then there's another issue, and that is a totally different issue. We are seeing media deserts in this country. Local newspapers are going out of business. So people get no news from their city council, their school board.
Real issue.
How do you deal with that? And the reason they're going out of business is private sector companies can't make money anymore because of the radical transformation of media. What happens? Do people not know what's going on in their city? How do you deal with that? Well, in European countries, what they do is they do it through a non-partisan public funding of media. I think that's an idea that we should explore.
So I'm told we're running out of time. But
I'm just getting warmed up, Margaret. Rather fun.
But I have to ask you, you're going on tour to promote this book, It's Okay to Be Angry About Capitalism. And you're here talking about it. I understand we're not the bad guys you're describing in the book when it comes to media. But tickets for your tour apparently are selling for $95 on Ticketmaster, which is accused of anti-competitive behavior. You know that. Some of your Democrats are criticizing them. Aren't you benefiting yourself from this system that you're trying to dismantle?
First of all, those decisions are made totally by the publisher and the bookseller. I think there's one case where in one place here in Washington, Politics and Prose, an independent bookstore, charging some tickets. Most of them, I think, are $40, $50, and you get a book as well. So if you want to come, you're going to have to pay $40. I'll throw in the book for free. And we're doing a number of free events, but I don't make a nickel out of these things.
But you're okay doing business with Ticketmaster?
No, not particularly, but that's, again, I have nothing to do with it.
There's no choice in that. That's one of those cases where it's like, yeah, like they're the ticket distributing entity, unfortunately. There's like the Ticketmaster stuff is really, really like the idea that they've let Ticketmaster and I think Live Nation, they both merged to a degree. The idea that they've let either of those two grow to the size that they have is utterly insane. Like they should have already split up Ticketmaster or at least regulated the absolute fuck out of them by now.
That is, if you wrote a book, it'd probably be the same process.
So you have to operate within the system.
I do.
Is what you
write a book, a major publisher, et cetera, et cetera.
Senator Sanders, thank you very much.
Goddamn. What a fucking based king. Okay, let me answer the questions that I didn't answer from you really quickly, because I always, let's see, how do you define a, oh yeah, I saw this one. How do you define a woman? Okay, it's pretty simple. It's a human being that identifies as a woman. That's not really that hard. Let's see, what do you think about the Republicans forcing the vote for McCarthy getting speaker so they could get rules changes in committee seats they wanted, but the Democrats laughed at that? What do I think of it? It was fine. I mean, they had the leverage, A, and also, A, they had leverage, B, it's a different context. If we're going to talk about force the vote in the Democrat movement in 2020 and compare that to the most recent kind of Republican version of that, then I don't really think they're analogous just based on the context between the parties. At the end of the day, the I don't know what the fucking like Marjorie Taylor Greene wing of the Republican Party has nothing to lose if they never pass anything, if they don't do anything. Like, well, actually, I guess she was with McCarthy, so we're talking more about the Lauren Boebert wing. The Lauren Boebert wing, it doesn't really matter. Neither wings, neither halves, neither factions of the Republican Party in the House have anything to lose no matter what. The only person who would lose anything is Kevin McCarthy, to which he was going to lose some ego points in terms of letting this go for so long. But if we're talking about like real consequences, there basically weren't any. Whereas the speakership vote for the Democrats back in 2020, progressives, the difference between progressives and, we'll go with moderate to centrist Democrats is both of those groups are trying to get things passed. There are consequences to one or the other, like, you know, not trading and trading horses equally or whatever it might be. So I mean, they're similar tactics, but I don't think the force the vote stuff was effective at a point until it wasn't, basically. Once force the vote became kind of like a online, very, very online, you know, whipping stick, it became pretty much counterproductive, to put it plainly. Let's see. Okay, don't care. Bernie. How anyone get the news without local? Well, yeah. I mean, local news is like good. You want local news, like different context. No, it's the exact same scenario. It's not. Doesn't matter if they want anything done. It only matters if they. Yeah. So again, like they're not. So it can be the same scenario, but again, you have to calculate in that Republicans do not want to pass anything on Kevin McCarthy's side, and Republicans on Lauren Boebert's side and the Matt Gaetz side also don't want to pass anything. Nothing is lost, nothing is gained. The only thing that Lauren Boebert and Matt Gaetz get out of that entire kerfuffle is some brownie points from anti-establishment Republican voters. That's really all they get. But like, you know, nothing new is going to happen. They're still going to investigate Hunter Biden. They're still going to do investigations on House members who participated in Jan 6. Like nothing's going to materially change. It's just, you know, they get points for causing a stir and trying to what's the word? Draw a line or distinguish themselves from regular Republicans. It mostly is internal politics. It's, you know, whereas AOC or like any of the squad members are looking for different reforms. They want different things passed. Them pushing back on Nancy Pelosi and fighting leadership will lose them momentum because they will basically be what's the word? They'll basically be disciplined. So they're not like, I know they might feel and they might look the same, but motivations on all four sides of these two battles basically very different, coming in with very different motivations. If we have to agree to disagree, then I guess we'll have to agree to disagree. But okay, so I want to take a look at don't play. Okay, cool. I want to take a look at, oh my god, this loads like every time I open it. Good god. Okay. I want to take a look at, I guess, the Tennessee House bill. Was it a House bill? I know it's like the trans bill that's going through Tennessee right now. That's got a lot to do with drag stuff and a whole bunch of other nonsense. Is this full screen? Oh, it is. Okay, cool. It looks like, okay, so it passed. So basically it passed through committee. It's heading to the governor, which I don't know. We'll kind of find out. Let's read it. Let's see. So they got what they wanted by forcing the vote. Too bad AOC and the progressives didn't try that and prove that they actually cared about what they say. So this is precisely what I mean. You didn't, if you're not gonna like reckon with the like calculus of like Republicans don't actually want to do anything, they don't harm their movement, progressives harm their movement when they look bad, when they actively like don't perform well in the House, like I can't help you. Like you're dug in on this point. This point is religious for you. There's no answer I'm going to be able to give you that's going to satisfy you. I like forcing the vote early, having a candidate to run against Nancy Pelosi, having a lot of this stuff in place ready to go. Sure, forcing the vote on picking a new speaker, I think would have been valuable. For a House vote on Medicare for all, I don't think it would have. I don't think it's really a winning strategy to go out there and propose probably your, what's the word I'm looking for? Your like top like legislative goal, your like spearhead, and watch it get utterly pummeled in votes and, put on a show for the American people. Let's also keep in mind, with hindsight, we know January 6th was going to happen around this time. So also it wouldn't have garnered any of that news press that like forced the vote people wanted. So also with the knowledge of hindsight, it also wouldn't have worked. So unfortunately, I can't help you on this one. Like, you're dug in on this, it's fine. That's your choice. I don't really care anymore. We are 3 years past the point where force the vote has been relevant. So I don't know what to tell you. You either move on or you don't. I've chosen to move the fuck on. It came, it went, it's past its points of relevancy. At this point, see, with the if progressives actually, the progressives don't actually in the House don't actually care about the things they say they care about. You see, this is what I mean when I say force the vote has turned now into not a conversation about strategy, not a conversation about how to challenge the powers within the Democratic Party. Now it's become just a whipping stick that now it's a litmus test, a pass or fail. If you're in favor of this, I support you. If you're not in favor of this, I don't support you. It's just become a way to distinguish between real progressives and progressives. There's no, at this point, this just serves to cause infighting within the left. So I don't care. I genuinely don't care. Again, past its points of relevancy. That's the last thing I'm going to say about it. Okay. Anyway, Tennessee. Oh, you're right. Let me read the rest of these. Name one thing. It's not a winning strategy. Let's see. Yeah, it's not a winning strategy. Your idea is to fight the system with the system's blessings. You're clueless. I'm really trying hard to not have you distract me with this. But you know what? I'll keep engaging, just because it's gonna bug me if I don't. Okay, name one thing progressives have done to get anything passed. Voted? If you're asking me one thing progressives have done to get anything passed, they've voted for bills, for legislation that usually went to the Senate and died. But they still voted, so I'm not. Yeah, it's not winning strategy to fight for what you stand for. It's not a winning strategy to fight for. So you do understand that not all fights are worth fighting, right? It's not just about, it's not just about, what's the word? Making yourself feel good by doing a strategy that will not work, but it feels good to do, to virtue signal, to signal that these are the, no, I don't care. I want winning strategies. I don't give a fuck about looking good. I don't give a fuck about this is in line with the values. Isn't that it's fine. It's fine if it's in line with the values, but I want winning strategy. If that means dumbing things down for normies, if that means taking a step back from a fight that you're going to lose and you're going to lose on this one, then no, it's not worth fighting if you're going to lose. It's just not. Idea fight a system is systems. Okay, again, they're in Congress. You don't participate in Congress. What you have to understand is what you're describing is activism. What you're describing is on the ground outside of the electoral system, organizing and activism. That's not what AOC, that's not what Rashida Tlaib, that's not what any of their jobs are now that they are in Congress. Their job in Congress is to fight within that system. It's going to look different, and it's going to involve a lot more compromise, and a lot more compromise is a good enough word. There's going to be a lot more compromise when you are in Congress actively pushing through legislation than it's going to be if you're on the ground as an organizer. That's just how these things work. They're two different tracks and they're two different ways to achieve the same goal. You want AOC, you want any other progressive to always be in the House because you know for a fact that they are in favor of Medicare for all. You know for a fact that they're in favor of raising taxes on the ownership class. You already know all of these things. All of these more socialist leaning leftist ideals are baked into their politics. Therefore, if you really if you want to knock them down because they didn't do the strategy you want, you do nothing but hurt your own side when it comes to the inside track of actually passing legislation. Do all of this complaining, all of it at the local level, do all of it all you want. It's fine. I don't got a problem with any of that. But once you're doing damage to our own side, it's not worth it. It's now become like a bickering tool between all of us. That's what I mean. That like me and you, I'm not sure if you're a leftist or not, but let's say you are, just because I don't know you from Jack. All right, we are now arguing over a 3-year-old strategy and arguing about should we support the current progressive and leftist representatives in Congress right now for the simple fact that they did not adopt your strategy 3 years ago. Like, is this worth it? Is this worth me and you bickering, going back and forth? Is this building the movement? Is this doing anything? Is this praxis? No, none of it is. We're just arguing. We're just bickering. We're just infighting. I don't like any of this shit. It's not useful. And it's why I don't support force the vote as a movement. I'm fine with it as a strategy, especially when I think it's going to work. But in this moment, at this point in 2023, it is only us going to be bickering that we're going to be doing this. It is all this is ever going to create. Let's see. If you fight and lose, at least you fought. No. Okay, so this is exactly what I'm talking about. If you fight and lose, at least you fought. No, I do not want to fight and lose. I want to fight and win. That is how this goes. You do not want to lose political momentum. Losing battles, even if you're like, oh, like, you know, even if you're like, oh, but, you know, like, at least we performed, at least we, performed our values. I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. I want wins. Force the vote would not have brought us a win and only causes infighting. Therefore, it's useless to me. It's useless. That's it. Yes. I don't think so. This is the thing. I'm so glad you said this. I'm so glad you said in 20 years we might win. Yes. It's not always going to be that quick. If this means I'm waiting 20 years to finally get the fight that we win, that we make the change that we want to see on the left, I'm okay with that. If it takes 20 years, it takes 20 years. But I'm not going to adopt a strategy that takes a year because it sounds nice. It sounds nice when people say like, oh, well, if we did like this one thing, if we had like a big general strike and then we had a Medicare for all vote on the House floor and we kept note of who voted against it and who voted for it, even though there's zero chance of it passing, meaning the people who voted for it aren't actually at a risk of like voting for something they don't want to, and the people who vote for it and actually mean it, you can't distinguish from those who are faking it. Like, that sounds really nice. All of these fast versions of getting to big systemic change, I don't trust. And you're gonna say that that's like a problem with like me, or that like whatever. It's fine. I don't trust short, fast, and like punchy and like, oh, like if all of these dominoes just line up in like succession, like super quick, we can get it done like super fast. Do you know how long it's taken to build even Bernie's movement? We've made a lot of progress in like 10 years since 2012 as a good example, but like all of this stuff moves incredibly slow, and all of this stuff moves like very not inherently, very like intently. Every single step has been drawn out, has been decided by like by groups of people trying to push for different changes. Like, none of this stuff happens overnight, and stuff like Force the Vote, I feel like gives people a false idea that like one or two moves are like, we only need one or two really big shows, really big moves, and we'll be right there for a Medicare for all system. We're not. It's going to take a long time. It's going to take patience. And I don't like this like quick and easy, fast and loose version of like of strategy, this strategy that gets people's hopes up and then obviously will never work, obviously will fall short of the moment, obviously. So like, long-term change takes a lot of time. Like I don't know how any other way to say this. Okay, let me catch up what you've been saying, since my chat's over there and I've been talking to the camera. Of course, don't support Force the Vote because you're scared of change. I'm no, okay. When have you seen? Right. That's why I'll never be a leader, because you're scared to fight. Yes. Hey, we'll wait 20 years because I don't know who's actually trying to stifle the progressive movement. I fought you trying to stop the progressive movement. We call you people neo-progressives. Yes. So again, you're just drawing distinctive lines. This is what I mean. You're just drawing distinctive lines. Because you're trying to identify yourself as the real progressive. It's fine. I don't give a shit. Do what makes you feel better. But I don't care about real progressives. I don't care about any of this. Like, I'm a real progressive, you're not a real progressive. I'm a socialist, you're not a real socialist. I don't give a shit about any of this. All this is infighting. All this is just there to make you feel better. That's all any of this really is. None of this has anything to do with organizing, or any of the stuff that the left actually like needs to be doing. Fake progressives trying to make an argument to never do anything. Nope, I'm a progressive arguing that you should do things when they're going to succeed and when you have a reasonable expectation of them succeeding. Do you think that Force the Vote would have brought you a positive outcome to a Medicare for all vote? What did you think was going to happen? Honest to God. What did you think was going to happen if they did Force the Vote? Honestly, tell me. What should they have fought for? Because we already know that the progressives in the House were already angling for committee seats and for rules changes until the floor Medicare for all floor vote came up. So what should have happened? Give me your version of what you think would have happened. Yeah, no shit. Because then the conversation shifted towards a Medicare for all floor vote. I know nothing happened. Also, like, do you notice that you're always saying... Do you ever notice that, like, every time you characterize my argument, you're saying that... you are arguing that I am saying we should never do anything? You do realize that, right? Like, that's not what I've said at all. Never have I said don't do anything. I've said be smarter and go for better wins. But like, no, I have not said don't ever fight. I also said that as representatives in Congress, fighting looks different from their end. Okay. Yeah, just wait. Yeah. Did I ever say wait? It's funny, you say that I say wait, but I've never said wait. I've said that it takes time, it takes organizing. Again, you're drawing a distinction between us two. That's all you're doing. You're just identifying yourself as the real moral arbiter of leftism. And you're not. I'm sorry to let you know, you're not. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Jesus. Yeah, grassroots takes a long time. Do you not know how long it takes to actually organize grassroots movements? Do you think any of this stuff just pops out of the ether? Like, is that what you think? You think like Justice Democrats, you think what's the other one, Act Blue, you think any of these organizations were around 10 years ago? I don't know how old you are, but I was around for 2012. Trust me, nobody knew who Bernie Sanders was 10 years ago. Within 10 years, we are close to having a president who is like socialist adjacent. Like, he's only now 10 years after the beginning of the second Obama administration. Only now are we getting a former presidential candidate releasing a book before a possible third presidential run that is explicitly antagonistic to capitalism. By the time 20 years is up from 2012, by the time we're looking at 2032, then we're going to be talking about like, oh yeah, we're going to be close to a Medicare for all like bill actually passing. But that's like 7 years down the road. That's like actually no, that's more like 9 years down the road or so. So like, you know, in 2032. So like, let me give you a clue. Grassroots movement failed because they stopped fighting and cared more about keeping power. Do you understand? You do know politics is about power, correct? You do understand that, right? It's fine. It's fine. You can call me a neo-progressive. It's fine. I don't care. I don't care. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. This is going nowhere. This is only you. This is all this is. All this is. All this is you coming on here and being and doing the I'm a real progressive rain dance. It's fine. I don't give a shit. I'm moving the fuck on. This is going nowhere. We're going in circles. Anyway, okay. Tennessee bans on trans drag shows, gender affirming care. Head to the governor. Let's take a look. Oh my god. Mike Mushroom, do you want to come on? Do you want to come on and have like a conversation? Because honestly, we can do this over like the text thing, but like I feel like this would be a little bit more what's the word? A little bit more you know, of a cleaner conversation. If you want to, if you don't, that's fine. I'm not gonna like, you know, I'm not gonna force you anything. But like, if you'd be interested in coming on and having a talk back and forth conversation, I'd be happy to host you. But I gotta move on to the next thing because we're going in circles. The very least, talking in circles goes by a little bit faster and is interesting. Does this video actually have anything in it? I actually don't know. I haven't. Oh, this is just okay. No. Why is this always on different topics? Like why do news sites do this? It's like this isn't the same topic. Why is the video attached to it? Okay. Tennessee is set to ban some drag performances as well as gender-affirming healthcare for transgender minors after state House lawmakers sent both bills to Republican Governor Bill Lee's desk for final approval on Thursday. Tennessee Senate Bill 3, introduced in November by State Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson, seeks to... I should probably not put my fucking mouse in front of words. Seeks to amend an existing state law preventing adult-oriented businesses from operating within 1,000 feet of schools. Public parks or places of worship want to include, quote, adult cabaret performances, makes sense, which the legislation defines as performances that feature male or female impersonators who provide entertainment that appeals to a prurient interest. Ah, yes. The, okay, so not what a cabaret is then. Because a cabaret mostly is just a non-nude, like it's not a strip club, it's like almost a strip club but not quite. Right, and also male or female impersonators, so we're talking anybody who cross dresses, which could be because they're trans, could be because they just like doing drag, could be any number of things. Yes, drag queen story is disgusting. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Shows with topless dancers, go-go dancers, exotic dancers, and strippers may also be classified as adult cabaret performances under the proposed law. Johnson, in a statement to Reuters this week, said the measure should... Why is there that thing there? Hide always. Excuse me? Oh, that's weird. Anyway, Johnson, in a statement to Reuters this week, a measure should give confidence, quote, confidence to parents that they can take their kids to a public or private show and will not be blindsided by a sexualized performance. Are they... Okay. Wait, so let me get this straight. If I'm an adult and I take my kid to a family-friendly drag show, I'm not allowed as a parent to be able to assess that for my own family. Because what parents are taking their kids to cabarets? Like, okay. Also, in public, what does he mean in public? Like, you're not allowed, like, you have to wear clothing in public. I'm assuming, now that I think about it, he's basically talking about Pride. He's pretty much talking about a Pride march. You know, a private show, if you're going to a private show, you probably know what you're walking into. Also, how would he feel about, you know, I grew up in the 90s. I remember the WWF back in the 90s. There was quite a lot of stripper adjacent shit that I feel like people were perfectly fine with back then, mainly because it was of a heterosexual persuasion. But you know, our kids not allowed to watch old WWF tapes on like Peacock? Like, are we gonna ban that next? Like, anyway, Tennessee Representative Chris Todd, who sponsored the companion House Bill 9, told his colleagues on Thursday that he was driven to introduce the measure after filing a court order last year to stop an advertised, quote, family-friendly drag show from taking place in a public park. Let's see. Well, if it's family friendly, meaning that if it fits within the purview of public displays of performance, then I don't see the problem. But of course, they're rewriting what that counts as. So now, you know, obviously. The drag performance, organized as part of the LGBTQ Pride event in Jackson, was ultimately forced to move to an indoor location limited to spectators age 18 years or older. Todd, on the House floor on Thursday, said that he was afterward tasked with drafting legislation, quote, that would make this much more clear for future performances. Let's see. Johnson's bill passed the Senate earlier this month on a vote 26-6. House Bill 9 passed on Thursday 74-19. It now heads to Lee's desk, where it is expected to be signed into law. The drag ban is the first in the nation to pass a state legislature. First-time violators may be charged with a Class A misdemeanor punishable by jail time for up to a year and fines totaling up to $2,500. Any subsequent offenses would be a Class E felony, carrying a sentence of 1 to 6 years in prison under state law. So let's get this clear. Let's make this incredibly clear. Tennessee is currently attempting to pass a law that will put you in jail for up to a year and fine you $2,500. Also put a misdemeanor on your record for dressing as the opposite sex. For, if you're a male, for wearing a garment of clothing that normally women wear. I really like how do I even say how ridiculous this is? Like it's actively fucking ridiculous. It's also like, I'm sorry, like I thought not to quote South Park here, but I thought this was America. I thought we had freedom here. What, like, what, not a lot, like, what counts as women's clothing? Are we gonna have like it's just, fuck's sake. Okay, banner gender, yeah, of course, yeah, lovely. Banning gender affirming healthcare for minors. Oh, let's check in with chat really quick. Why not? Let's see. Yes, drag queen story hour is disgusting. Have you ever been to a drag queen story hour? Something tells me you haven't. Why do we want kids to be trans again? We don't. I want kids to just be whatever the fuck they are. There is no such thing as a family-friendly drag queen show. Sure, for your family? Unless that entire family is 18 years old. Wait, so again, so there's no real damage. So, look, at least Tennessee is protecting the kids and dangerous people who want to change gender for political agendas. Gender affirming healthcare for kids. Ew, kids don't need. Okay, that's what I thought. I didn't think you were a leftist. Got it. Makes sense. Neo-progressive. Yes. Anyway. Let's see. Tennessee House legislators on Thursday also sent a measure to bar transgender youth from accessing gender-affirming health care to the governor's desk on a 77-16 vote. So if you're trans, this is definitely a this is the get the fuck out of your state time. This is the nope, it's time to move to another state. The proposed bill, which was also introduced in November by Johnson, aims to prohibit healthcare professionals from providing gender-affirming care to minors, quote, for the purpose of enabling a minor to identify with or live as a purported identity inconsistent with the minor's sex. Okay, so the as usual, the distinction, the understanding, this only really works with an understanding that gender and sex are the same thing, which they're not. The legislation includes exceptions for youth who require treatments like puberty blockers, hormone replacement therapy, and surgeries for reasons other than the treatment of gender dysphoria or quote mental condition, disorder, disability, or abnormality. So like obviously so if you're telling me that hormone blockers are perfectly safe for people who have mental conditions, disorders, disabilities, and abnormalities, that tells me that hormone blockers aren't dangerous because they haven't been shown to be. But this is a pretty blanket admission that, like, yeah, hormone blockers aren't really dangerous. It's just trans kids might go on them to suppress their puberty until they make a decision on what gender they're actually comfortable with, and then proceed to whatever, proceed through whatever puberty they would have normally proceeded through, or if once they hit 18, when they're ready, then they can decide if they want to transition to being the opposite gender, then they would do that. But yeah, makes sense. Yeah, totally not just fucking demonic. Got it. What's up, Marky? Gender and sex are the same thing. They're not. If they were, then we wouldn't have two different words to describe them. Dipshit. Let's see. Hormone blockers are dangerous. Are fucking kidding me? You sound crazy. Let's see. How about not put kids on pills? You Wait. So never give kids drugs then? Never give them antibiotics when they're sick? Never give them medicine? Got it. That makes sense. Hormone blockers have permanent effects though. So hormone blockers don't have... Okay. Let's distinguish really quick here for you, Marky. Hormone blockers do have permanent effects if you keep taking them. Hormone blockers essentially do. What they essentially do is put a pause on your puberty and your development. Meaning, so if you're to give you a really basic example, if you are a 9-year-old boy, right? You are going to be going into puberty probably sometime around 11 to 12, maybe 10, who knows? But let's say you haven't gone through that puberty where your voice deepens, or you start getting really taller, all the rest of the kind of the stuff that happens that puts you into being a teenage boy and then eventually into a adult man, right? What the hormone blockers are going to do is pause that development so that when you hit 10 or 11 and normally you would begin your puberty and begin developing, you just won't. You'll kind of stay where you are. You'll develop kind of in a bit of a neutral stance. Your development will be stunted in certain ways until you decide. Usually that decision comes within about a year or two. I think there's a minimum for how long before you can really choose which gender to proceed with. But if you're a 9-year-old boy and you're actually I'd feel more comfortable being a girl, then you would go on puberty blockers to pause that development until you can get the hormones that coincide with the gender that you are more identify with. Usually that's not until around 16, I believe. And there's a few things that you would go through before you would start that. But a child doesn't really consent to basically any of the drugs we give them, any of the any of the vaccines that you've given them at birth. If you've ever seen those pictures of you ever seen those pictures of a doll with the million of things that we give kids don't consent to any of that either. Kids don't consent to the polio vaccine, and that is permanent, or at the very least it's rather long term. But at the end of the day, these are things that are better for society and keep them safer. The hormone blockers is just a way because also keep in mind, if you're trans, if you're a 9-year-old boy and you might be trans and you want to transition later in life, it's going to be a lot harder to roll back your puberty and then give you those hormones to accentuate those more feminine aspects than it will be if you're still at a neutral point, or at least a more neutral point. So, like, I understand what you mean. Like, yeah, they're permanent, but only for as long as you keep taking them. At any point, if you're like a 9-year-old boy and you decide, like, hey, like, I think I actually want to be a boy. Like, I'm actually good. Like, maybe this was just like something I thought about, considered, and decided against it. Maybe you're 10, you've been on hormone blockers for a year. You just decide, yeah, I think I'm actually good being a dude. You stop taking them and you develop as you would have normally. You might be a year late, but like, we've all heard of late bloomers before. It's really not like anything super crazy. And at the very least, there hasn't been any studies to show that there have been like serious like defects in terms of people who were on like hormone blockers for longer stints of time or started their puberty later. Because again, it's not really like a huge, like, again, it's pausing everything for the most part. Obviously you're gonna maybe develop a little bit in some ways, but yeah, like, you're not really you're not gonna develop fully, basically. But let's see. Let's see. So don't put kids on hormone blockers when they're okay. I'm just gonna okay. I don't agree with giving puberty blockers to kids. Their brains is not developed enough yet to make those life-altering decisions. I mean, we can agree to disagree on that one, but like, when it comes down to it, if they're not making a decision, like, it's one of those things where it's like, those kids, any of these kids who would go on puberty blockers before they're like 18, right? Like, you would say like, oh, they're not like developed enough, they're not old enough to make those decisions. But what puberty blockers are doing is allowing them time to come to the decision on whether they'd like to transition or not transition. That's the goal. That's pretty much why puberty blockers are used more than anything else. That's the thing, to be like, okay, you want to make that decision for yourself? Fine. You can go on puberty blockers. You can either go one route or go the other. It's stopping at the fork in the road and letting them decide. But anyway, let's continue. House Majority Leader William Lamberth, who sponsored a companion bill in the House, wrote in an October Tennessee op-ed that his and Johnson's bills were partially informed by reporting from the conservative podcaster, the Daily Wire columnist Matt Walsh. Ooh, excuse me, sorry. Cultural forces from the left would like us to accept an alarming new myth that gender is not a biological reality. It's not. Okay, so Matt Walsh is stupid and doesn't understand words. Gender's not sex. Sex isn't gender. If they were the same thing, we wouldn't have two words to describe them. There's obviously a reason why, like, the word sex means something different than gender. Like, if we didn't need two words, we wouldn't have two words. Gender-affirming healthcare for transgender youth and adults is considered safe and medically necessary by most major medical organizations. This is true. In September, a set of viral social media posts from Walsh claimed Vanderbilt University Medical Center in Tennessee was abusing children by providing gender-affirming medical care to minors, resulting in calls for an investigation into the hospital's transgender health clinic from state officials, including Lee. Vanderbilt University Medical Center accused Walsh of misrepresenting facts about the care provided to transgender youth. In October, the hospital said it would pause gender-affirming surgeries for transgender youth for up to several months while it conducts a review. Okay. Yeah, and I think we watched, like, Matt Walsh. He pretty much got up in, he went on to, like, the Tennessee's, hearing or whatever, and, like, the guy has no, like, medical training. He has no, like, background in understanding any of this stuff. He's just a dude who has anti-trans opinions, and that's pretty much it. They gross him out, and that's why he's been on this entire crusade, which I cannot imagine what kind of miserable human being you have to be, that, like, your life revolves around, like, the active, like targeting of other people. like of like other individuals who just identify different, who you just find icky. Like I find a lot of people and a lot of things icky, but my life doesn't revolve around those things. My life revolves around the things I'm in favor of, the things I advocate for. Like, couldn't imagine it. LGBT advocacy groups on Thursday condemned the state's legislature's approval of the two bills and urged Lee to veto them. These extremist lawmakers have intentionally made life harder and more dangerous for trans kids. Catherine Oakley, the state legislative director and senior counsel at the Human Rights Campaign, said in a statement, decisions about transgender medical care should be made between trans patients, their doctors, and their families. Casey Suffredini, vice president of advocacy and government affairs at the Trevor Project, a national LGBTQ youth suicide prevention group, said on Thursday, quote, politicians have no business deciding these personal matters by enforcing blanket bans that defy professional guidance from every major medical and mental health association in the country. Makes sense. Let's see. So also, like, let's see, politics and yeah. So this is also one of those things where like Republicans will do like the whole like keep government out of like out of your healthcare decisions, small government. Like they do the whole small government meme, but they want like government officials deciding, can you have abortions, and like are you allowed to get healthcare that you've chosen for yourself and you've chosen for your family. Like I'm sorry, but this isn't small government. Like, you know, besides just being a meme at this point, I can't help but point out, like, this is not, if you thought this was small government, this ain't it. Yeah. And also, again, the science is against them on this. Every medical professional has already explained that all of this is above board. All of it is safe. Like, there is no evidence that any of this is harmful. It's just, you know, it's why Matt Walsh doesn't really argue on the point of, like facts or statistics or medical science. It's always just cultural understanding or misunderstandings of sex and gender, and then like I just don't think boys should be allowed to be girls. And it's like, that's fine, man, that's just your opinion. Like, all right, cool, then you can have that in your house if you want. I got no problem with that. But like, there are millions of other Americans with different opinions. We urge the government to reject this harmful bill and instead work to expand access to best practice medical care for young people across Tennessee. The American Civil Liberties Union and its Tennessee affiliate, as well as the LGBTQ civil rights organization Lambda Legal, have pledged to sue the state if Lee signs either bill. Good for them. Let's see. Tennessee is poised to become the fifth state to enact a total ban on gender-affirming healthcare for transgender minors. Arizona passed a partial ban last year. A 2021 Tennessee law prohibits medical providers from providing hormone-related medications to prepubertal, Jesus, that's a word, pre-puberty, let's just go with that one, minors who are not eligible for gender-affirming medical care under standards set by the World Professional Association of Transgender Health and Endocrine Society. Fucking Christ, we need to shorten these names. The only acceptable form of gender-affirming healthcare for transgender minors who have not yet entered puberty in the state is social transition, which can include using a different name or pronouns, or wearing clothing that affirms an individual's gender identity. Okay, so let's see. Tennessee law. Oh, yeah. So let's talk about this for a minute. So if you are trans in Tennessee, essentially what the government has decided, or what they will eventually decide, is that you are not eligible, you are not allowed to seek health care that will alleviate many of the symptoms of like living with a transgender identity. Most of those being public pressure that usually results in suicide. The transgender community is at an increased risk, at a much higher risk of suicidal ideation, of mental health diseases, of a lot of like depression. Like, the transgender community faces a world that is actively antagonistic toward their existence. And Tennessee is now going to be passing a law stating that it will be illegal for even doctors who have done the science, doctors who have done the research, doctors who have affirmed that their identity is not just valid, but that there are ways for them to medically transition into the gender that makes them more comfortable in life. And Tennessee is going out of their way to pass a law to make sure that the last place, which was actual medicine for these people, let alone societal acceptance, the last place is at the medical community, a place where, whether society likes it or not, transgender people are real. They are just as real, they are just as American as everybody else, and they have a right to healthcare like everybody else. But unfortunately, it seems like in Tennessee, they're going to take away that right. And, I see a lot of people online do, a lot of people kind of, I think, try to nibble around the edges and kind of try to characterize a lot of the transgender and a lot of the anti-LGBT legislation that's going on around, all over the country as, not as, I think, the concerted and organized campaign that it really is. Understand, 5 states now have some form of ban on transgender care, meaning in 5 states in the United States of America, if you are trans, there's no option for you for getting healthcare. Imagine, if you will, if there were 5 states in the United States where being old was not something you were allowed to be. We're having a number of what's the word I'm looking for? Number of likely diseases or sicknesses or degradations or whatever related to being old, were then the care for those were then outlawed. Would this not be ridiculous if we told people, hey, like, look, we don't think Alzheimer's is like real. We don't think Alzheimer's is something that society should be supporting. Therefore, in the state of Tennessee, we are going to ban all Alzheimer's care. We would go, that's fucking insane. There are people in America who have this problem, who have this disease, who have this relationship to our society that we are writing out of that society. This would be no different than this is no different than active genocide towards a group. It just is. It's the targeting and like distinct like desire to see a group of people snuffed out. And it's just like, Republicans are going to be wanting to take back the House, or take back the Senate, I should say, take back the president in 2024. And we're going to have a lot of conversations, especially on the left, about who we support or if we should support them if they're... excuse me? There's not breaking news right now. Who we should support and, like, if they're better than Joe Biden, if they're better than Donald Trump, if they're better than DeSantis, if they're this, if they're that. When it comes down to it, I think there is a distinct need to understand that regardless of, who's running, whether it's Bernie, whether it's Biden, and again, I don't like Biden. Biden's half-ass. I don't like Biden. But like when we talk about Republicans gaining power in this country, gaining control of our federal systems, this is the type of stuff that they're going to be wanting to push forward. This is the type of stuff that they say every single day. Every day I come on, every day I get on YouTube, I go on Twitch, and every day I see Tim Pool, Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, all the rest of these guys, all of them tell us actively every single day what they would like to do if they were in power. And it's always this type of shit. It's always marginalizing a group that's already marginalized, which, by the way, the transgender community, rather small percentage of the population, But, they'll go out of their way to make their lives as miserable as possible. Now, I don't know why. I'm assuming I can make a quick assumption in that Republican representatives and, especially their pundits are subhuman. They're bad people. They're actively worse for society. We get better the less of them that they are. Ben Shapiro wasn't here. If Matt Walsh wasn't here, if any of these guys wasn't spreading their utterly disgusting rhetoric, we would be in a better place. But it's not the world we live in. But either way, like, they tell us every day what they want to do. They would pass this Tennessee bill. They would pass as a national ban if they thought they could. Absolutely they would. So when the time comes around, when we're weighing, like, do we vote for Biden a second time, even though Biden's just kind of okay? What are your other options? What, you want a national anti-trans bill? You want a national anti-drag show bill? Is that really freedom? Is that like going to make things better? Yeah. But either way. Anyway. It's just they tell us every time they go out there. They tell us what they want to do, and we should start listening to them and taking their threats seriously. Okay. But okay. So I'm gonna grab some water. I'm gonna go grab some water, and then I saw and then I want to watch this Jeffree Star thing. I think he's begun to start grifting with the, I heard we got some grifting to the right here started. I haven't seen any of this. We'll take I want to see Matt Walsh's take on this, mainly because I've noticed the right wing, at the very least, I think accurately seems to have identified that Jeffree Star is only doing this for the money and the clout. So let me go grab some water, and then we'll be back, take a look at that. I'm just kind of curious about the story, and I want a right-wing perspective. So we're going to go to the most vile one I can find. Either way, let me do this, and I'll be back, and yeah. And we're back. Okay, let's see. Oh, let me catch up with chat, actually. Let's see. Let's see. Where did I leave off? Walkers, that's fine. Yeah, I read that. Okay. Oh my god. Da 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 da. 9-year-old understand they want to be a girl. You know, kids' hair have fallen out from hormone blockers. Oh, I've seen that meme. Oh man. Mike, you're like such a fucking NPC, my guy. Are you sure you're not a bot? Let's see. Okay. Okay. I'm to the part where I can close that. Let's see. People are you dangerous to free will and longevity for living a full. What was this? People like you are dangerous for children's free will and longevity. Sure. There are studies on how dangerous hormone blockers are. I'd love for you to substantiate that. Most of the suicides from trans community is people regretting from becoming trans in the first place. That's not correct. The vast majority of people who detransition or decide to kind of hit the reverse on their transition mainly is due to a lack of social acceptance, and also a big part of that is the lack of being able to pay for the procedures, but the largest factor by far is social acceptance. So that's just incorrect. Trans is a rarity. That is true. That is true. It's very rare to be trans. Does that mean it's wrong, bad, immoral, any of those things? No, it's not an argument. It's discussing pedophiles like the woke left. Ah, yes, the woke. I was wondering when you'd say woke left. Yep. No, nobody said it's normal. It's just fine. It's not really wearing a I don't know, it's wearing a tie-dye shirt normal. I don't know. Like it's just a choice. People with power would be destroying kids' lives with their trans agenda. Keep telling yourself that. Yeah, you really just say the same thing like over and over again. Never let yourself around kids, please. Do you want to know something? My first job was working summer camps when I was like, how old was I? 16, 17? Yeah. Working with kids from ages like 6 to 13. So, sorry about that. Anyway, I don't even know if he's still like hanging out. I'm assuming he's not. I mean, who knows? I don't know. Either way, Mike Mushroom, a coward and a dipshit. Anyway, let's move on.
Today for our daily cancellation, I must again, unfortunately,
Jesus Christ. Okay, fair enough. We'll slow it down.
Today for our daily cancellation, I must again, unfortunately, cancel people on.
Okay, I know. We're only like 7 seconds in and I've already paused it, but I just realized, because I think Ben does the same thing, or maybe, I don't remember. I think he does like a different, but basically the same thing as this. Did you notice how like the right wing and guys like Matt Walsh will like bitch, moan, whine, and complain about like cancel culture and then like host a segment that's just, it's time for the cancel hour? Like, okay, Matt.
On my own side, or at least theoretically on my own side. These are the conservatives who, over the past few days, have been frantically applauding their latest hero, their newly elected spokesman, their trendiest new conservative champion, Jeffree Star. And for those unfamiliar, as I was until 2 days ago, Star is a social media influencer and owner of a popular, I think, cosmetics brand. Star also enjoys dressing like a woman. But this flamboyant cross-dressing makeup salesman earned applause from many on the right, including prominent figures on the right, when he appeared on a podcast and said this.
I'm not into all the other I think
Jeffree Star. Okay, let me get out ahead of this right now. Jeffree Star has always been a piece of shit and has always been cringe.
what other the they and them.
Yeah.
And all that extra that we added during the pandemic because everyone was so bored on their houses. They just started to make up more and more.
More stuff.
Yeah. That's where the conservatives like me because I'm just real.
Yeah, you do have a conservative
you're not
vibe
they
to
and
you.
them. You're trans, you're male, or you're female.
And you're
And
standing on
people
that.
get so mad when I say that. How are you a they? What the does that mean? It's stupid is what it is.
Yeah.
But you need someone like me that looks like me to say it. Because if you say it, it turns into you're homophobic. You hate trans people. You hate gays. And it's just how you feel. You don't hate anyone. You just
I do love how Jeffree Star accurately identifies the reason why they're a good tool for the right wing, and which is to say, you have somebody who's nominally or possibly from any community. You just have them come on and say all of the homophobic, bigoted shit that you can't get away with because it'll be rather obvious to identify you as a bigot. So you have somebody who looks like that group to say it, and then you say, "See, I agree. See, I can't be bigoted. I agree with the trans person or the non-binary person or whatever that hates non-binary people and trans people. See, I'm not a bigot. I'm friends with somebody who is bigoted. It's different, But they can't be bigoted because you can't be bigoted against your own group. That's not how that works. Even though absolutely that's how that works. It's not really that hard to do. But either way, yeah. Also, I love. Okay, I know I just stopped again. I'm sorry. Also, I love the idea that like. Jeffree Star comes out here and is like, yeah, like they, them, those words didn't exist before. Whoever said they before? That word only existed in like 2019 and 2020. The pandemic brought forth the wave of theys and thems. Fun fact, people who have identified as non-binary have been around for literally centuries, probably all of human history in one form or another. So just because like you didn't know any non-binary people, Jeffree Star, doesn't mean that they didn't exist. It just means that you're a small ignorant person. That's all that means. Also, what's the harm?
Stupid.
That's all. I know, but what's the harm though?
Now that, what you just heard, makes Jeffree Star based, apparently. He's based now. He said one thing that conservatives like, and they were on the scene with pom-poms in no time. And yes, Star is right that the they-them stuff is BS, of course, obviously. But the problem, one of them anyway, is that he rejects non-binary while affirming trans. He says that the only valid categories are trans, male, or female. And to drive that point home, he made another video responding to the backlash against his anti-they-them commentary, where he reiterated his support for and belief in transgenderism. Here it is.
I just went on and I saw a few outlets saying that I'm transphobic. Jeffree Star,
I hate this person.
who has 5 transgender employees. I have over 100 employees of all.
What a fucking my black friendism. Jesus fuck Christ. The idea that anybody, I'm sorry. If you watch Jeffree Star content, because like, I'm sorry. I have a low opinion of you. I just do.
All different ethnicities. A brand that is inclusive to the entire world. What we're not going to do is lie. So if you posted an article saying anything like that, you better delete it, Miss Thing, because I'm coming. All I said was I don't agree with pronouns. That's it. So you know how Cardi B sued that woman and, well, the lady don't have any money. But Cardi B won, allegedly, a lot of money from the lawsuit, even though she'll never get it. It's still the point of she won. That was phenomenal for someone like me that has been abused and dragged through the mud. Now, we all know all my past mistakes, girl. Every time that I have an opinion, everyone has to bring up everything from the past.
Isn't Jeffree Star like a neo-Nazi too? Didn't they say like didn't they act? Oh, I'm sorry. I said they. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck. If it offends them, they can be offended. I don't care. But yeah, didn't they like used to say like, didn't they say like the N-word or some shit on something? I mean, don't get me wrong. They give me like real like white supremacist like skinhead vibes, but
that's getting so old, but the support and the understanding and the common sense from millions of people that I've seen over the last few days, it made me realize the planet's not that awful. Like, people get it. It's just social media, and they love to drag Miss Jeffree Lynn. Also, shout out to so many amazing, beautiful transgender people and the LGBT community in my DMs, writing me. Just thank you.
I'm sorry about that. This is just too much. Between this guy and the Gloria Johnson tweet, it's just the amount of brain cells we're losing. It's really it's like the effect of a concussion. We all now.
My God, I've never agreed with Matt Walsh more. After watching a Jeffree Star anything, I have never. My brain cells have been cooked. I agree with Matt Walsh in this regard.
Concussed effectively because of the level of stupidity that we've been forced, well, that I have forced you to
Thanks, man.
encounter today.
I really appreciate that.
But very inspiring response from this right-wing warrior who desperately defends himself
Let's
from
get
the
back to it.
transphobia claims by bragging about all the trans people he employs. I suppose it just goes to show that Democrats really are the real transphobes. Of course, check back in about 5 years and people on the right will be defending transgenderism and non-binary, but then claiming that trans speciesism is where they draw the line. And somehow that position will be applauded as not only
Ooh.
correct,
Dude, trans speciesism, that's fucking wild. Like, that shit's fucking wild. I remember there's a I think it's like in the lore of like cyberpunk, I saw like they're like super rich like people in like the cyberpunk universe who do like who like they have enough money that they were able to basically like trans species themselves into like other animals, but not obviously, you know, with metal and shit like that and like cyberware and shit, but it was kind of fucking wild. If I can find it, I'll show it on screen.
but based. See, this is how it works as the Overton window continues its relentless march to the left. What was a fringe left-wing view yesterday suddenly becomes mainstream today, and the fringe today will be mainstream tomorrow. Meanwhile, the oblivious faction of conservatives, a rather large group, unfortunately, continue to embrace any position that is not at this moment on the extreme left-wing fringe. As long as it's not the most extreme version of leftism, they embrace it. Which means that tomorrow they will embrace whatever is on the extreme left-wing fringe today. Jeffree Star's conservative defenders have told me that, well, we should accept him into the fold because he is, they say, mostly right about the gender issue. But he's not mostly right. He's not even in the neighborhood of right. He's not in the I don't know what planet he's even on, let alone the neighborhood. He believes that a person can identify as and actually be a member of the opposite sex. He affirms transgenderism. It's just that he prefers to stick with the term transgender to describe those people and believes that non-binary is extra and redundant. And he's right that it is redundant. You know, as non-binary versus transgenderism, that is a distinction without a difference. That doesn't make him more right or...
Wait, no, it's actually not. Non-binary don't identify solidly with either men or women. Transgender people identify with the opposite one that they began as, I guess one would say. You know, if you're a man, if you're a transgender woman, then you were a man, but you identify more as a woman. Same vice versa. Like, non-binary people don't identify as either. Like, they're not in either of those groups. So, okay.
Closer to the truth. He's not...
And also, let's be clear. I know I just started and stopped again. Also, let's be clear. Like, non-binary people, also, this isn't like a biology thing. Non-binary people don't want to perform the social role, or don't feel comfortable, I should say, performing in the social role, in either of the social roles that we've constructed as societies. Like, that's all it is. It's like, I don't really know if I really fit into either of these. I'm not really comfortable with either of them. And that's why that's like non-binary people's is approach to like genders. They're like, you know, I don't really fit nicely into either. I'm not really, you know, somewhere in the middle. I don't really identify solidly with either. But like, it's about the gender structures that we have in our society.
A defender of truth and tradition because he prefers to stick with the craziest left-wing ideas from yesterday rather than adopting the craziest ideas from today.
Oh, this is also the difference between TERFs or second wave feminists and third wave feminists. Third wave feminists are going to be a lot more inclusive of LGBTQ issues into the movement, as opposed to second wave feminists, which are going to be generally a lot more concerned with a lot more began more in just a different era. It's just the progression of feminism. That third wave, the difference between third wave and second wave is just what gets accepted into the movement. Second wave is a lot more, I think, walled off and a little bit more specific to just traditional biological women. You know, and not as concerned with all of the rest of the, also not really like black women as much, but that's, these are the evolutions of a movement, of a, I guess, mindset, one could say. But
in fact, non-binary isn't even really crazier than transgenderism. These terms are, again, redundant. They are versions of the same nonsense.
Which
Starr prefers using one term for the nonsense rather than two. This apparently is enough to make him our generation's William F. Buckley. The left here is using a classic manipulation technique. You make an outrageous demand so that a slightly less outrageous demand seems reasonable by comparison. We should all be familiar with this strategy. It's the oldest one in the book, right? Kids use it all the time. Just a few nights ago, my son came up to me after dinner and said, "Daddy, can we all go get ice cream?" Now, asking me to load all 6 kids in the car after dinner when I already have my sweatpants and slippers on definitely qualifies as an outrageous demand. That's one thing they know. Once the slippers come out, I'm not going anywhere. We are here for the night. So I said no, and then he immediately followed it up with, "Okay, well then can we just watch a movie?" Now, in that case, I knowingly allowed myself to be suckered by the strategy, and I let them watch a movie. But on a cultural level,
my God, the life of these poor children. They're like, "Dad, can we watch a movie?" And Matt Walsh is like, "You fucking, you you fucking swine. You fucking little shit. I wanted to watch the fucking football game. And now you come in here and you want to watch a movie? I motherfucker." Like, fucking God, I feel sorry for these kids.
in the battle with the left, we cannot be so easily duped by these kinds of tricks. Just because non-binary is arguably a little weirder than trans, that doesn't make trans legitimate or any closer to legitimate than it was before. Celebrating Jeffree Star on this point, it's like if somebody was beating you over the head with a baseball bat, and then Jeffree Star ran in and said, "No, don't beat him over the head with a baseball bat. Just stomp on his face with your boot instead. Here, I'll help." Now, it's true that getting stomped is probably a little better than being bludgeoned with a bat, but does that automatically make the person stomping on your face an ally? Would you applaud this person as they kick you in the skull and say, "Wow, this guy's great. We should invite him to CPAC"? No, he's still your enemy. He's still trying to kill you, just perhaps in a slightly less efficient manner. See, the curse of the big tent conservatism approach is that now our tent is filled with people who are directly trying to undermine our cause. A big tent doesn't do you a lot of good when
This is how I feel about Force the Voters, actually.
you're inviting people under it who will just try to rip it
Also,
down.
this is also, keep in mind, this is the difference between conservatism and, at the very least, like progressivism. Progressivism actively wants to expand its tent to allow for the most amount of people to benefit from its movement. Conservatism is the opposite. You are constantly trying to build walls, to be more and more insular, to be as insular as you possibly can. It's why conservatives always value like small communities and like, small neighborhoods, small government. Their entire world concept is all about having like, always breaking down to the smallest group of people. So like, if you're in a scenario, you live in like a big city, or you live in a city, we'll say, you live in like, if we're using like Denver as a good example, right? We're using like Denver, the Denver metro area, right? There are going to be people down in like Littleton who are going to be like, who like, if they're conservative, are like, no, I'm not, no. My community is not Denver, even though like, yeah, it basically is. There'll be like, no, it's my like neighborhood. It's Hillcrest. It's just this. It's my neighbor. And then you break it down, and then it's my family, and eventually it breaks down to me. That's eventually what the conservative ideology comes down to. It's me, and you're just building those walls back as far as you can until you get down to just you. It's all about like my church. Oh, you're not in my church? Are you in my neighborhood? Oh, are you not? You're in my neighborhood, but are you on my street? Oh, you're on my street, but are you in my family? No. Oh, you're in my family, but are you like, are you are you me? And then it just, at the core of conservative ideology is selfishness. At the utter core of it. It's an obsession with oneself.
Down and leave all of us standing in the rain, which is what's happening. One last point on all this. Star says that we need someone who looks like him to say the things that he says, because if we say it, that is, if normal people who aren't cross-dressing circus performers say it, then we will be called bigots and transphobes. Well, except this logic is refuted by his follow-up video in which he defends himself against accusations of bigotry and transphobia. So it turns out that tokenism is not actually an effective strategy here. We cannot insulate ourselves from criticism by putting our arguments into the mouths of people who fall into identity categories that the left usually celebrates. Okay, I don't know how conservatives keep thinking this strategy will work. It never has. It never will. It doesn't work. Like, can you give me an example of someone who's in one of these identity groups and they make a conservative, well, not even conservative, they make a slightly less left-wing argument, and the left goes, well, you know, normally I disagree with that, but this person is an identity group that we support, so I think we'll take it into consideration. Has that ever happened? Is there one example of that working?
I'm sorry, Matt. I wasn't paying attention. I was looking. Oh, yeah. Okay. So we're going to go back really quick because I wasn't paying it because I found what I was looking for. It's this. Yeah. And like the cyberpunk lore, they're like super fucking like rich people. Like you have, they're called like exotics. It's like you have to be like ultra, you have to be like fucking stupid. You got to have like fuck you money. Like, but you can get like fucking cool ass cyberware that makes you like a fucking dog or some shit, or a fucking lizard or whatever. Like, again, it's all like cyberware. It's not like, you know, you don't get any of the like, you know, obviously you don't actually become any of these things. But yeah, you know, the trans speciesism stuff is always mildly interesting. You know, I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna kind of look around here. It's just kind of interesting. After finishing the game, I've just been like, well, actually, no, I can't say I've been obsessed or really like super crazy about it, but like, what's it called? Like I played the game for like probably 2 weeks, like really, really heavily. Wish I could find like, oh yeah, wait, is this kind of, yeah. But yeah, and I like, I didn't do like super deep divey, but like, I really like Cyberpunk 2077 after I played it. There's like, you know, there's definitely things about it that there were definitely like parts where I was like, yeah, this, they didn't flesh this out, and like there's a bunch of mods that I think it's like exotics. There's a bunch of mods that like I think make the game more of what it should be, but yeah, the trans speciesism conversation that just made me think of that. That's all. I wish they put that stuff in the game. That'd be kind of cool, but they would need to address that, and they already didn't address like artificial intelligence quite as good as I wish they did. But you know, we can't always have everything we want. Okay. Anyway, let me roll this back to like the 8-minute mark. That might, okay. Oh, hey, let's see. What is CBN News? Let's see. I see Mike has come back into chat. Lovely. Whoa! Somebody's feeling adventurous. We're on an actually based adventure. Hi there. How are you all doing? You gave us 1 second to copy raid message. Hi there. You should all follow. All of you follow. Do it now. I promise. I promise it'll be fun. Be the best thing you ever do. Do it. You should totally do it. I even put the sound from fuck, what video game was that? GoldenEye, I think? We're here in an action. I don't know what's going on. I'm an old person. Let's see. Yeah, I will open this later, Mike. I'm not gonna do this right now. Hello, everybody. How are you? 7 people. Wow. That's more than I think I've ever had in my chat. Why are you appropriating Canadian culture? That's my shirt, bud. I'm sorry. Well, I'm from Colorado. I live in Colorado. I feel like I live near a mountain. It's fucking, what degrees is it? It is fucking 3 degrees out here. I think I have a right to wear flannel. You Canadians do not have a monopoly on cold ass weather. Hello, everybody. Hello. I hope you enjoy what's about to happen, because I'm about to play Matt Walsh. So if you know who that is, I hope you're not gonna be what's it called? It's not gonna upset you. Can we have a debate? Sure, we can have a debate. If you want, we can do one later tonight. But otherwise, yeah, I'm fine with that, Marky. Was -40 with the wind chill yesterday. Ugh, Jesus Christ. Okay, you might have me beat on that. You might have me beat on that. That's fucking cold. I don't even want to know. I mean, I feel like I also get points. My window's open. It's like 3 degrees and my window's open, and it's kind of freezing in here. I like it cold, but you know. 40 freedom units, compression units. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna continue with the Matt Walsh video. You guys hang out, have fun. I appreciate you all being here. You should totally follow. Just saying. I'm sorry I have to be that person. I don't like being the please follow person. Feels cringe, but what can I say? Got bills to pay.
And transphobia. So it turns out that tokenism is not actually an effective strategy here. We cannot insulate ourselves from criticism by putting our arguments into the mouths of people who fall into identity categories that the left usually celebrates.
Thanks, Murdercom. Appreciate you.
Okay, I don't know how conservatives keep thinking this strategy will work. It never has. It never will.
I don't know if that's true.
It doesn't work.
It's worked for Thomas Sowell. It's worked for him perfectly fine.
Like, can
build
you
an
give me an
entire career on being the black guy
in one of these
who just says all the anti-black
and they make
stuff?
A conservative, well, not even conservative. They make a slightly less left-wing argument,
Thank
and
you.
the left goes, well, you know, normally I disagree with that, but this person is an identity group that we support, so I think we'll take it into consideration. Has that ever happened? Is there one example of that working? No, it doesn't, because the left values ideological conformity over all else. Their vision of diversity is one in which people of all races, ethnicities, sexual orientations, except white males, and made-up genders come together to march in lockstep and speak in unison. Anybody who misses...
Oh, yeah? I would like everyone to come together and speak their minds. Yeah? Oh, okay. I don't like the marginalization of groups based on inherent or like inherent qualities. Okay. Oh, caught me there, pal.
Or forgets a line or tries to improvise will be cast out as not only a bigot but a traitor as well.
This is a bad habit on the left. People on the left do sometimes get a little bit too eager to
softer treatment or a better
to kick
chance
people
at a
out of the
fair
movement for having
hearing.
minor
They're shouted down
differences.
all the louder and hated all the more, because on top of saying the things that the left hates, there's also the element of betrayal, because the left says, well, you're supposed to belong to us because of your identity. That doesn't make them. That doesn't make the heretic more credible in the eyes of the left. It just makes them a heretic. Just look at Jeffree Star. He agrees with the left on nearly everything, and he's living exactly the kind of lifestyle they promote, but they still exile him for mildly criticizing one small facet of gender ideology. Well, that doesn't make him our ally or our friend, but it does.
It makes him a fucking op. That's what he fucking is. He's fucking CIA. I still don't like Jeffree Star, but hey, if it makes you all look like fucking idiots in infight, then I guess I'm okay with it. Yeah, you guys can have him. Yeah, you guys can have him. The right can have Jeffree Star. Totally okay with that.
People like me to make
let the
this argument
let the right make Jeffree Star. Do it.
No, we don't need people like him to make the argument. We don't need a cross-dressing trans activist with neck tattoos and copious amounts of makeup to make the argument.
Man.
You know who we need? This goes back to the beginning of the show. We need normal people.
Normal white people.
Normal people like you. Normal, common sense people who live normal lives.
Like me.
And dress and act like normal people.
Like me.
We need them to speak up and be advocates.
I will speak up now.
Because
Matt
after
Walsh
all,
is a dipshit.
normalcy is what we're trying to defend, isn't it? The best defender of normalcy is a normal person. And not just one normal person, but...
You know, is that true? Is the best defender of normalcy a normal person? Also, what is a normal person? And what is, like, this is all rather relative, but okay.
Legions of them, an army of normal people demanding a return to sanity and common sense and basic moral decency. Jeffree Star is not ever going to be an effective champion for that cause.
Probably
you
not.
Can be. That is why Jeffree Star and his conservative defenders are today canceled.
Damn.
That'll do it for this portion of the show. So move over to the members block. If you're not a member yet.
God damn, poor Jeffree Star. Not allowed in the left, not allowed in the right. Well, I mean, I prefer him. He can stay in the right. They can stay in the right. They you know, let the grenade be there if it's gonna be anywhere. Okay. Anyway. All right. Cool. What the fuck was that sound? Okay, cool. Okay, that was Steam. I've never gotten that notification from Steam. Probably because I'm a loser. I only have like 2 friends on Steam. Okay, so anyway, what do we got next? Oh yeah. Okay, what is this? Nebula. Okay, 1 second. Let me double check to make sure I have this right. What the fuck is this? Okay, so this video popped up on my, what's it called? On my feed, and I was like, the fuck is here? Is what the fuck is going on? There's some YouTube channel called Foreign Man in a Foreign Land. I guess this dude is like Caribbean or something. I'm not sure what the deal is, but the video was called How to Man Like a Leftist, to which I couldn't help but be interested. I've not seen this. I don't know what his critiques are. I don't know what's going to be said in any of this. So let's all find out together, shall we? Also, I thought I saw Marky asked for a debate. If that's correct, can we have a debate? I think I responded to this, but let me do it. But let me say, Marky, if you're still in chat, if you're still watching, whoa. I just watched my entire thing go weird for a minute. Anyway, Marky, if you're still here, yes, yeah, we can have a debate. I'm fine. Just let me know what you want to talk about, and like I said, we could do it later. I have a pretty, I don't have anything past a certain point planned, so if you want to debate, we can absolutely do it later. Just let me know in chat, perk up. Otherwise, gonna just keep moving on. Anyway, right. Interesting. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm like looking at this dude's channel, and it's like semi-fascinating. Either way, this was How to Man Like a Leftist. Again, I don't know what the fuck this is about. As a man and as a leftist, though, I am rather intrigued as to what the fuck any of this means. So, let's...
What's the extended odds?
I wasn't ready for that. Christ. Why does it do that? Why is it whenever I hit full screen, it's like, let's go. And then it doesn't sometimes. What the fuck? I try to... Okay, whatever. Okay, anyway, I want to see what this is about. I want to see how I'm supposed to be being a man, I guess. I don't... It always worries me when people do this is how another group thinks being a man really is, and most of the time it's like bullshit. But anyway, let's go.
Free version of this video on my streaming service Nebula right now. The reason young men...
They let this guy on Nebula? Oh no. I thought Nebula was supposed to be like, not cringe. Ugh, I now have a lower opinion of Nebula.
Flock to alt-right MRA movements like deflated Squidward.
Most women are at their peak attraction, let's say in their early 20s.
Or this misogynistic Mickey Mouse.
sleep around casually.
It's because the left gives brain-dead advice to young men.
Holy shit.
My big and be them women, them and man, them. You know I took that personally. Y'all got me sweating in.
Holy fuck. Was this not satire? Am I going to agree with everything in this video? Because that is exactly why they flock to MRA guys. Holy shit.
Here, man. Noah and I put on our best Sigma faces to bring you a crash course on how to man like a leftist. And the first lesson
Oh my
is
God.
what not to do.
This is amazing.
Which is
I love
fall
this.
down this alpha male man hole. How was that, Noah?
Needs more Vine Boom sounds, please.
Okay, so this is from the left. Okay, no, I'm still okay with this. I still want to watch this. This still looks fun.
Monogamy is not natural to alpha males.
This is none other than Dr.
Oh, no.
Umar, the parody of Pan-Africanism, the Hotep aficionado, and a crushing hypocrite. You're probably
Amazing.
wondering how we got to this, the taint of takes. Well, first, we have to go back to the beginning.
You have more than one wife.
So this is Charlemagne the God, host of the Breakfast Club,
Base.
half of bad takes.
I've never been married,
Oh, okay. So that wasn't.
but I will have 2 queens.
All right.
Yes, sir.
So is polygamy
What?
more realistic?
I think we have to understand that monogamy is not natural to alpha males.
Boy, if you don't...
This is not only
made it.
true.
Now that is a rare Charlemagne dub right there.
Really? Really? We're doing the men can't have less than 2 women? It's just not possible? Really? Is it that? Is that really the okay? Like incapable. Got it. Well,
you lost me there, man. This is not only true amongst human beings, even within the animal kingdom.
Okay.
The alphas tend to have more than one spouse. And if you
we're
also
doing the
look
alpha
at women,
thing.
as much as they may chide,
let's be clear. If you think of the world of dating, or at the very least your conception of man as a hierarchical alpha, beta, sigma, whatever the fuck the other ones are, fucking whatever, I'm sorry, you're already taking an L. There's no more of an L than you can take. Hey, what's up, Comrade Petsy? Thanks for that. Appreciate you.
many women will date an
Like,
alpha male with another woman if she's attracted to him. Just look at the amount of women who date married men, but at the same time say they're against plural marriage.
Whenever a dude quotes the animal kingdom when he's talking about sex, that dude's
He said that dude's at the end. I thought he was going to say that dude's insane. The original study done by the scientist who was following these groups of wolves, all of these notions about what it means to be an alpha, to be the one who can dominate and then become the leader of the tribe or whatever.
We're
came out and
people,
said yeah, it's not actually don't, you guys are taking this way too seriously. It's not a real thing.
Go beyond the fallacy of alpha male science.
Dude,
if you have to say that you are alpha, chances are you ain't. But what is also so tragic is Umar makes.
What happens if you say you're if you say you're an alpha male, right? If you're an alpha male, but you say that, you're immediately disqualified from being an alpha male. But does that track if you're a sigma male? Now, sigma males is a whole nother thing. I remember I watched a video. It was actually really funny, but that's a whole different kind of dude. So I'm is that that's also Sigma's not even at the top of the food chain either. Why do you
claim that monogamy isn't natural? And if he left it right there, we may have possibly been in agreement. If you've watched my last video on divorcing patriarchy from marriage, then you would understand my sentiments as a married man. But the way coupling is
Comrade, is that your best
contemporary
Tachanka?
society is all in order to bolster patriarchy. Umar then goes on to make the claim that women accept polygyny so long as it's with an alpha male. Then goes on to justify this claim by claiming that women are fine with dating married men. However, they are against plural marriage. First off, I don't know what statistics this man's citing because it sounds purely anecdotal. Secondly, Umar...
So I came into this video. Let me just say this right now. I came into this video nervous because I didn't know what we were going to get. And I can say confidently now I'm fucking thrilled that I didn't pre-watch this.
Is actually reciting a particular pain point that goes back for eons in the incel community. The idea that the majority of eligible partners are interested in an oligarchy of patriarchy. And this
is that dude
oligarchy
real, or is that
comprised
dude
of
just
men that
like
perform
Photoshop?
patriarchy the best. And the award for the best patriarchy performance goes to Tyrone. Thank you. Thank you very much. And the hard truth is that they're right. However, it's not the full story. Yes, there are femmes that are interested in hypergamy. There will be women in this binary that are willing to be with a married man begrudgingly if he performs patriarchy well. However, that is not representative of the entirety of the dating pool. We no
This is
longer
like
live in a world
so
where women are
anecdotal
stars,
too.
and
Like,
you are at risk of your lineage not being able to be carried out. But at the same time, there are femmes that you will not be able to gain.
this is a fucking wild microphone too. It like, I'm assuming it's a directional mic, I think. I'm not 100% sure, but still, like, that's a whole grip of a fucking microphone, my guy.
Access to. It hurts, but we have to get over it. Just like those very femmes are not able to gain access to every desirable partner that they wish. And outside that binary, the same thing exists for NBs and people that do not abide by the gender spectrum. But there's this idea that women have it way easier, way earlier, due to the way that society values women. And that misconception is spouted by our favorite top G.
The traditional life path of a female is...
To all of my man them and non-femme presenting folk them, listen to me. If you call a femme a female, wrap it up. Calling a femme a female is the quickest way to dry them out like the Sahara. It's the quickest way to self-report. When you call a femme a female, it's like femme repellent.
She's 17, she's 18, she's 19, and her value is massively inflated. And I don't blame her. Of course it's massively inflated. Imagine being 19 years old, have achieved exactly zero in your life, knowing nothing. You put makeup on, and sports stars, billionaires, actors, the most important famous people on the planet, the richest men on the planet, are begging for your attention. The ego you're going to...
First of all, the idea that billionaires are important. Already we're buying into like a like fucking like mind like melting like worldview. Like, because your bank account has a certain number of commas, you are important. Like, please fucking spare me. My grandmother was never as rich as fucking Andrew Tate here, but my grandmother, easily a more valuable human being to this earth than this bald piece of shit. By choice, by the way.
Develop. Let's all be honest, right? The ego you're gonna develop is gonna be monumental. I'm special, I'm so gorgeous, all this, right? And then what happens?
I want to know who hurt like Andrew Tate. Who did this kind of psychic damage to him?
Are at their peak attraction, let's say in their early 20s. As they grow older, what women become is far more fearful of competition. This is why you'll see a woman who's a bit older go, oh, you know, I really want monogamy. What she's scared of is her dude getting a 21-year-old.
Middle schooler misogyny. You put on your makeup and then you go out and you get your ego all inflated, even though you're not even that cute. The assumption that value means two different things in this context, right? It means value for women is being hot. Value for men is being successful in their career.
Rich.
And that right there, already you're starting with a premise that is flawed.
Patriarchy makes it mandatory, obligatory, that femmes are romantically involved. And when they are not, they are sanctioned, either socially, financially, in many different ways, exiled from society. And this is a social phenomenon that hurts all of the genders, by the way. I mean, ace and arrow people, they ain't even, patriarchy don't even recognize them. Folks that ain't coloring in between the lines of patriarchy, it hates that. Don't listen to me. Listen to an NB, a Bahamian NB at that.
I should probably just start off by saying this. No offense, I am repulsed by men. I'm not gonna lie. Like, and it's just so funny because it's like, throughout my entire career of being on TikTok, I've been always saying, oh, he gay. I don't like man, bro. Like, I literally don't like man. Like, I
fucking
haven't
chill.
liked man from the start. But it don't matter. It does not matter, because if I say, hey, I think we shouldn't beat up gals, this nigga like dicking him out.
What
You're
the
incurring homophobia, not even... it's not even fair, because literally, I don't like man. I don't like man. I'm not even lying, bro. I don't. But it doesn't matter, because I exist.
And it's also because, like, jokes aside, also, it's mainly because our society has no other, like, way of identifying these people. Like he's right when he says, like, yeah, we don't even have the, like, societal or, like, within our patriarchy, there isn't even a place for these people. If you're, like, non-binary, it's like everyone's like, well, wait, how do you fit into this structure? And it's like, well, I'm not within the structure. There's you're not even part of that. You're not buying into either of the gender binaries. And, like, when you live under a structure as we do in, like, the United States, I'll just stick with the US because it's what I know. But, like, when you live under that kind of structure, under that binary, that very binary patriarchy, it's why you find that when people who don't fit within that start to, I don't even want to say exist, like, when they become more visible in your society, you have guys like Matt Walsh, you have guys like Michael Knowles, you have all these right-wingers who come in and do, like, well, this never used to be a thing, this isn't real, this is just all made up. No, they've always been here. It's just now you can fucking see them because the actual structure has deteriorated so much. Because the actual structure of patriarchy under the gender binary hasn't done anything for anybody. It really hasn't. We haven't gotten anything out of the structure. Women under it are more miserable, less happy, and men under it are more stressed, put upon more by society, and put into more danger, by the way. Like, this patriarchy doesn't serve anybody. For every good thing men might think they get out of the patriarchy, out of this structure, out of this system of organizing our society, there's at least 2 or 3 other things that are incredibly detrimental that I would argue outweigh the benefits by a long shot. Not only that, but any of the benefits, most of them are also going to have to do with the relationship they have to women, which is usually rather damaging to women. So, there's no equalization of anybody. Women have it worse. Men have it better because women have it worse. But men don't even have it that great. Men are still fucking miserable. So, like, what are we getting out of it?
Outside of the binary already, and even if I didn't, even if I was just like a straight guy, they would still say I like man.
We have this urge to categorize people and put them into schemas so that we could better make sense of the world. We're constantly made uncomfortable with people disobeying the gender spectrum, people like Demjay. And for those of us that exist in those binaries like moi, we are pressured to conform to patriarchy.
The patriarchal pressure to find a mate, and if you don't find a mate, then your value decreases as like a human. There's a moralistic element where once you hit 30 and you haven't settled down, because the expectation was you'd be settling down at the ages he's talking about, of like 17, 18, 19, then you're a failure. And there's something.
Oh yeah. And we've talked, and we saw this with Ben Shapiro on Tuesday. Ben Shapiro does, like, kind of the same thing where he doesn't think voluntary childlessness, he, like, actively thinks voluntary childlessness is bad because in his worldview they have he's constructed, or at the very least he defends this structure where, like, if you're not having kids at, like, by 30, or if you're not settled down by 30, if you don't have a job that's paying, like, X amount, if you're not putting a mortgage on a house by whatever age, all of these things that you are failing as a human being. And, like, again, as our society begins to degrade due to late stage capitalism, less and less people are going to be able to fulfill and actually reach any of those benchmarks. Meaning the patriarchy that they've been brought up in, the one that's told them how to organize their lives, how to understand the organizations of other people's lives, now actively is like an antagonizing force for their mental health. They now feel like failures because at 30, they're not settled down and paying a mortgage and having their first kid. Even though there's, like, nothing wrong with that. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. Ben Shapiro will get on his platform and tell you, yeah, like, well, you know, societies need to continually have kids because they need to continually restock their like population supply, or, you know, whatever term they fucking use. But like, yeah, so all right, this is why we have immigration. Like, you can bring people in through the immigration process to kind of shore up some of those what's the word, gaps in the population in terms of like employees, in terms of workers. But like, also think about this, also, who does this benefit? Who are we, when we talk about the society, who are we benefiting? Who's actually benefiting from more people, more workers existing? It's places like Amazon, like Walmart. They need as many people to be popping out babies because those people are going to buy the products. Those people are going to work in the warehouses. Those people are going to sell the products. Like, they need that constant thing. So like, also when we talk about patriarchy, it also only really serves business owners, because Walmart ain't looking out for societal betterment. Walmart isn't interested in the betterment of our society. They're interested in the betterment of their fucking wallets. So like, you know, like, also the question becomes like, who is this for? Who is any of this for? Who are any of these structures for? And they always end up, by the time you get to the top of them, there's usually somebody who owns a business, trying to sell a product, trying to, you know, skirt taxes, whatever it might be, that seems to benefit from all these systems, assert their dominance in some kind of way. And anyway.
Wrong with you. And the reason that was the expectation is that financial aspect of it, of literally not being able to work and being stigmatized to work. So once you set it up all this way, and then it comes back around and this is the result, and you're still expecting that, and you're like, oh, people aren't wanting to do that anymore because it's legal for women to go outside. No, fuck.
Yet the men that are radicalized in these manospheric spaces believe that women benefit more under patriarchy than themselves. That all they have to do is exist, and they're adorned with adoration and resources. When in fact, femmes feel similar feelings of disenfranchisement and inadequacy. Imagine growing up in an IG reality, seeing fellow femmes airbrushed to bits, their breasts and butts augmented or, I don't know, attenuated, whatever it is, just to fit the beauty standards. White supremacist beauty standards are that. Think about the femmes that don't fit that mold. They are rendered invisible at best, or at worst, they're actively marginalized. I'm thinking of folks like Sarah the Fat Critic, who has had to endure countless bouts of hateful comments disguised as meaningful and genuine concerns for her well-being. Oh, my dear
I've gotten a message
Jeffree,
like that
who
before.
regularly gets deemed to be a groomer simply for existing. But even so,
I've seen a Jesse Gender video.
Will always be
I've reacted to that.
femmes. Because black femmes are deprived of the ability to even begin to think, to reach the white femininity ideal that is steeped in anti-blackness. Black womanhood in a white supremacist society will always be tantamount to masculinity. Then there's, of course, the tangible dangers for
fucking
anyone
spitting
that
facts.
presents their gender
Also,
expression.
to anybody who might be not quite on the side of me or this fine Caribbean gentleman, when he says white supremacist structures, let's be really, really clear. We're not talking about structures that are like what's the word? That are explicitly racist or explicitly, interested in white domination. What they are most of the time is structures built with a bias that somehow always conveniently aligns with elements of white identity, that being fairer skin, usually not as much on the curly haired side, like stuff like that. So keep that in mind. Like when we say white supremacist structures, there are people who bristle at that stuff, and I get it, but like also you need to understand that these systems aren't trying to is the word point out, or like they're not trying to diagnose like any kind of what am I thinking, like direct racism, that anybody who participates in them are performing here. What we're talking about is structures that have biases, because they're built by humans at the end of the day, and all humans have biases at the end of the day, but they were built at a time when a certain stripe of American, a certain stripe of person, was the dominant cultural force. And as those structures were built, they were built with that cultural force in mind. Meaning that, conscious or not, like a lot of our systems are rather friendly toward white, mostly cisgender, heterosexual biases and those kinds of, that worldview. So also keep that in mind.
Expresses it in a way that is contrary to the mainstream. Like Demj. Sorry to keep picking on you.
And if I do go out, I have to be careful because it only takes one drunk Bahamian guy to see me and then clock me as being gay and then say, well, I gotta take care of this. So it's like, I gotta be careful because it's like, I might want to, dress up in a certain kind of way, but it's the way that a guy might side eye me. It's just like, bro, I'm in a dangerous spot. Let me go on. Of course, being queer in a country like this is gonna be pretty bad, right? But for me, I could turn off my queerness and then just be like, what's going on? But then other people, like, I know some guys, like, the way that they speak, like, they can't just stop talking in, like, a feminine way. Yeah. And, like, I know some girls, it's like they don't want to dress in a feminine way, and they aren't gonna, like, try to even change that. And so they have to deal with that kind of stuff, like, all the time, like, constant pushback, like, oh, why are you talking like that? Why are you dressed like that? And for them, I feel really bad for people who have like a lot of gender dysphoria, because you would get it horrible there, because nobody is gonna look at you. For example, if you're a trans woman and if you still appear like masculine or whatever, nobody's gonna know. I remember actually one of the first times when I realized that I really like being called they, I was in a Wendy's line and I had on a bonnet and it was kind of dark, and the lady, she was like, oh, can you give them their receipt? And I was like, there. I like that. Okay.
I like the ring of that.
Yeah, because like I guess she couldn't tell if I was like a guy or a girl, so she said they. Because Bahamians normally they wouldn't say they, right? They just say oh he, she. But she literally couldn't tell, and I was like, I like that. I like that.
All that to say, my brothers in Christ.
And is that hard? Honest to God, is that hard? Is it? Like Jeffree Star makes it out to be like totally difficult and insane, but like we do this all the time by accident. So like it can't be that hard.
My mask presenting folk them. Don't assume that you ain't good enough for gals. Cause it's a self-fulfilling prophecy that makes you not good enough for gals. Do whatever you need to do in order to feel worthy of affection. Whatever self-aggrandizing rituals you have, so long as they don't encroach on the freedom of actual people. Please, I shouldn't have to say that. For me, it's going to the gym, getting a haircut, getting my nails done. Onto this treasure trove of misogyny and grammatical errors that I found.
All things I should be doing but don't. What the fuck is going on?
Why is it a why is it the Planet of the Apes? What is that? The new like Patrick Bateman? To me, he's just a monkey. You could just put like a hippopotamus there and be like, don't let him take custody of the kids. Fight in those courts. Wait, isn't the account like all?
Yes,
all those clips,
I have
right?
more of them too, and it's just the monkey. It's just the CGI ass monkey.
Withhold your AdSense money from the Planet of the Apes clips that you're making. Withhold it. That's fine. Women taking your money, YouTube copyright taking your money, arguably worse.
Facts.
There's really no commentary to be had here, is there? This is just a glaring example of the men's not being okay. Because why the irrational fear of the femme femmes taking you for whatever you have. It's giving very much Pearl the Pick Me. You know the old gal that was talking about how the 50-year-old dad got divorced and left with nothing, not even laughter?
Guys commit suicide because think about it. Put yourself in those guys' shoes. You work for 20, 30 years. You're still young. You lost everything tomorrow. You could still build it back.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna...
Right, but I'm saying this guy's 55. His wife leaves him. If he has children that are still under the age of 18, she takes the kids. And she is paid to take them and give him less time. And then he has to start from scratch.
It's very deceptive. These talking points are very deceptive.
What are we talking
because
about?
On the one hand, yes, divorce courts tend to favor giving custody to the mother. However, the big
Would you like to know why that is? Like, for any guys, for any like MRAs out there, the reason why courts generally like tend to give custody to women of children over men is because of the patriarchy. Because the patriarchal understanding of women is that they are better caregivers, that they are better parents than men inherently. This isn't something you can escape. Like, you know, at the end of the day, this is built into the system. You can't escape this as part of the patriarchal system. Like, this is baked in. This is a feature, not a bug.
caveat is why? Why is that the case? The question is never asked. It's never even considered why that could be the case. The specifics of that case, we have no idea if he was an abuser. You have to really pay attention because they're touchy, because they'll use them for the end goal of saying this man has been maligned here and this is what men face when they enter relationships.
Listen, man, things like this is pissing me off. You know how many beautiful femmes I know personally right now that I could call that dealing with broke man. I talking about so broke, irrevocably broke. And it's okay to be broke. I don't understand why
we're all broke one day.
Voracious and rapacious capitalist society that calling people broke is a joke. But trust me, daddy, there are a lot of femmes with men without means. I'm telling you right now, but more than you believe.
Not wrong.
I know femmes that are providing the funds. Yeah, they ain't only bringing something to the table, they bring in the whole table, and the silverware, and the bacon, which is why there are so many reactionary social movements like Black Girls in Luxury or Soft Girl Era or, you know, the stay-at-home girlfriend trend, all these different ways. It's just repackaging capitalism. I think I could do a whole video on it. But this talking
Probably
point that
could.
I hear from a lot of man them that talking about, oh, you know,
I would watch that
out here
video.
trying to gold dig, and they trying to, you know, take us for a meal ticket and X, Y, and Z. That is not representative of the entirety of the dating pool. I have to keep on saying this. This sounds like a chorus.
Don't sleep around casually. Well, why not? It's like, why can't sex just be casual and fun? It's like, well,
why not?
It's too. You can't divorce it from the rest of life. Like, let's say you
What is he talking about?
try to divorce your sexual conduct from your emotional life. Well, okay, if you do that 500 times, what sort of person are you?
It's a vice, like anything else.
Well, it starts to violate the reciprocity arrangement with other people. It's like, well, we can just use each other for sexual pleasure. It's like, well,
you lose
no, you lose. Yeah, you bet you lose.
There are people who have casual sex, who go out and are able to have relations with other people and still make the calculation that they're like, yeah, you're not really, like, I'm not really in, you know, this is as far as the relationship's gonna go. And then somebody comes along that they get more meaning from, and then they like will stay with that person. This isn't okay. Well, I'm just okay. Like, I'm sure the like what Jordan is saying happens, but I'm like, is that the norm? Like, no, people just go about it. It's also like the idea of like, you wouldn't be able to have like girlfriends. You wouldn't be able to have like, not like casual, but like you can't have regular relationships that eventually and then like, you know, you have like 5 relationships over the course of 7 years, and then but like the 5th one is the one that's stuck. Like this happens all the time with people. People don't just meet, don't just date and then only have sex and then only marry the first person. And you can ask people who go through, who've like been in those kinds of relationships, they tend to not have a, it's like people who don't visit other countries or don't like, don't have like a full world view, and you find that you're missing, you don't know what you want. You're kind of like, you're not sure what you're looking for. Like, you don't even know what you want in a relationship until you've been in a couple of them, because it's like hard to kind of figure that out if you've never been in. Anybody can be like, oh, I want a girl that does X, Y, and Z, right? But like, if you've never been with a woman in a serious relationship, you don't know if those are actually the things, those are actually the elements that'll bring you happiness. For all you know, a woman who can cook, you might not want that because maybe you want to cook. Like there's all of these certain traits that, like, again, the patriarchy, by the way, tells us that like women should be doing these tasks, you should be doing those tasks. And it's this template for like relationship building that you didn't write for yourself. And then you wonder down the line, like, why don't we share interests in this or in that, or, or this or whatever. And it's like, yeah, you date people, you get to learn the types of people that you really gel with, or somebody that like maybe at first you might seem like you'd be a good couple, but then you come to the realization that like, no, we'd be better off as like friends. But you don't come to that unless you get some experience, unless you like, learn a little bit about yourself, you grow, you introspect. It's just like, it's no different with
Every
sex.
time you have sex, you lose a centimeter off your penis. If you have sex too many times,
this is
it's
true.
gone.
I can
you lose. For women, it's a year off the life, or it's 10 years, I think, because you don't want to have like, that'd be like 50 times, 50 partners. Oh my God, are you serious? That's like, that's the whole village at that point. Ethan from H3 says it's a vice. And when you're talking about someone having sex 500 times, depending on the span of time, that could be like, that's possible. That could be like a sex addiction.
Mm-hmm.
But Jordan's not talking about that. Jordan's talking about casual sex. He's talking about
there is like there is like a measurement that is like,
because
this is an addiction.
Something.
This is basically a blatant appeal to control femmes' bodies even more than we unfortunately already do with the passing and overturning of things like Roe v. Wade. If you following my Twitter or my TikTok, you already know what I'm about to say. Listen, sex is great. Don't let these fellas that ain't getting no bread tell you that sex ain't great, that you can't be having no... Sex is great, okay?
True.
Bust some nuts.
Exactly.
Hey, because guess what? When you're dead and gone, and all them people that was gonna slut shame you talking about you shouldn't have sex too much, and all them nuts that you didn't get to bust, that's on you. So don't deprive yourself of the conquest of flesh just because you're scared of what people think. As long as it's safe and consensual, have at it. And on the other hand,
go
for
for
my
it.
man them out there, listen, we need to start actually enjoying sex. Like for real, man. All these rap songs that I hear that talking about sex, it's very violent. It's giving abuse. And that's because
I'm glad someone's saying it. I really am.
More about power.
If I gotta hear another like 21 Savage song,
and this
that's
is
like
to how we were socialized,
yikesy,
and engendering a particular relationship that men have with sex.
Men being socialized to view sex as like a foundational part of who they are, a foundational part of their value. The value isn't to be their ability to satisfy their partner or to be a considerate lover. It's to hook up. That's where the value is derived in terms of the sort of traditional masculinity, because it's a form of power.
The state of dating and coupling is in desperate need of a disruption, and it has been for generations. This is not unique to us. There's been gender wars going on ad nauseum, but we desperately need more empathy for other genders because we always thinking that they got it better than us, that the grass greener on the other side. Because that perspective is how you get people out there enjoying to see beautiful people in pain and misery like themselves. Like this video from Griffin Mind.
Dating with guys, I don't know how I always end up in the exact same situation. It's always the same thing. They're not in a place where they are looking for a relationship. They have other things that are more important. And I'm just
okay. So this is what I mean. As you date, Understand, you are making yourself vulnerable to the world, to the people who you are interested in. You are opening yourself up to pain, to the possibility of pain. And that's part of growing as a person. And again, it's like, if you are like actively dating, and same with like having sex and any of that stuff, you're not going to be able to grow as a person. Like, this girl obviously like seems to, you know, let's assume she's, you know, out there trying to talk to different dudes, but seems like they're all kind of giving her the same messages. Like, she's not going to come to that realization, or at the very least, like, you know, there's a certain understanding after you've been through enough of these kind of like conversations with like people you're interested in, where you're like, damn, like, what the fuck? Like, how do I, like, this isn't what I'm looking for. Like, I'm not looking for somebody who wants to do other things or this or that. She's identifying through her experiences what she's going to be looking for in the future, so that when somebody comes along that fits into those characteristics, she's able to identify that person and focus on them. And that's what you need to be doing with dating. Like, you can't do this like, I'm not going to date, not having casual sex, not going to have any of this stuff because I don't want to. Like, no, you need to go through this. You need to make yourself open and vulnerable and have an ability to be hurt a little bit, so that you can identify. Like, you know, you don't know, it's like you don't know the pot's hot until you touch it and you're like, ah, shit, it's hot, right? Like, it's like anything else.
Just like, I'm never good enough.
Women have been fed a lie just as much as men have when it comes to how we should operate in the world. Men hit 18 and they immediately understand that their value is low because the world reflects that. They get out into the world and get very few results. Women hit 18 and they immediately get tons of results and have tons of options, but then they have to face the harsh reality later in life once they hit the so-called wall, which is usually anywhere between like 28 all the way up to like 35. But when women face reality, a lot of the times it's too late and they can't really do anything about it. It's just another reason why everyone needs to hear this information so we can build a happier, healthier society.
It's also why you shouldn't have, like, there shouldn't be a wall for women, and there shouldn't be like a like, the wall for women from as like a concept is unhealthy for our society. It just is. Same in the same vein, the I'm trying to think of what the fucking like difficulty curve for like men in life. Like, if you ever played video games, you've heard like the term like difficulty, the term difficulty curve. Like, you should not enter life and it be this like immediate like this and then boom, like straight up. Like, we need to disrupt a lot of that. We need to give people the space to grow into the people that they're going to eventually be, not this whatever this is. Like, you know, what the system that we have now, again, it's the patriarchy, it's the way the system has been built, which also is around capitalism, because again, men who are poor are of less value than men who aren't. Even though, like, you have friends, are your favorite friends rich? No, probably not. Your favorite friends are the people who are like closest to you, but it has nothing to do with their money. It has nothing to do with your car. All of my friends drive shitmobiles. All of my friends are poor. All of my friends I deeply love. Like, their value to society has nothing to do with like whether they're like rich, whether they're CEOs, whether they're this, whether they're that. None of it. And like, all of them have their relationships and are happy. And it's because that's not how they measure themselves. Now, I'm not saying that they don't. I'm sure, you know, some of it, I'm sure there's some of that in there. But like, my point being, that's not why I value them. And I don't think that's why their significant others values them. Not because, you know, it's not because they're the top of the food chain, alpha males, whatever. We're fucking nerds. Like, I'm constantly awoken with like a barrage of text messages, fucking debating like comic book shit. Like, we're fucking nerds, we're weebs, we're all the rest of those things. But like, our value is derived from the things we're interested in, the things that we get value from, not by all this stuff that like specifically our patriarchal society in the United States tells us we should be deriving value from.
in my course. They
love it. They love it so much.
It's just like, oh yeah.
You would cry because she's beautiful. She's a cute girl.
Yeah.
And so they're like, yes, finally you're experiencing what it's like to be me. I love when you cry. I love when you have negative interactions with men, because that means you're even more likely to say yes to my little goblin ass. His conclusion about building a better society, like you're right, that buy my course, 100%, that's the foundation of the grift. But also, build a better society in this case means mandate girlfriends. It means you, like, women aren't providing and they need to provide because men are not getting it, so we need to, like, that's the only conclusion to this situation. They need to understand this so that they can be more humble and accept whatever offer they get when they're 18. So that's the first issue. That's the first of my issues with this video. The second is, again, the nebulous concept of value. He said men turn 18 and they know they have no value. Well, in what sense? Like, when I was 18, I thought I was the shit. I thought I was
the man. Yes,
the man.
The self-help side of social media needs help, because the type of help that they say that they provide is built on a very rickety premise. Let me put it to you plainly. All dating advice is bullshit. There's no set of words, no amount of riz. I can't believe I just said that will get you whomever you desire. These people just peddling patriarchy, misogyny, and white supremacy.
I have like no idea who this dude on the right is. What is this? Griffin Mind. Interesting. The future of for most women. Yeah. Like, the problem also is this dude, like, I think this dude, like, might be identifying the problem, but unfortunately his, like, prescription is not for us to dismantle the patriarchal system that we have and either build a new one or go, crazy thought, without a system of hierarchy between men and women. But obviously Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson are rather obvious offenders in this case.
Disguised as courses, and they're extremely irresponsible for doing so. The truth is that people are individuals, and you need to tailor your approach on a case-by-case basis. But even that focus is wrong. Just like the issue that I had with that tweet from earlier. The type of advice that the right likes to give, especially catered to young men, is how to get girls. And you're damn right you ain't gonna get that over here. The mere sentence, how to get girls, is a self-report. Because what do you mean by get? They're not property. And if you're trying to figure out different strategies, it's almost as if you're trying to game them into getting them.
Because a lot of them treat it like a game,
you mean getting
sadly.
sex from them. Doesn't that sound like a little bit more coercive? You don't get girls.
Whoops.
Because they're not property. At least anymore. You have to treat people like
certainly
people.
Not anymore.
And once you start doing that, you can see the success. And speaking of success, I owe a majority of mine to you. Because you, the type of person that gets to this point in the video, is the type of person that keeps this channel going. And if you'd like to support even more,
I've never watched one of these videos, but
my streaming service, Nebula, for less.
Okay. We're done with all right. This is an ad for Nebula. Okay, so I mostly agree with all this, except at the end, I do think that the left specifically should be giving more, like, so this is the thing. We should not be giving advice in the same vein. He is right in terms of, like, the way the right does. The right does a lot of the, like, get women, achieve this, achieve that, or, like, it's more of like an ownership thing. It's like an achievement sort of thing, right? And I don't really think that that's the way that we go about this in a positive manner, or at least one that is going to, I think, actually forward a worldview that we want to see here on the left. So, like, where I think, like I'm not going to get on here and tell you how to get women, obviously. There's no real, like, answer to that question. But there are things that you can do as a man, as a person on the planet, that will make you more attractive as a human being, kind of just to everybody. And a big one of those is always going to be confidence, and we're not going to get into too much of that. But I do think the left needs to be better about kind of addressing directly men's specific issues. It's a big problem, which actually leads me into the next topic after I go grab some water. But like, these are kind of the things that we need to talk about a little bit more. But either way, so let's do that after I take a break and grab some water. Right, I should do the thing, because even though I hate it, if you have enjoyed any of what's been happening, if you've had fun, if you've learned anything, if you've gotten some catharsis, really just anything, I would be super appreciative if you go down and hit the follow button if you're on Twitch, and if you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. It really helps me out, helps the channel grow, helps me continue to kind of grow this whole thing. It's been a couple of months. I really like doing this, but obviously, you know, the more the merrier. The larger the larger this channel gets, the more time I can dedicate to it, as opposed to right now only doing it about 3 times a week while trying to upload videos and, you know, do all the rest of the stuff that comes with content creation. But either way, I'm gonna go on break, I'm gonna grab some water, and then we're gonna come back and talk more about men's stuff, because luckily this actually rolled right into the topic I wanted to talk about. So I'll be back. You all stay where you are, don't move, hands up, don't shoot, whatever. See you in a few. All right, I'm back. Okay. Okay, so we talked about men. So that last video, wonderful. But I mentioned we were going to talk about men going forward and stuff in a further topic. And I want to take a look at Pew Research, I guess. There was like a... how long ago was this from? Oh, this was from like 2020. Okay, that's okay. I still... let's see. Wait. Do we have a newer one? This popped up on my radar, but I want to see if we have like a newer one. Let me double check just to make sure. Let's see. Dating, we'll say. Let's try that. Let me just make sure. Key findings about online dating in the US. No. Most Americans who are single and looking say dating has been harder during the pandemic. From looking, during the pandemic. Well, I'm sure during the pandemic. Let's see. See if men gets us anything. Recent surge, use drug overdose, Valentine's Day, 5 facts about single Americans. Ooh, why don't we do this? Multi-generational homes. Yeah, financial issues. Yeah, no shit. Makes sense. Okay. So I want to take a look at, in that case, we're going to look at 3 Pew Research things. If I can fucking find the second one I wanted to look at. Okay. I guess I have to search it again? It's stupid. Ooh, 3 in 10 say they have never... Ooh, okay. This is interesting. Okay. So in 2020, Pew Research, I guess, did a whole, like, thing here. Let's see. Why, if I click this, will it bring it up? Nope, it won't. Okay. Partnered, single, looking. Singles are split between being on and off dating market. Makes sense. Okay. Many single adults in the U.S. are content being on their own. Of the half who are not looking for a relationship or dates at the moment, having more important priorities than enjoying being single are the top reasons why they are not looking to date. Oh, yeah. I think this is, I think, is this the same one? This is definitely the same. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think we looked at this, with the Ben Shapiro thing, didn't we? Casual. Oh, no. That was different. It was Pew Research, but it was a different study. Share of adults who are single varies by race, age, education, and sexual orientation. While about 3 in 10 U.S. adults, or 31%, say they are single, that is not married, living with a partner, or a committed romantic relationship, that share varies widely across demographic groups. The youngest and oldest Americans are the most likely to be single. 41% of those ages 18 to 29 and 36% of those 65 and older say they are single, compared to 23% of those 30 to 49 and 28. Okay. Share of U.S. adults who are single varies by demographic group. All adults, white. Oh, wow. Interesting. Ages, yep, that's the biggest group. I mean, that makes... it's definitely not the best group. Closely followed by 65 and older, okay. Men and women are about... Among men, God, 18 to 29 just is fucking outpacing. 65 up for women. The smallest group is 19 to 29. High school or less, it's 34%. Some college, 32. A bachelor's plus. Okay, so if you have a bachelor's degree, then you're at a lower percentage. Okay, straight. Jeez, straight people taking the L's, man. Let's see. Age differences. Okay, sorry. While about 3 in 10 U.S. adults. Oh, I'm stupid. These age differences belie huge differences by gender among men. Those younger than 30 are by far the most likely to be single. About half the men in the group, 51%, are single, compared to Okay. Also, differences in the share of who are single by race and education. Black adults, 47%, are much more likely to be single than white, 28%, or Hispanic, 27%. About a third of those with a high school diploma or less education, or some college educated, 32% are single, compared to 25% of those with a bachelor's. Makes sense. While 47% of adults who identify as gay, only 29% of straight adults among those surveys, median 35. But differences are just okay. Oh wait, no, wait, hold up. Oh, who are single? I'm stupid. Never mind. Straight people are doing better in that regard. Okay, sorry, just kidding. I read that backwards. Many singles aren't looking to date right now. Half of singles say they are not currently looking for a relationship or dates, while about a quarter say they are looking for either a committed relationship or casual dates. The smallest shares say they are looking only for. Makes sense. Majority of the single in the 18 to 29 and 30. Okay. What if I just like only read the graphs? What if I did that? Would that be stupid of me? Half of singles are not looking for it. Okay, percent of adults saying they are currently not looking. Okay, half of everybody's like, nah, not into it. 10% looking for casual. 14% looking for committed. 26 are like, don't give a fuck. I'll take anything. Makes sense. Single adults are those who are not married, living. Yeah, okay. We knew that. Most older single women are not looking. I mean, okay, that makes sense. Not looking. I mean that tracks. Divorced for the most part aren't looking. Never married are also not looking, but to a smaller degree. Okay, all single adults 50-49. Makes sense. Just half and half. Men not looking. Jeez. Sheesh. Man. So literally they're swapped. Fucking men who are not looking equal the amount, like men who are not looking takes up the same. Wow, yeah, that's like, yeah, those are 18 to 49 or 18 to 29, sorry. 37-63 looking 50. Yeah, that makes sense. That doesn't drop as much as I think you would think. 65 and up, that's where like the really big drop is. That makes sense. Among 18 to 39, so that's encompassing all of the bottom group and a little bit of the other one. Men looking super high. Women looking is also super high. Only really outpaced by 6 points, so not super crazy. Among 40 plus, women begin to basically drop off of their interest. Men a little bit, but not as significant. Never married, obviously, is going to be looking the most. Divorce being okay, kind of. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Cool. So it seems like we're in a situation, especially when I see this number. The what is it? The 18 to 29 number, I find, or no, I'm sorry, not the 18. The women and men looking. The fact that those are like mirror each other opposites is certainly a bit concerning. About half of daters are open to either relationship or casual. That makes sense. Committed relationship only 28. Casual only either. Okay, that makes sense. Everyone's like, I'll that's the like, I'll hedge my bets. That's fine. For younger non-daters, dating isn't just a top priority. Okay. Let's take a look here. Oh, this is a big one. Let's back up a bit. There we go. Percent of single non-daters saying that each of the following is a major reason why they are not currently looking for a relationship or dates. All single non-daters, 47. Okay, that's the other. Okay. Having more important priorities right now. 50 plus is a little bit lower, mainly because you probably achieved everything. 18 to 49. So if I'm looking at this, right, if you're like asking me like, okay, so what's the problem here? Like people aren't dating because there's more important priorities, right? What would those be most likely? Well, most likely we're probably looking at like jobs. We're looking at we're looking at like jobs, we're looking at we're looking at careerism, we're looking at kind of like economic stability. Most likely it's like the things that are going to be more important are going to be like a lot of these like economic necessities. You got to take care of, like when I turned 18 is a good example. There wasn't really, although dating was like something that was like on the mind, that's is always like there. At the end of the day, dating was always like, I mean, if I take a break from dating and I get a good job, or like I go to school, really focus on school, and then after I'm done with school, then I have a stable job, I have a stable career, then I can focus on that stuff. What this says to me is I think we're just, it's rather obvious that like as kids are coming out of high school and going into college or immediately into the workforce, I would diagnose this as like we just haven't created a society that is, what's the word I'm looking for, that is like acclimated for them. Like kids are going into the world and they're like, fuck, I need to like get a job, I need to like have money, I need to be able to do all the like things like if I'm looking at this, I'm like, that number obviously is going to always be higher than the 50 plus bracket. That's rather obvious because 50 plus, you're starting to wind down your career. But having it at such a high number, I think, is a rather obvious sign that too much pressure in terms of economics and like the lack of mobility that a lot of people find in their like economic lives early on in life, like we need to fix that. And a lot of those is going to be addressing like wage gaps. A lot of that is going to be addressing just straight wage floors, along with working conditions, educational basically opportunities. So like, if you can go to college, then like you have to deal with being a college student. If you're a college student, then you have to juggle, having relationships while being able to like, basically set yourself up for the next 40 years. And that's just a lot to kind of set on to, kids at 18 or 19. Let's see, just like being single, that's only at 41. So like that's going to be a number where it's like, yeah, that's not even a majority of people. Like, yeah, a lot of people just like being single, sure, but like, if they're 18 to 49, you have to bet that like the closer you are to 18, the more that they're going to be pushed into that like I'd rather be single answer a little bit more. Too busy, oh, the fact that too busy is as high as it is also. Like obviously if you're 50 plus, you're not too busy, you're at least closing in on retirement, if not already there. Whereas if you're 18 to 49, excuse me, you're probably rather busy, constantly working, probably overworked to a decent degree. Haven't had luck in the past. I find it at the very least, I think, a little heartening that like the people who are older seem to think that they had the equal amount of luck as people did now. Meaning it's not a scenario where it's like it was so much easier then to a degree. It's like, well, I mean, is it hard? It's different. It's that like dating now is different. And with that comes different challenges. But like, the being able to like, I think find a partner. What's up, Wolf? I think is overall like, I feel like it's become easier, but it's also become harder in the sense that everyone's a little bit less connected, I think, in a meaningful way. Let's see. Feel like no one would be interested Jesus. Well, I mean, okay, yeah, 12 makes sense. Double that for 18 to 49. Honestly, not ready after losing a spouse or ending a relationship. Wow. Wow, that's like actually really saying something. Miss you too, Skeptical. I'm sorry I haven't been on like quite as late lately. Since I know you get off like pretty late. Not ready. Yeah, like, oh, that's so weird to me. That the idea that like the person 50 plus is feeling like is like less intimidated by like losing a spouse or like another relationship. Is less intimidated by that. Or no, maybe they're more? What is it? Wait. This is the following. Oh no, they're only slightly more though. That's wild. Like, that's kind of wild. Feel like I am too old. Okay, thank God the young number for that. Yeah, that makes sense. Health problems make it difficult. Those are about equal, which I would actually think that'd be higher, but or at least the very least you would think that the 50 plus group would be higher. But being on Medicare kind of helps in that regard. Like, if being on Medicare but you're old is like, oh, like I'm old, I'm more sick than usual, I'm a little bit more, vulnerable to like things, but I'm on Medicare, I can get healthcare rather easily, as opposed to, yeah, I'm younger, but I have like no insurance, or well, not like insurance in the sense of a policy. I mean insurance that like I won't go bankrupt at 19 because I get really sick. But that makes sense. Anyway, let's see. You should see how cold the weather is here. I heard there was another Canadian in here telling me I wasn't allowed to wear flannel. Yeah, it's like, what are we at right now? We're at 4 degrees here in Colorado, so cold. My window's open, so I'm pretty cold, but yeah, I can only imagine you Canadians have it rather frigid. Fucking 35. Is it even like safe to be outside at those numbers? Okay. Okay. Cool. Just want to read this last chart. Meeting online is one of the most popular ways for LGB, didn't put T in there, adults to meet partners. All partner adults online 12%, through family and friends 32, through work 18. I would think the work one would be like way higher. Outside sometime. Oof. Jeez. My condolences. Glad you've survived. Through work, through school, place of worship, bar, restaurant, somewhere else. Yeah, bars or restaurants. I know there's like I feel like there's like not expectation, but there's like a stereotype that you like meet a lot of people in bars and restaurants. I can't say that I've, as somebody who like, I was single for quite a while, in my 20s, but like, yeah, I don't know if I would. Most of it always for me comes through work or through friends. I really never got into the online dating thing, but 18 to 29, that online dating number goes up quite a bit. Friends goes down slightly. Through work goes down. Through school, okay, that makes sense if you're in school. Obviously those other ones, some of those you can't even drink. Makes sense. 30 to 49, 50, a little bit more in online. Back up and over the number it would at the standard for everybody. Okay. 50 to 64. 30, 21. Okay. Ooh, here we go. Urban, suburban, rural. This is the interesting part. Okay, if you're urban and suburban, you're relying on online a little bit more. Friends and families kind of up there in the 30 range. Through work is going to be okay. Through school makes sense. Weirdly, I'm so curious what the somewhere else is, because 65 and up for all adults is at 15 and urban is at 10. Kind of curious. And then you have rural folks who's like not using online. Mostly it seems like more through friends and family. Somewhere in between urban and suburban people in terms of work. Kind of makes sense. School is about the same number as suburban people, a little bit sitting just above. And then for, wow, place of worship is actually lower for rural folks. That's shocking. I would have expected that number to be not huge, but like a little bit bigger. Bar restaurants 8, and somewhere else is 9. So everyone's at an 8 in terms of bar or restaurant. I mean, maybe some consistency then. Maybe I'm just full of shit. Straight people online is tracks actually about half the number of all people. But the LGBTs, yep, online. There's a pretty obvious reason for that, because online dating is kind of I think the easier way for those folks to find partners. Friends and family, 32, knocked off 24. Through work is 1915. At a place of worship. Okay, so yeah, this is the number I would expect. A place of worship is at like 1 for gays, lesbians, and bis. That makes all like that I expected that to be like the opposite for the rurals, shockingly. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Well, after looking at that, this is from this year, so I want to take a look at this. For Valentine's Day, 5 facts about single Americans. Roughly 6 in 10 young men report being single. Right, I've heard that number before. Overall, 3 in 10 U.S. adults are single, meaning they are not married, living with a partner. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Some age groups have a higher share of singles than others. Adults under 30 are the most likely age group to be single, with roughly 47% falling into the category. In contrast, 30 to 49-year-olds are the least likely to be single, 21%. About 3 in 10 adults age 50 to 64 or 65 and older say they are single. Let's take a look. Open. Let's see. Am I going to need the scroll? No. All U.S. adults, about 30%. Men, just a little bit over women. White men, 27. Black men, 47. Hispanics, 32. Asians, 29. What's the estimates? Asian adults are representative of English speakers only. Okay, that makes... Okay, it's good that they put that in there. 18 to 49. Yeah, big numbers. Men. Jesus. 60 fucking, like, look at this disparity. Oh, I can zoom. Cool. Like, yeah, like, look at this fucking disparity. Fucking women, 34, 63 for men, 18 to 29. Sheesh. Drops down, like, sheesh. Drops down a little bit for 30. Actually drops down quite a bit. All right, well, let's see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and obviously I think they mentioned like high school, college, you're looking at a little bit less, high school or less, and some college. So basically if you didn't graduate, you see a prevalence of non-paired folks. Let's see. Okay. Sheesh. When looking at age and gender together, 63% of men under 30 describe themselves as single, compared to 34% of women in the same age group. Younger men are also more likely than older men to be single, a pattern that is not as straightforward among women. Women ages 18 to 29, for example, are just as likely as women 65 and older to report being single. Oh, yeah. Interesting, no? The proportion of unpartnered adults also varies by race and ethnicity. Educational attainment makes sense. Majority of single adults are not interested in being struck or even gazed by flowery. Among Americans who are single, the largest share, 57%, say they are not currently looking. Right. Give me this one. Who say blank best describes what they are looking for right now. A committed romantic relationship only, 13%. Casual dates only, 7%. Always going to be the smaller. And basically any kind of relationship is going to be 22%. So, you know, about what, a fifth of everybody is like, I'll take anything. Anything at all, really. And okay, not currently looking. 57. A percentage of single Americans who are looking for a relationship or casual dates is lower than in 2019, especially among men. Hit me with it. Hit me with your rhythm stick. Share of single men in the U.S. who are looking for dates. Da, 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 da. This is just men. Just men. Okay. Jeez. Single U.S. men, 49. Oh, 2019. Okay, 2019, 2022. Okay. Single U.S. adults. Overall gone down. Single men, however. Everybody, it went down a bit. But for men, it went up. And for women, it looks like it went down a little bit. So you can... Oh, wow. Right. Mm-hmm. Let's see. The drop is largely driven by single men who are now 11 percentage points less likely than in 2019 to say they are looking for a committed relationship and or casual dates. 50% in July 2022, down from 61%. During the same time frame, there has been no significant change in the share of single women who are looking for a relationship, casual dates, etc. The type of relationship single men... So, like... Yeah, like... Okay. The type of relationship single men are looking for varies by gender. Single Americans, sorry. Among singles who are, they market about half, 51% say they're open to either committed or looking for those who are only open, committed, romantic only, total, right. Casual only, right. Half don't care. Women are looking a lot more for committed. Men, it seems like, are edging them in terms of casual only. But they're also a lot more desperate in that they'll take anything, which, like, we've kind of seen a little bit of this, no? Like, you can kind of see the Andrew Tate effect in this chart, in the sense that if you look, women have been wanting the like largest share is in the like committed relationship, then a much smaller piece of that is like for casual dates. So we'll chalk that up to like casual sex, just nothing serious. And like, 44% are just like, you know what? These same number of people who are like, I want something committed is also the same number of people who are like, I'll really take committed or casual. I'm okay with either. Whereas if you see with men are less likely than women are to want committed relationships, more likely to want casual sex, casual relations, but also are more desperate for either in terms of like this other broad third number. So like they're outpacing women in terms of like wanting anything, wanting specifically sex, and just kind of being, but like not outpacing women in the relationship part. So this is like that misogynist bullshit that we've seen with Andrew Tate, where like anything will do. They're desperate for anything. They really just want sex, but and some of them do want relationships, but most of them just want anything. But yeah, and it's like, yeah, no shit, you probably don't have a great record with women. Like, yeah, you kind of, if the only thing you want is like sex, or like you'll settle for either, then like, when the other number, when the other number's outpacing, like, yeah, I can kind of see that. Let's see, nearly half of single and looking adults have turned to online dating in the past year. Some 45% single men are searching for a relationship and or casual dates have used an online platform. Yeah. Okay, that tracks. Yeah, I mean, it's 2023. You're obviously going to do a lot more, what's it called, online. Let's see. This one's going to be online dating. I'm just kind of curious. Let's see. 3 in 10 U.S. adults say they have ever used a dating site or app identical to the share who said in 2019. Okay. That includes 9% who report doing so in the past year, according to the Center survey. Online dating is more common among younger adults. That makes sense. Right, same caveat for Asian Americans. Got it. Nearly half of online dating users, 10 users. 30 report using Tinder, making it the most widely. That makes sense. 79% of U.S. online dating users ages 18 to 29 have ever used Tinder. Oh, wow. Okay, cool. So they got a Tinder, Match, Bumble, OkCupid, eHarmony. Where's the... It's kind of a bigger one. There we go. All right. 46% Tinder, then Match, then Bumble. I don't even know what the fuck. Oh, no, yes, I do. That's the one that's like bee themed. OkCupid, eHarmony, Hinge, Grinder. I don't even know what the fuck her is. And Other. I'm super... What the fuck is Other? I match with few people, but they say nothing because I'm 26 and probably. Don't forget. Murdercom, you're funny. Let's see, 29. Yep. Whew. That's an outpacer. Bumble's kind of up there. Hinge is on there. Okay. 30 to 49 looks like a lot more leaning on Other a little bit more. Interesting. Yeah, Tinder's the big one. I think I've definitely had a Tinder account. Like, I've been on those dating sites before. Probably like many years ago, but yeah, I definitely had oh, yeah, I remember OkCupid was fucking trash. Like, the problem with a lot of these, honest to God, you want to know what the problem with a lot of these are? It's like mostly fucking bots. It's like mostly bots and ops. Like, I think I went on exactly one, like, maybe one. I don't even think it was Tinder. I'm pretty sure it was OkCupid. Yeah, because eHarmony, I feel like eHarmony is like eHarmony is a lot gauged a lot more toward the older folks. Match, kind of the same. Tinder for the youngers. Yeah. OkCupid's like kind of a bit of everyone. Obviously the young, like we said, going for Hinge. I didn't even know Hinge was okay. 45 on Tinder, 51 for LGBs. Okay, yeah. 8 and 10 users under 30. Yeah, that makes sense. God, that's a lot. Yeah, let's see. 1 in 10 partnered adults, meaning those who are married, living with a partner in a community, met their current significant 1 in 10. Yeah, 10. Yeah, that makes sense. Partnered adults, 10. Yep. Yeah, wow. Online dating users are somewhat divided over whether their experience on these platforms is positive or negative. Among those who have ever used a dating site or app, slightly more say their personal experience have been very or somewhat positive than say they have been very or somewhat negative. 53 to 46. Some demographic groups are more likely to report positive experiences. For example, 57% of men who have dated online say their experience have been positive, while women users are roughly split down the middle. In addition, LGBT users, not T's, force of habit users of these platforms are more likely than straight users to report positive. Okay, give me this one. Let's see. Very negative 11. Yeah, I don't know if I definitely wouldn't say negative. I'd say I'd put me in the neutral category. Somewhat positive. Yeah, that's pretty much what I would. Yeah, 39. Everyone says somewhat positive. Yeah, it's mostly equal to somewhat negative also. Men overall are actually less on the negative side. Interesting. Women a lot more negative. Interesting. Using a dating app including extra fee. Oh, paid shit. Okay, here we go. Have not paid more negative. Actually, the ones who have not paid are doing just slightly better. Have a little bit better outcomes. And people who have paid, at least for men, it seems like the number's a lot. Yeah, for men, it does a lot better if they pay. Jesus. Interesting. Or no, I think this is everybody. This is men or women. Okay, so if you paid, if you pay for extra features, you're going to do better. But if you haven't paid, it's not like, let's see, because what is this, 40, 58? That's an 8-point difference. It's not nothing. I wouldn't say it's not a difference, but I don't know if it's significant. Roughly a third online dating users, 35%, say that they have ever paid using one of the platforms. Women who have used online dating platforms in the past year are more likely to feel overwhelmed by the number of messages, dicks, they get, while men are more likely to feel insecure about the lack of messages. Oh, buddy. Oh, boy. Let's see. Women, men, overwhelmed by the number of messages they have received. 25, current, recent, 25, women, 54. Insecure, women, 40. Men, 64. Makes sense. Excited by the people who have... Women, yep, just a little bit lower. Whoa, okay. A little bit lower. Excited, disappointed. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. You know, okay. That's funny. You know, I don't know if I'd be excited to get dick pics constantly. Let's see. Similar share. Okay, when asked why they've turned to dating sites or apps the past year, 44% users say major reason why to meet long-term partner. Major reasons. I mean, yeah, like a big part of like getting onto these sites is you can like immediately just put what you're looking for very bluntly, which is also like if you're out there dating, you can do this thing. You can do the thing where you just go, hey, I'm looking for a serious relationship. If that's not for you, that's like fine, but just know that's what I'm looking for. But like people are kind of told not to do that because then you might get less like interest from the opposite sex, even though like you're being more open, you're filtering out what you're not looking for. So like, yeah, you're going to get less, you're probably going to get less people who will like affirm that and will like co-sign on to like, you know, I'm only looking for a serious relationship or whatever, or you know, whatever that might be. They're looking for what they're looking for, you're looking what you're looking for. But like, yeah, you like filter out what you're not looking for. Like I don't really see how this could be bad in any possible way. Similar shares of men versus women who have online data recently say a major reason. Anyway, to meet long-term partners or spouse, women is a little bit higher than men. To date casually, men is higher than women. To have casual sex, men are, fuck God, guys, fellas, we are like, come on now, guys. To make new friends, I don't, you know, I'll be honest, I've heard this before. I don't know what the fuck, I don't know who makes friends on fucking any of these dating websites. That just seems like such a weird, like, concept to me. Like, I'm not on there to make friends, buddy. Like, you know, like, if I want friends, I got, like, public places I can go to. You know, you can go to work, make friends at work, go out to bars or something. That's where you go out to bars and like socialize. About 4 in 10 U.S. adults overall, 42%, say online dating has made the search for a long-term partner easier. I have no doubt about that. Let's see, dating sites and apps have made finding long-term partner or a spouse harder, 22, easier, 42, right in the middle, no answer, makes sense. People on dating sites and apps today have blank options for dating. Too few. Makes sense. Too few options. Yeah, I can agree with that. Too many options. Yeah. Do people on dating sites and apps today have too many options the right amount? I don't know if I'd say... I don't think I'd say too many. I don't, because this is the thing, like, your options for dating are going to hinge on a lot of like different factors, which are like, you know, can you afford to go out? Do you live in a city with enough public spaces that you can meet people in? You know, like, are you working in a place that's like diverse? Does that have women and men? Are there women that you can meet at work that might have friends that, you know, they could, pair you up with or get you in contact with? You know, do you have your own car? Do you have your own transportation? Are you taking public transportation? Like, there's quite a few factors in terms of like, like how you can kind of come to that, like too many, I would say a lot of people these days, at least if you ask me, I would argue a lot of people are very isolated these days. That finding people is just like super fucking difficult. That like because of the like not just the political polarization, but because of just how insulated I think a lot of people have become with their own circles and echo chambers and everything else. I kind of think there's something to be said where it's people might not have that many options. That might be self-created, who knows? But yeah, I don't know. I'm probably somewhere in between some of these. You'd probably have to ask me like specifics on that one. Most US adults are skeptical or unsure that dating algorithms can predict love. I don't think so. I wouldn't believe in this just because I don't really think AI can calculate the kind of like X factors that like kind of you get in the dating market. But that might be me being excuse me. That might be me being a what's it called? Being a naive or whatever, buying into too much of the human spirit. But in general, dating sites and apps are a blank way to meet people. A net not at all or net too safe. What net very or somewhat it's okay safe, somewhat safe, not at all safe. Honestly, it's about equal. For men, they think it's a lot more safe than women. That makes sense. Pretty much the older you get, the more skeptical you get of the technology. Obviously younger people are going to outpace older folks. Companies that run dating as sites should require background checks before someone creates a profile. Not sure. Okay, that most people say should. Basically, yeah. Most people say should. Men 10% higher, women 10% higher than men. The older you get, the more in favor that you are. Same with if you've ever used it. If you have, you're a little bit less likely, but still. Okay, that makes sense. Not sure. Yeah, I don't know if I would. Background checks is tough, but like also, yeah, maybe kinda. Like okay. Younger women who have used dating sites or apps stand out for experiencing unwanted behaviors on these platforms. A majority of women under 50 who have used dating apps, 56%, say they have been sent a sexually explicit dick pics, didn't ask for it. And about 4 in 10 have had someone continue to contact them after they said they were not interested, 43%, or been called a offensive name, 37%. Roughly 1 in 10, this group, 11% have received, okay. Let's see. Been sent sexually explicit message or image they didn't ask for. Let's see. Men, 25. Men, 50. Jesus, 18 to 49. Even both of those numbers fucking out. Jesus. Had someone continue to contact them afterwards. Both of those are rather low. Let's see. Been called an offensive name, men below 20% on both scales. Even worse the older you get. Even lower the older you get, I should say. Threatened with physical harm. We're in the single digits for men. Women, on the other hand, are still up in the double digits, but once they're older, obviously that drops down. Makes sense. Yeah, like, Jesus. Experience at least one of these 4 things. Men, 36%. Makes sense. Men over 50, a little bit more. Interesting. Well, man. Men over 50 getting more fucking picks than guys 18 to 49. Wow. Would have not have guessed that one. And yeah, women to 18. Yep, all the way up at 66. Okay, well. Okay, let's see. About half of those who have used dating sites and apps, 50%, they have come across someone they think was trying to scam them. Men under 50 are particularly likely to say they have had this experience. 60% of men in this age group who have used dating apps or dating sites or apps think they have encountered a scammer on them. Smaller shares of men ages 15 to 50 and older, 47%, and women of any age, 44%, say the same. Interesting. If nothing else. Okay. Well, that was cool. We don't really look at that sort of stuff very often, but I was kind of intrigued, so I wanted to look at it. Hopefully any of you got anything out of that. Speaking of, do we want to do, I want to do this. Do I wanna? Yeah, we will. Okay. We're gonna go on a very quick break. And then we're gonna come back and we're going to do the Doyle video that I initially was like, maybe I won't do, but no, we'll do it. Anyway, stick around, hang out, be back in like a minute or so. You just gotta take breaks, you know. You gotta learn to take breaks. Same with work. Don't be that person. Don't ever be that person who doesn't go on break. Who's always like, no, I don't go on break. I'll never go to. No. Go on breaks. Go on your breaks. God's sakes. Anyway, be back in a minute. Oh, also, if you're enjoying any of this, if you got any catharsis, if you got any entertainment, if you just had fun, you know, reading through any of that stuff, kind of being shocked by statistics, I won't say I wasn't shocked by, but some of them were some of them I wouldn't have expected the numbers. You should totally hit the follow button if you're over on Twitch, and you know, if you're on YouTube, you should absolutely hit that subscribe button. Just saying, it would make you happy. It would make me happy. It would really just make the world happy. But either way, be back in a minute. Just hang out, you know, do your thing. All right. Okay. All right. Sorry, my headphones. You know, it's also really weird. I took my headphones off and kept talking, right? And it really threw me off because I'm used to, like, because I'm wearing headphones all the time while on stream, my voice is, like, not different, but, like, more subdued when I hear it through these big boys. But then I took my headphones off and I was like, holy shit, I'm, like, kind of loud. I mean, it's fine. I don't, like, you know, I keep an eye on my thingamajig. I'm not, like, crazy loud, but still. Funny how that works. Anyway, me randomly noting something aside. Okay, so John Doyle. If you're aware of John Doyle, I'm sorry. Perpetual loser, you know, baby man. You know, I've seen a few of his videos through, like, other YouTubers and, like, streamers, and I just cannot help but feel sorry for him. And mainly that's due to the fact that, like, John Doyle lives a perpetual life of disappointment. John Doyle is the type of person who will never be happy with their life and will spend the rest of their existence chasing something they're never gonna get. And, like, I feel sorry for that to a degree. I'd probably feel worse if he was kind of a less obnoxious asshole about it. But, yeah. Either way, I guess he showed up in DC, which, first of all, get off my fucking turf. But I guess to some, like, women's march or something. This, like, popped up and, like, because when was this from? This wasn't from recently, was it? No, this is from 6 days ago. Oh, shit. Okay, so never mind. So this was more recent than I thought it would be. But either way, I want to watch this and just make fun of him. Let's be honest. That's what I'm here to do. That is precisely what I'm here to do. And let's go.
I'm protesting the protest.
Okay.
Press
So I'm
the-
like a very alarmingly far right young man.
The truth is that I have no idea. Sometimes it seems like the only thing that gets media, or the only thing that does get media attention is violence.
What does it mean?
It means you're not educated on a woman's body, so you probably haven't pleased one.
Real, that's true. White
Damn.
men, what is going on?
I personally am not religious, so there is no God that grants me my rights.
Put one up on the board for us, boys. 1-0.
Hey, incels, kill yourself. Oh, I'm so sorry if incels don't like me. Oh my God.
Cringe, don't tell people to kill themselves.
Go to hell.
You can tell them to go to the hell, though.
What a
That's
beautiful
okay.
day to defend women's rights. Nobody cares more about women's rights than me. Nobody here, nobody inside the White House cares more about women and women's rights and rights of non-women, but also women's rights than me. This is a very special place in my heart. I was here 3 years ago at Women's March 2019. You might even remember the footage.
Okay.
I think my friend Jesus is over there, our favorite schizophrenic homeless guy who claims to be Jesus Christ, a little bit of a heretic. Maybe we'll have some words later, but gotta say the turnout.
2 years ago, okay.
They're not sending their best folks. I mean, even in 2019, 3 years ago, the turnout was far more substantial than this. And you're talking about they just took it away. They took your right to an abortion away, and they like thought it was funny. And you're what, having a dance party out here? You're like playing rap music and twerking. This is what happens. You get women in politics, and it's just, you know, sort of devolves.
Oh my God, holy shit. Wow. I forgot how, like, openly misogynistic he is. Wow. Okay.
This types of behavior. So we're excited. We're going to talk to people. It's going to be a great time. And again, nobody loves women's rights more than me. Real.
Let's be clear. John Doyle, John Doyle is probably the type of person who's like, yeah, women probably shouldn't be voting. John Doyle is absolutely not a pro women voting type of guy. If John Doyle had it his way, any woman would be barefoot and pregnant in his kitchen making him a sandwich at any beck and call of his, which, you know, at the end of the day, is weak man bullshit.
Doyle?
Okay. What you doing out here?
protesting the protest.
Okay.
So I'm like a very alarmingly far-right young man. I don't believe in voting. I don't believe in women's rights.
Young virgin. Let's
we're out here
correct the
basically
record here.
Mogging on them because it's hilarious that they can't kill their kids on demand anymore. It's like very personally funny to me.
What? I mean, what can you say in a nutshell? You know, why are you here?
Well, I didn't really have much else better to do, and this is pretty important. So I thought that I should come down and demoralize people who basically sacrifice the unborn to Moloch.
What's the message? If you give people one message to walk away with?
My dude is like, say anything coherent, please.
Every tongue shall confess, and you will repent for your sins before Jesus Christ. And keep that in mind, because the things that are of this earth, namely degeneracy and hedonism, are ultimately not positive. And you're corroding your own.
Oh yeah. By the way, I went to Catholic school. The words degeneracy are not in the Bible. Let's make that's not a sin, my guy. There are 7 deadly sins. Degeneracy is not one of them. Degeneracy is a term, is a catch-all for anything you deem icky and that you don't like, but also you can't justify with anything else besides I don't know, it's degenerate and the Bible says... No, it doesn't say degenerate. There's explicitly things that are wrong in the Bible. Whatever, we'll just blanket them all as degeneracy. Call it a day.
So
I love this.
What's your name?
John Doyle. You can find me on YouTube.
John Doyle. Thanks, John.
Thanks, man.
Tremendous.
Look, they say I was made for it. Boo, thumbs down. You guys are gay. Boo, thumbs down. You guys can't even get abortions anymore. Women's rights, am I right? Women's rights.
He does know that DC, I'm pretty sure, I don't even, well, I guess Roe v, we're talking Roe v Wade, even though I'm pretty sure DC probably, well, I don't know if they've passed any abortion stuff. They might have. I don't know. DC's pretty blue, but also DC kind of fucking sucks also. Not because of its voting record, mainly because it's a very hello, Magnificent Gamer. DC's the problem with DC is you have the ultra fucking rich living among the utter destitute and poor. DC is the type of area, is the type of city that you can go down one street and you will as you go down the blocks you will fucking just whip back and forth between shitty hood ass neighborhood and a fucking senator's row of houses. It's fucking wild.
I think I recognize you. I think I recognize you, actually. This is very funny. I posted you on my story, actually, as an example of a pro-life woman. And then immediately after, there was a photo of you being pro-vasectomy. And I had to delete it. I was like,
joke, and the people that it was for totally knew what it was about. It was so taken out of context.
Oh, this person. 63, what a gorgeous son you can see. I'm so confused. United States are on a collision course. Do I think China and the US are on a collision course? Over Taiwan? Okay, so not at this exact moment. But that can change very quickly. It's one of those things where the doomsday clock and Watchmen and how it gets a lot close. We're not at 11:50 yet. We're not counting down the last 10 minutes to midnight. But I would argue we're at least at 11:15 maybe. The Taiwan stuff and the fact that the Chinese government is starting to get a bit nervous about their decades long growth of their economy and everything else starting to slow down. They're going to need to find a way to motivate and galvanize support for their continued rule in the country, which targeting Taiwan isn't the worst way to galvanize support. for them. So, when the economics can't do it for you anymore, then you might turn to cultural stuff, and that's where we might see that. So, I don't know if we're not off the floor, but that can change very quickly. Not a matter of it's not a matter of if they will invade. It's a matter of I do think there is an element of that. I don't want to say there's a guarantee, but we're leaning more towards when than if, I think, these days. Again, as I mentioned, with their economy starting to slow down, they're going to need something to get to hold the support of the people, because once the economy slows down, that's a thing that they've sold their rule on. You're gonna see kind of them reach for other things to justify their support. In the decade, I don't think so. In the next decade, I think we're more likely. The more time goes on, and the more again, their economy slows down, I think that we start moving closer and closer. Oh, absolutely. War is not in really anybody's best interest these days. You can go ahead and ask Russia. Any global conflict, because of how intertwined economies are these days between countries, is super damaging for everybody. So it's not it would kind of fuck their economy to go to war with the US. Yeah, pretty much. Yep. Yeah. Number one trade. It's it's like you'd go to war with the person you have your economy is so tied to them. We buy so much from them that we would be hurt by that scenario, but they would also be hurt by basically losing a clientele. Basically, we'd lose a buyer, they'd lose a seller, or maybe that's the other way around. They would lose a buyer, we would lose a seller. There it is. But yeah, we do have Europe. I mean, yeah. Let's see. If my uterus shot bullets, would it have more rights? Conversely. Oh, so we're not gonna... Okay, conversely, you can see pain and confusion in this woman's eyes. I love how the person who posted this just was like, I'm not gonna address the argument. Let's just not bother with that.
But yeah, you're nice to white women one time, and then they just betray you every time. Are you guys getting interviews?
Yeah, we're just doing interviews.
Can I get an interview?
Yeah, of course.
Can I be interviewed? I feel like I'd be the best interview you get all day.
Sure, yeah.
Let's do it.
Certainly a big interview.
I'm here to protest.
What are women's rights?
Exactly. They literally don't exist. We have God-given rights. Ladies, I would love to talk to you about this. I saw that side eye. Let's not be passive-aggressive. We're 50 years beyond that. Women's rights don't exist because God made man and woman. We're all his children. How can you have specific rights as a woman or specific rights as a man? We all just have God-given rights in this country. So the idea...
John Doyle was an active dipshit. I've never seen him actually talk to normal people. And understand, he's going out on the street and talking to normal people. But he sounds fucking idiotic. The idea that you would come into this and be like, what? God gave us rights. And the obvious response is okay, but we have this thing called the United States, the same way every other country has this thing called whatever their ex-country name, and we need to figure out in a legal way how we distribute and delegate rights to people. You fucking idiot. I love the idea that he's you don't need women's rights, you just need rights, just human rights, even though the systems that are going to be built are going to be based on who has power in a society and who doesn't, and kind of distributing that power equally creates a more egalitarian society. But again, John Doyle doesn't want an egalitarian society. John Doyle wants, women don't have rights, men don't have rights. It's all about whoever is able to take power, which to him, he's well, I'm a man. We are generally stronger and more prone to violence. Therefore, yeah, I think that we don't need to delineate rights because I'll just be the one who decides that naturally.
That women get specific rights, or for that that matter, any group gets specific rights. It's just not
We
true.
don't have equal rights, you moron.
Isn't that awesome? All right, gamers. I think that's cack. I think that's certified cack. I don't know if you can hear this in the distance. There is an ambient.
Magnificent Gamer, can you answer me what is keck? I'm old, and by old I mean I'm 30. What the fuck is keck? I've heard it before. I still to this day don't know what it is. I could Urban Dictionary it, but like keck means like what the fuck? Okay, keck W. Okay, why keck? I never. Russo-American War more possible. Oh, absolutely. Like laughter. Oh, like cackling, like it's shorter for cackling. I mean that. Okay. Yeah, a Russian-American war I think is way more likely. Now, granted, again, we have nukes on both sides, so there's, you know, there's also that play. But yeah, if we're talking in a okay, that makes sense. In a what the fuck way, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, then yeah. China also did. Yeah, so that's the thing, is we have mutually assured destruction, but you know, you have to kind of figure there are, just because like in our minds, like I never like to say to myself, or at least think that like, come on now, like, you know, if somebody in China is like, we're gonna go to war with America, but it might mean nuclear war, you know, maybe we should avoid that, to, you know, so that we don't fire nukes at each other. Like, I would like to think that somebody would come to that very obvious calculation and never even think about like engaging in any kind of warfare. But if I'm being really honest, man, like, people are fucking petty. Like, humans can be petty and small, and all you need is one incredibly petty and small person at the top to be like, nah, fuck it. If I don't win, nobody fucking wins. Like, I don't know. I'm not willing to say that nukes are an absolute deterrent, just because, like, I don't know. I just feel like you get the wrong guy in there, and he'll be like, I don't give a fuck. You know, wrong person in general. I don't mean to specifically mean guys, but yeah. Putin would use the same nukes. Would use nukes same with China. They aren't stupid. Crazy amount of stupid. Yeah, I feel like the crazier stupid thing with nukes is like a distinction without a difference. Like, at the end of the day, it's like, you know, you just need somebody who's at that point brain broken enough to be like, fuck it, I don't care, or just like nihilistic enough about their future, and they're like, well, I'm gonna die regardless, so like, who gives a shit? I don't know. You'd have to have somebody selfish enough in there. I don't ever like to think that we're that safe. You know, it's diplomacy always needs to be on the table, because you just never know who the fuck you're dealing with.
Come and Get Your Love by, I believe, Redbone playing. And this is sort of like the nature of political protests, which is why, of course, it's allowed. Protesting doesn't actually do anything, quite frankly. You see this on the left where they come out.
Then why are you out here,
They take
Doyle?
pictures. They're like fighting for equality and stuff. Frankly, it's the same thing on the right, except instead of playing music like this, they'll play God Bless America. Instead of dressing up in pussy hats, they'll dress up in tricorn hats. It's all LARPing. It's all a photo op. Because no one actually wants to do what's necessary to achieve tangible change in this country, because it's not a fun option. No one does photo ops when they're door knocking or phone banking or things like that, or donating to authentically right-wing congressional candidates. So, anyways, we're just going to bully these people. Okay, now we have ambient Bob Dylan, The Times They Are a Change in classic. Imagine the opening like montage from Watchmen, but
it's so weird, since I like went to DC all the time as like growing up. It's weird like seeing the city
instead
again
of like all the
after a
social
while.
change
I haven't
throughout
been
like
back.
the latter half
But we
of
went
the
back
20th
a little
century.
bit. We didn't go into
It's
DC.
now. We've got at the Supreme Court on Antifa and Black Lives Matter demonstrators. That would be very
Looks like they actually cleaned up a lot of
very
this,
keen.
which is
We're
nice.
excited
Granted,
about
it's also
it.
raining.
The times
God,
they
it's
are
probably fucking
changing.
freezing.
Women don't have rights anymore. That's hilarious. So we're looking forward to it. What do you think?
I think you're super funny.
Do you think that there's going to be a revolution?
It's already on the way.
You gonna?
Volvola revolution.
I'm not very educated. I don't know what that sign means.
Tell you're not very educated.
What does it mean?
It means you're not educated on a woman's body, so you probably haven't pleased one.
Real, that's true. Yeah. I'm a Christian. I don't believe in all that type of degenerate stuff.
Ooh, yeah. So, wife for the rest of your life.
You say you believe in revolution, yet you won't.
I have like two friends who are, I think they're like half German, if I remember correctly, and both of them always tell me how like amazing Deutschland is. Heard it's very nice. Like, you know, I'm sure they have their own problems, but I've heard like as a like society and the way that they kind of organize their communities is very nice. Very small town from what I understand. It's like very like small town living for a lot of like the rural areas if you're not in like the major city hubs. And also I've heard Berlin is like super dope and shit.
Won't murder me right now. Thoughts?
Probably not, yeah. You wouldn't be worth my time.
So, folks, as you can see, that libtard got totally BTFO'd because they claim to believe in revolution, yet won't kill me right now, folks. This is obviously incoherent.
Wait. What? There are people, it like shocks me that there are people who like see John Doyle and are like, fucking, this is the guy. Like, what about this is like I just, like, I'm sorry, but he's not like saying anything. I feel stupid for clicking on this video thinking he was going to say things and I'd have to respond to something, but he's like not saying anything. Like, John Doyle's out here like, oh, you believe in revolution, but you won't like just fucking murder me on the street. To which I'm like, you're right. Incredibly fair. I am not going to partake in like violent action against you specifically because that will not actually result in any systemic or long-term change. That is true. If you ask me, like, you know, would you shove John Doyle into a locker and, you know, if you thought it made America better, I would do it every day in the morning. I'd wake up, I'd go get my Starbucks coffee, I'd go to wherever John Doyle lives with a standing locker in the back of my car, prop it up, comes outside, right back in, lock the thing, he's out for the rest of the day. Like, yeah, like what is this? Like, this is like you're not willing, like, yeah, I'm not, yeah, like, doing anything to you, John, doesn't do anything. It makes me feel good to shove you into a locker. It doesn't do anything to actually change the system. He's talking about LARPers and he's out here just bugging people, affecting zero change. Like, okay, Sweaty. Okay.
Did she make some comment about not harassing women? Is that what she
I'm
said?
from Germany. She loves
okay.
it.
Interesting point. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. That's funny timing. I was gonna ask them for an interview too. Hello. Greetings.
My last name is German. I know no German
strike
though.
me as less rambunctious.
And I'm not German. I'm adopted, but my dad's German. He doesn't know. He only knows like 2 phrases.
Any of you? Okay. Mind if I just ask you? Well, first of all, what's your name?
That's a fun hat.
My name is John. Nice to meet you. So, what is going on out here, and why are you out?
John Doyle, how many fucking subscribers do you have? I'm pretty sure this dude has 346k subscribers. Now, I'm not gonna say he's like a big YouTuber, but my guy, can you get a fucking camera that's like, and a mic that's not shit? I'm in a shitty apartment. I'm allowed to have a not great camera and like a not great mic, but like, come on now. Why can I hear the like, put a noise gate on there? Jesus Christ. And tell your camera guy to fucking hold it still. If you gotta do the John Wick stance to hold the camera, that's fine. I don't got no problem with that. But Jesus Christ. I'm all like, oh, let's film John Doyle all over fucking DC. Look at all these feminists. Like, get it together. Fucking A.
Out here today?
I'm out here because I understand that there's a religious component for a lot of people with their opinions on abortions, and I completely respect that. However, our country is founded on a very specific set of ideals, and that includes the separation of church and state. So I believe that if you're a Christian or you are of some other religious, affiliation, you're completely
I always pick
to choose
Nord
not
in
to have an abortion.
Skyrim.
That's completely fine. There's a doctrine that you subscribe to, things that you believe in. However, for people like me who are atheists or who do not have strong religious beliefs, I think that it's really important that we're able to make choices in coherence with our own personal beliefs that aren't governed by other people's religious beliefs. So I understand that there's a huge concern of like, oh, abortions will kill children. However, I believe that there's also this misunderstanding that the lack of abortion will, like, banning abortion makes no difference, because what will happen is you will see women getting unsafe abortions and they will die, and then that's if you consider an abortion a life, that's 2 lives lost, and if you don't, then it's 1 life lost, and that's a woman who has lived a very a life. And I think that it's just hard to force doctrine on other people in a country that I think is so beautiful, when separation of church and state is at the foundation of our democracy. So that's my opinion. But
what do you think about the founding fathers? Like, I think John Adams in particular wrote that our Constitution was only made for a moral and religious people. And he wrote that it would be wholly inadequate to any other group of people. And I'm sure you remember in school, the first thing we learned is that our country is unique insofar as we have this idea of God-given rights. Not that the state gives you rights, but that they come from God. And since our founding fathers were all Christian, which God would be granting you, for example, the right to an abortion if that is the case?
That's not true at all. Our founding fathers were not all Christian, first of all. That is just an actual fucking lie. Second of all, that's really cool. If they wanted, like, if our founding fathers were like Christians and they wanted everybody to follow the Christian doctrine, at the founding of the country, they could have just done this thing called create a theocracy. So it's curious that these people who were nominally Christian, let's even give him that, suddenly made this community, wrote a constitution, wrote bills, a bill of 10 rights, or actually I don't remember how many. Yeah, it's 10. I'm not stupid. I know my history. It's been a while. But who wrote our Bill of Rights and somehow left all of their religious baggage and shit at the fucking door. It's almost like they had no interest in creating a theocracy, since the society that they already came from was already steeped in theocratic rule. Like, you fucking idiot. Second of all, the abortion debate is fucking useless. Mainly because Christians and other fundamentalist religious people are just going to say, well, I think that the minute you stick your dick in a woman and like fucking bust a nut, that boom, that's it, that's a baby, that's a life, that's it. That's what they believe, not based on any other thing than it's just a belief. You're never going to move them off of it. You're never going to be able to find some kind of reasoning with them. People like John Doyle, people who are fundamentalists, it's just how they feel about it. There is no getting around that. So I appreciate this girl doing the look, I get it, you believe that it's a life and da 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 da. And at the end of the day, it's look, we don't have to have that conversation. We're never gonna agree. There's no version of this of us agreeing. The only thing we can actually affect are outcomes, to which an abortion has a neutral outcome on the world. It just simply does. Whereas having a kid has a actively negative in some parts effect on people's lives, in terms of economics, in terms of responsibility, in terms of if you're even ready to be a parent. So but again, it's religion to these people. There is no reasoning with them. There is no could you find a middle ground? There is no middle ground to them. It's just, it is what it is. It's black or white to them. It's unfortunate. John Doyle at the end of the day represents a minority. Most people understand this. Most Christians especially understand this. I speak only specifically about fundamentalists, about narrow-minded fundamentalists, who I can't stand. They're always annoying as shit. Somebody who went to Catholic school, I get to say that.
Case.
Well, as I said, I personally am not religious, so there is no God that grants me my rights.
Okay.
Can I use that?
I think.
Can I say just one thing?
Sure.
Healthcare. No one's talking about healthcare.
Reproductive. Make it count. Make it count. Make it count. Make it count. There's so much pressure.
Do you see how you sort of confirm all of our?
No, it's so over. It's so over. What about?
I need to hear more about this.
If you actually wanted to talk, I would be tipping into the ground because I'm a political, literal.
Oh no.
Yeah, I am.
Political science major?
I'm an agent. It doesn't matter. But I have a fucking brain, and you would fucking.
Is this on?
You're shaking because you know how to talk to fucking women. When's the last time you not your choice. All right.
Y'all people are so sexually demented. Why is that the first thing you go to? Is that just always on your mind?
Yeah.
Porn.
I don't want to waste my breath.
Life, to where your entire mentality is 100% of the time focused on.
Oh my god. The idea that so this is fucking brainworms. I might just shut this off. This is fucking brainworms. Neither John Doyle nor whoever dipshit idiot with the hat and like a not Cuban cigar, which means not a good cigar, out here are basically like this is fucking toddler tier. Like these are the arguments you make when you're like 16 and you get in an argument with the very political girl in your like fucking graduating class who's like in debate team or some shit. Like this is giving me this is fucking killing me. I hate this. This is petty and small, and like John Doyle is somebody who built it, who has an actual platform, and this is the most he can put into it for energy in terms of actually creating a discourse. This is fucking idiotic. I can only stand this for so much longer. I'm gonna flee and rechat because goddamn this is fucking stupid. I hate this I hate all of this exchange. Let's see. Feel like there will be more queer death if we defend Taiwan. Okay, so that's one of those cases where you have to kind of ask yourself, like, all right, like same with the Ukrainian conflict. It's like you can't really allow for the threat of death in a war to be a deterrent from supporting allies, because then you don't have allies. Then it's just the wild fucking West. Then you can't really defend anybody. It becomes incredibly difficult to even like advocate for any kind of intervention, morally or immorally justified at that point. Let's see. Christian. I am a Christian, kinda. Bible verse that say you can do slavery. Yeah, and like the Bible is not fucking squeaky clean. Like the Bible was written. Let's like make this clear. The Bible did not fucking fall out of the sky. It was written by people, which means it's going to have biases and influences from the real world. Like even historians who like study the Bible and like what's the theologists, you have to also observe the political moment in the time in which a lot of these texts were written. So like there's a reason why slavery was written into the Bible as a thing that you can do, and it's because it was allowable in those societies. So when they wrote their religion, when they wrote their doctrines, they wrote in the biases that they already held, and they're the biases that they held positive views of. So yeah, I mean, like, I went to Catholic school. There are good things you can learn from the Bible, but like what you shouldn't be doing is treating it as like every verse as equal as every other verse. There are things in it that absolutely track and can be taken all the way to 2023 as moral goods, as moral like groundings, but there's also stuff that absolutely cannot. There's the Bible is a good teaching tool, but you should be learning from it, not like worshiping it. I don't really think that's helpful. Or thank you, theologians, thank you very much, Ryan. But yeah, like it's not like it's also why like people say like, oh, our laws in the United States are based on Judeo-Christian values. Yeah, no shit, because like the Abrahamic religions are the three newest ones and have what's the word, developed as close as like any of the other religions have to our conception of like modern Western legal structures. Like, yeah, no shit, they're based on those core values, because at the end of the day, those are the biases that the founders would have held. But again, if they wanted theology in the fucking Constitution, they would have put it there, but they didn't. And that's the thing with John Doe is a dumb fuck. He just goes like, well, it's like based on Judeo-Christian values, to which it really would have always, because those are the biases that the society held, since they came from an incredibly theocratic regime that was in England at the time, which is like, yeah, no fucking shit. Like, whoa, fucking crazy. Let's see. What is large sex crazy society? Don't dump loads of people you don't want a kid with. If China gets Taiwan, there goes our computer chips. Yeah, not wrong. Then we would depend more on China and imports. Yeah, China isn't farm. Yeah, and I'm visiting Washington DC, New York in June. Have fun in New York. Admittedly, DC is kind of a swamp. Oh my god, in June. Bring. Okay, Magnificent Gamer. If you're going to DC in June, bring like walking shoes and bring like bring cool clothing. Like, be ready to be hot as fuck. DC is literally built on a swamp. So like it's gonna be icky and sticky and gross during the summer. Semiconductor, right, I'll just right now to understand what that is. Translated from Hebrew theologians, right. Each transistor on a computer chip. Oh my god. Murdercom, you're too smart. Oh my god. I don't even understand half the fucking words you just said. We can make them about 3 size examples. Okay. Yeah. DC's not great. Anyway, let's go back. Let's go back for now. I still hold the right to back the fuck out. Oh, you want to be warm. Okay, well that's your prerogative, my friend. I fled to the dry state of Colorado because I was sick and tired of sweating my fucking balls off all the time.
Pornography.
Your porn sucks. You should probably try to come. I can recommend a really great feminist porn site for free. Ethically pay their porn stars. Big fan.
There we go.
Homie, you're all dick energy. Yeah. Small dick energy.
Look at his sign.
By God,
White
I hate.
men, what is going on? Look at what we've devolved to. Look at.
Let's be clear. The guy standing here absolutely fucks. John Doyle consistently tells us through his actions does not fuck. Also, yeah, I'm really tired of this.
What we used to
This
build.
is
Now you've
this is
got this guy
brainworms.
stand with black women.
Energy, small dick energy.
It's over. It's over. Well, what are you doing out here today? Like, what does this all mean to you?
Well, I feel like, number one, I'm here because it's entertaining. I have an opinion about it, but I don't think any of this interaction is doing anything for either side. It's just people
True.
screaming at each other and
Yep.
having emotions.
That's like the loudest fucking video ever.
That each side thinks is true.
How do you know that we're incels? What does that word mean?
It means that you literally hate women, like you just said. She goes, responded. I said, hey, incel. And he goes,
Hey, where is that? Northern tip of the Rockies. I'm not from here, so I don't even know where the fuck that is.
Wait. Are you not an incel? Can you like teach us how to get women? Can we go to a bar later?
No,
and then,
probably
girls will come
not.
up
There's
to you and
not.
be like, hey, I think
Okay,
you're friends
I'm
with
gonna turn this down for you and me. Where are we going? Okay. No, what's it called? DC is, you're not gonna see this much. DC's like, as much as like politics is housed in DC, you don't see like an outsized amount of political activity. A lot of it happens like behind doors and like kind of more in like offices and in like workplaces for the most part. It's where a lot of NGOs and what's the other thing? It's not NGOs. Like charities, not charities and donations. What the fuck am I thinking? Nonprofits. That's one thing. It's where a lot of nonprofits are also housed if they have, especially if they have like DC branches. No, okay, no, we're getting out of this. I'm done. I can't do this. This is like actively stupid. I can't deal. I just can't deal. Unless you all like really want to see this, I'm tapping out. I can't with any more of. I can't anymore with like John Doyle pretending like he does anything. Like he's just going out and just like stirring the pot. Like I wasn't getting anything out of this. I don't know if you guys were, but like I just can't. Politics is entertainment side. Yeah, I'm not. Look, politics when it's entertaining, I got no problem with, but we need to be getting more out of it than just entertainment. Just showing up like to kind of watch people like, throw shit at each other is like fun, I guess. I like debate. I like people disagreeing and getting in arguments and stuff. It's why I do this. But like, yeah, like I'm not leaving my fucking house to go out in the rain and or like fucking cold to like watch people disagree. It's just not worth it. Like, it's just not worth it. DC, so I want to go. No matter. DC's very cool. The museums are also free, which is super cool. You can always go to the Peace River region because I'm new to this region, but loving it. That sounds really cool. I moved to like, I live like south of Denver. I've been here for 5 years, 6 years. For the most part, I enjoy it. I'm not the biggest outdoorsy person as I wish I was, but what's it called? But yeah, I really like it out here. I really like it out like more in the, I don't know if we're Midwest, but fuck it, we're gonna watch this because it's funny. I guess this is kind of the Midwest. I don't know. Is this the Midwest? Here, I'll turn the volume back up. Hopefully this video isn't super loud. This has nothing to do with politics now. This is just... He's doing it! Damn. It's gotta head to the other one. Fuck. Dude, people are fucking wild. That dude went out of his way to just fucking run into the fucking wall. That's hilarious. Jeez. I don't think I'd have that I don't think I'm that bold. Certainly not that bold. Okay. Yeah, is there anything like interesting? What else are people talking about these days? Let me see if I can find something interesting for us to watch as like a last segment. Do you know who China Uncensored is a person? Interesting. Did not know that. Obviously, I don't. Politics is only serious when talking about Canada. American politics actively tries to be a joke. I remember Bush getting a shoe thrown at him. I remember Palin seeing Russia from the front yard. Oh man, Murdercom, you must be either closer to my age or you went back and did the lore and studied your lore, because I remember both those rather vividly. I remember the shoe thing. The shoe thing's fucking hilarious. Like, imagine, like, especially today, like, the shoe thing seems like so like mundane compared to now. Like, back then the shoe controversy was like nuts. Like, people were like, my fucking god, can you believe that they threw a shoe at the president of the United States, even though he's in, like, if I remember correctly, that happened like in Iraq. And it's like, yeah, what did you think was gonna happen when you fucking like when you show up in the country that you've invaded and destroyed and like are actively trying to pass it off as like fucking spreading freedom or whatever. Fuck it, we're gonna do this while I answer chat, or while I read a little bit. I'm 10 hours away from New York City. I can be like almost anywhere. Then Trump. I know. Oh, a channel on YouTube. I know Germany's history more than America's. 26, but oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, politics. Yeah, since age 11. Okay, yeah. So you're, what are you? You're like 4. Oh, depending on the month, you're like 5 years young. Okay, so yeah, you're gonna have a memory for some of that stuff. The American-Iraqi War was pointless and unjustified. Fucking say it louder. Say it louder for the people in the back. Like I said. Okay, let's see. What's I don't know. Is there something you guys want to see, or something that else that's been big? I think I don't know if I have anything else. No, I don't have anything else on my list of interesting stuff. China. Oh, right, China. Okay, let's go take a look. China. Unfiltered. Nope. Okay. Let's take a look. What is this? I will take it. Let's see what's going on. No, stop. Oh, okay, here we go. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Let's see. Chinese balloons aren't just spying on other countries. China version of China's elderly. Oh my god, this is like all just a China channel. Uncensored truth about Chinese Communist Party secrets and takeover. To take over the world. Yeah, are they kidding though? I mean, let's be honest. They're trying to do what the U.S. does. You know, expand their reach, expand their global influence. Oh yeah, doesn't like she like fucking hate like Winnie the Pooh? How do you hate Winnie the Pooh? Ultimate spot. Communist democracy. China's version of communist democracy. Hit me with that. That sounds interesting. Okay. I hope you guys like this video of this guy feeding raccoons. Raccoons are my favorite animal. That's why we're here. Okay. Pausing this. Okay, let's take a look.
Many people think of China as a one-party state. And while the Communist Party is the main one, there are others.
I need to learn more on China, so thank you for recommending this.
Welcome to China Uncensored. I'm Chris Chappell. It's been said that...
Really? Isn't it like it's... Oh my god, I actually almost... I would have spelt it right. Man. I give myself credit for at least having the wherewithal to know. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like I want to defend my boy Winnie here and be like, no, that's an insult to his great spirit, but yep. I can see the resemblance.
China is a one-party state and that the only party in China is the Chinese Communist Party.
China is ruled by, it's a one-party state.
The one-party state has no intention of creating a liberal multi-party democracy. The Chinese Communist Party rules, and according to the party, will continue to rule indefinitely.
Is linked to the
Xi is putting in place a modernized version of Mao's Communist Party. He thinks of all Chinese companies as instruments of a one-party state.
Most importantly, it created a huge rift with China, a one-party state that thinks Taiwan is part of its territory.
My man with his fucking haircut,
Yet,
man.
China has been claiming that it's not only a democracy, but a strong, vibrant, whole process democracy. Yeah, democracy thrives in China about as well as a banana thrives in a volcano. Xi Jinping once said that without democracy, there would be no socialism, socialist modernization, or national rejuvenation. But wait, I thought China was communist. You know, since the one party everyone talks about is the Chinese Communist Party? Is this like how that cereal is called Apple Jacks despite not tasting like apples? So let me get this straight. China's got democracy, socialism, communism, capitalism, authoritarianism, totalitarianism, nepotism, and the Tao of Pooh. But back to China's democracy. Chinese officials became obsessed.
China's, for the most part, just essentially state capitalist. That's what I've come to, like, what's the word I'm looking for? In a reductive sense, as far as I've been able to understand it, their economy is certainly not communist and absolutely not socialist. So it's like, as far as I can tell, they're state capitalists. Like, there is no worker-owned means of production. So, like, to make the argument that they're even communists is, I would say, laughable. Their version of communism resembles at least nothing, no tenets of communism that I've ever, at the very least, purported to believe in, or or supported, I suppose.
Obsessed with the definition of democracy back in 2021, when the U.S. held its first summit for democracy. In short, Taiwan was invited, but China was not. And that made China angry. No wonder everyone thinks they're a one-party state. The one time someone holds a party and they're not invited, they flip out. China dismissed the snub as the U.S. not having an inclusive enough definition of democracy.
Some in the West claim that there seems to be no democracy in China.
Yeah.
And that the Communist Party of China is just authoritarian and autocratic.
Yep.
This actually reveals their hostile mindsets and intentions. Namely, democracy is just a tool to repress anyone who disagrees with them and to contain the development of other countries.
Changing the definition of words to try and match your version of reality? Yeah, that sounds just like that democratic society they had in 1984. Most people think of democracy as a government by the people, but how is China defining democracy here? It integrates process-oriented democracy with results-oriented democracy, procedural democracy,
okay, direct democracy with indirect democracy.
With substantive democracy,
Okay,
direct democracy
everything
with
but
indirect
nothing, got it.
democracy, and people's democracy with the will of the state. So basically, if you say democracy enough in one sentence, you've got a democracy, right? Are they just saying democracy in the mirror and hoping it'll show up like Candyman? If you get through all the word soup, though, it really boils down to one basic idea, that Chinese citizens are incorporated into every level of the decision-making process, even though they're not the ones actually making the decisions. Don't think too hard about it, it'll make your brain explode. One of the ways the CCP says it does this is through different political parties, democratic political parties. I'll tell you more after the break. Welcome back.
Why is there a break? There weren't commercials? Okay.
China claims it is a
Democratic
model
Party
of
of China,
socialist democracy that covers all aspects of the democratic process and all sectors of society. One of the ways it claims to cover all segments of society is through different political parties. And yes, China does have political parties besides the Communist Party, at least on paper. It's kind of like how there are adhesive bandages besides Band-Aids. They exist, but you didn't realize it, did you? Here's how Chinese state-run media describes them.
I feel that's
the
all then.
Communist Party of China, or
all I'm
CPC,
saying.
acts as the ruling party, but cooperates with 8 other groups to discuss and manage state affairs. The 8 parties are the Revolutionary Committee of the Chinese Kuomintang, China Democratic League, China Democratic National Construction Association, China Association for Promoting Democracy, Chinese Peasants and Workers Democratic Party, China Zhigong Party, Jusan Society, and Taiwan Democratic Self-Government League.
See, China has democracy. It has political parties that have democratic in the title. Surely that makes them democratic. Kind of like how Apple Jacks must surely taste like apples. But as the video points out, the Chinese Communist Party is...
Okay, so judge me if you want. I've been like briefly kind of like reading the Wikipedia page on list of political parties, which I find interesting because, like, you know, you can't really argue that you have like political parties or any kind of like thriving political what's the word, diversity, when literally all of them at the very least are ideologically aligned with Chinese socialism, which like so we have a bunch of parties that all also are of the same ideology. Like, yeah, like this doesn't even feel like, this isn't even like coalition building in like somewhere like the UK, or does Germany have a parliament? I don't even really know how Germany does their organization, but like even in a parliamentary system, or like in the UK's like how many millions of fucking parties they have, like there's coalition building among those, and there's ideological differences between those groups. This is just the same. This is just, let's divvy up what seems like the same basic ideological sets into little subcategories, and then, you know, that's some kind of argument. Like, I don't know how you vote for any of these without still voting for the CCP, but yeah, like
is the preeminent party. It's not like other parties can rise up and challenge its leadership. There are other political parties only because they accept the CCP's
Germany does have a problem. That's what I thought.
They've been in China's political system off and on since 1949.
Yeah, I did see this too. Yeah, I scrolled down. I was looking at this at first, and then he started listing them, and I was like, yep. Like the banned parties are like, let's see. What? Scroll. Excuse you. Scroll down. Okay, there we go. Whoa, moving too fast. Scroll parties: Communist Party of China, Anti-Revisionist Communist Party, founded in '76. Maoist, yep, Communist Party of China, Workers and Peasants Liberation Army, Democracy Party of China, founded in '78, Democracy Wall Movement, 1988, Tiananmen Square protests, Union of Chinese Nationalists, New Democracy Party, New Maoist Communist Party, Zhejiang Party, yeah, like Chinese Proletariat Revolutionary Central Committee. What is with China and having like super fucking long names for these parties? Tiananmen Square. Yeah. Yeah. I wish we taught or at least when I was going to school, Chinese history was not really honestly contemporary in the last like 100 years history. Was kind of brushed over, sadly. But we really need to be teaching more of this stuff, I think.
When the Communist Party took over China.
Yeah, basically.
They actually started out having some power, but after a few years, they eventually just became puppets of the CCP. The government describes them as having a supervisory role because the CCP is the actual ruling party. This is kind of like saying students are there to supervise the teachers. The power dynamic clearly prevents these political parties from being a check on the Communist Party.
The citizens have no rights against the interests of the state. What the fuck? How the fuck can you have any kind of communist or socialist society where fucking citizens don't have rights? Like, okay, yeah, it's complete horseshit.
These 8 parties are based on the principles of long-term coexistence, mutual supervision, treating each other with sincerity, and sharing each other's weal and woe. To all those who don't study Old English, that means sharing each other's joy and hardship. So, what can these 8 political parties do?
Fuck all, I'm assuming.
Not much. Their leaders are selected by the Chinese Communist Party, so they can't even choose their own
They're
leadership.
literally fucking control the
Chinese People's
opposition.
Political Consultative Conference, or CPPCC.
CPPCC.
Besides offering proposals and giving advice.
Whatever happened to just
which I'm
PCP?
sure goes over well. The guy who banned Winnie the Pooh because someone said he looks like him is probably great at hearing criticism. The People's Consultative Conference is part of what China calls its
for fucking
patriotic
COVID, yeah.
United
I've seen some of
Front
those videos.
organization. The United Front system is about using all of society to influence public opinion at home and abroad, neutralize opposition, and generally being the eyes and ears of the CCP. So instead of these 8 political parties being a check on the CCP, they're actually helping to advance the CCP's goals. Democratically, of course. They're basically like cute dogs that creepy guys get to lower women's guards and then keep them from realizing what a threat they are.
All right,
aren't you adorable, revolutionary?
Is there a voice channel? That is a wonderful question that I wish I even knew what you were referencing. If you tell me, I'll certainly make one for next time. If that's something I can do. But to my knowledge, no. Discord is what they mean. Oh, Discord. They don't talk, I think. Yes, is there fun? At the moment, so I, as you can probably tell, rather small. I do not have like a public. Discord is a yeah. So I have a Discord to like talk, to discuss, to like talk with people on stream. I don't have one. I don't have like a community one or anything like that. But if you wanted to come on, we can certainly schedule a time for you to come on and talk about whatever it is you'd like to talk about. But I don't. Yeah, I think I answered your question. If I didn't, please tell me I'm stupid.
Committee of the Chinese Kuomintang? Yes, you are. While they all work for the CCP, these parties target different segments of society. The Joseon Society, for example, has a lot of intellectuals and teachers. Despite its name, the Taiwan Democratic Self-Government League is made up of Taiwanese who support the CCP, not Taiwan's independent democratic government. The China Democratic League, which at 330,000 members is the largest of the 8 political parties, has a mix of people from the education, media, arts, and culture sectors. All the members are vetted by the government's United Front Work Department, which is not only in charge of managing them, but also making sure they don't get too big. Because, you wouldn't want them doing something crazy like challenging the CCP. If they did, I'd say their odds of surviving are about as good as a banana in a volcano.
Oh my goodness.
So what do you think about China's claims to democracy? Let us know in the comments below. And remember, China Uncensored is able to keep making videos like this because of viewers like you.
Deutschland, yeah. We were just talking about Germany earlier.
Sharing the show with friends and family, buying an awesome t-shirt from our merch store at
Okay. Don't buy his merch. No, I don't have merch. I can't say buy my merch. That would be untrue. Ugh, God, yeah. Let's see, what else do we have? Let's see. Why China wants to invade Taiwan? Great question. I'm curious. Fuck it. We're gonna do another one, just because these are rather short.
Taiwan, and it's willing to invade if necessary. But why?
This song is kind of a banger.
Welcome to China Uncensored. I'm Chris Chappell. China is an authoritarian country ruled by the Chinese Communist Party. Taiwan is a vibrant democracy ruled by a nice lady who loves cats. But unfortunately for Taiwan, it's just 100 miles off the coast of China. And the Chinese Communist Party, or CCP, wants to invade. Of course, the CCP would prefer for Taiwan to voluntarily surrender, but that's unlikely to happen. Most people in Taiwan now see themselves as Taiwanese, not as Chinese. They want to maintain their independence, knowing that life will be hell if they concede control to China. They saw what happened after the CCP took over Hong Kong. Hong Kong had freedoms under British rule that nowhere else in China had.
I had a feeling you weren't being racist.
And when the CCP took over, they promised to let Hong Kong keep those freedoms for 50 years. But in less than 25, they had already turned Hong Kong into a communist police state. China now says they want peaceful unification with Taiwan. But their own white paper makes it very clear they will not.
It's always funny when you hear stuff like that. You hear like Russia say the same thing, that they're like, no. Like, we have Ukrainians that would like get a lot. It's like, well, that's like if Ukraine as a country like wanted to join, but like, you can hold an election for that sort of thing, but invading just means that you're like, nah, we want the land, and if I can find a few people to make the excuse for me, then I'll do it. But
not renounce the use of force to put Taiwan under their control, because nothing says we want peaceful unification like we'll do it. I
thought 88 was the racist number.
The CCP is planning for a Taiwan takeover, using its military force to intimidate.
Isn't that like
Taiwan,
a thing? Like 80? Isn't 88 like a Nazi number?
Threatening to attack other countries that provide support, and even making John Cena apologize for accidentally calling Taiwan a country. No wonder John Cena played Peacemaker. Because like China, they say they love peace, and they'll murder as many people as they need to get it. But why? Why does China want to take over Taiwan so badly? It all comes down to what the Chinese Communist Party is. At its core, it's a Marxist-Leninist regime that wants global communism. It demands total control over all aspects of the state and society.
Yeah.
Anything outside its control is seen as a threat.
Yeah.
In order to gain power in the 20th century, the Chinese
I was like
Communist
just
Party
looking up because I remembered. I was like, it's like one of those 14 words things.
Although with the CCP's doublespeak, I don't know if they.
Dude, is anybody else like constantly tired by all like the Nazi like code shit that they have? Like, it's kind of wild, like how much fucking code shit they have, like that Nazis had, and still I guess neo-Nazis like perpetuate, but it's like kind of wild. It's like fucking Christ, like the number 88 means something to like a Nazi. Like that shit's fucking wild to me.
Civil war or just aggressive gentrification? The point is, in 1949, the Communist Party won the war. The nationalist government fled to Taiwan, their last remaining stronghold. Since then, Taiwan has transformed into a vibrant liberal democracy with its own functioning government, military, economy, and whatever this is, all without the CCP. Taiwan's national slogan may as well be "Living well is the best revenge." But Taiwan's existence threatens the Chinese Communist Party. It shows that Chinese people can have a vibrant democracy. That exposes the CCP's lie,
really?
Which is that Chinese people need a strong hand in power to thrive. Yeah, society under the Communist Party seems to be thriving right now. So when you hear the CCP talk about reunification, what it really means is taking over a democratic country by force. As for the term reunified, it's based on a lie. The island of Taiwan was a part of...
Let's see. Great-grandfather got shot by the Russians, stayed in Russian concentration camps for 5 years and died with... Jesus. That's fucking crazy. That's like wild as fuck. I'm sorry to hear that about your grandfather. You'll forgive me if that wasn't during World War II, was it? I want to be nice, but not if they were a Nazi. Let's see. It was World War II. Okay, what is that like? That's fascinating. Coming from that heritage, that's got to be like, I'm adopted. So I'm adopted. I have a not Russian. I have a German last name, but I myself am like South American, right? So I don't have any kind of like strong ties to like the culture that I'm like surnamed or whatever. But like my last name being German at least is like kind of like, like, do I have like family members that were like within that regime? But like, if you did like you probably have a stronger connection to your family. What is that like having some kind of like far off tangible connection to that regime? If they weren't part of that regime, then obviously not. But like, that's crazy to me. Do you think Germany, Japan, and Italy should be able to rearm completely? Sorry, I have to read that again and I totally forgot. Okay. Let's see. Do I think Japan and Italy? That's fine. Germany has definitely done, I think, what they've like needed to do, at least like by my mind. In the United States, we did not follow through on Reconstruction, which like is a real black mark on our history. And like, you know, after like slavery and the Civil War and the fact that we didn't do enough to really like address that. And I think Germany has done that in the wake of the Holocaust and the Nazi regime. So I would say like Germany, yeah, I think they've done enough to realign their society back towards like acceptable, to an acceptable state, I suppose. Japan, honest to God, I think Japan just threw... I think Japan at this point, like, to rearm, I don't think is unreasonable, mainly because they're at threat from, like, North Korea. So, like, if you're asking me, like, you know, like, do I think they've done kind of the same thing for their society? Fuck no. There are politicians and, like, and there's, like, an entire spectrum of, like, Japanese politics that is actively like defensive or will run defense or like obfuscate from the horrible war crimes that they committed during World War II. So in that sense, I would be like, maybe not. I don't know if their society is reformed in the same way that Germany has. But like, also like with the North Korean threat, I also can see an argument for some rearmament. Probably not as much as Germany. If I get to say, like, if it's like a all or nothing, then for Germany, I'm comfortable with letting them rearm fully. Italy, so Italy ideologically has had a little bit of a rockier road, and considering that they, like, if I remember correctly, like one of their leaders is now, if not their like main leader, is now like kind of an open fascist. So in that case, I don't know about Italy. I'd have to look into it a little bit more. But in terms of Germany and Japan, I'm at least like, you know, Germany, fine. I would actually be comfortable with that. Japan, maybe like 50%. Or like, you know, enough to defend themselves against North Korea, but maybe not fully. Certainly not fully. I know I did a lot of wishy-washing about that. Without restrictions, well, they had code shit so they could communicate. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I've been banned from several left of Twitch channels for my name being Sol Invictus. Apparently some Nazi guy uses it, so screw me, I guess. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate. Yeah, sorry to hear that. I don't know what that is, so you're safe with me, I guess. It was World War II. Sorry, World War I. I'm German. Last name dates back to medieval England. Let's see. I had a friend from Brazil that had Nazi medal. Didn't like the, yeah, the Nazis like fled to like South America, didn't they? I'm like so far back because I didn't keep up reading. Danish great-grandpa forgot his wife after 60 years of marriage and recalled and retold the terrors of the war under Alzheimer's. That's fucking wild. That's like kind of crazy. My grandfather was German and forced to fight for the Nazis. Him and other young men in the village went to hide in the mountains, but they were discovered. Damn, tragic. Respect for your grandfather for not being cool with the Nazis. I respect anybody who doesn't like Nazis. Most of the old in Japan from that time are gone. Yeah. Hey, America rebuilt Germany and Japan from the ruble their own doing. I'd say America needs to take less guilt. The entire world already hate us. As a Canadian that's traveled abroad, I've felt the tense way people treat you if they think you're American. Helps to wear a Canadian hat or something. I'll remember that whenever I'm overseas. I'll wear like a Canadian hat or patch or something. I had to experience my grandpa not recognizing his wife, children, and grandchildren. All he recalled from time to time was times of the war. Jeez. That's gotta be like, oh, that's rough. Like the only thing you remember is like shitty war times. That's sad. I'm sorry that you went through that. That's like super shitty. Let's see. Let's say they have now the most right since Benito. Yeah, I don't remember her name. It's like some chick. I think like her father or her grandfather, something was like part of the Mussolini movement. I could be wrong about that. Don't quote me. It's like for sure. Be trapped in the prison of your own mind. Why does that sound familiar? Why is trapped in a prison of your own mind sound super familiar to me? Might be a movie thing. I'm just a nerd. America rebuilt Germany, yeah. Marshall Plan. Yeah, like we had the fucking Marshall Plan, but like, yeah, and it's like, if only we did that after the fucking war, after the fucking Civil War. America noticed it would be good to have local power in Europe against Russian and jets. Germany is not going for forgiveness. We are the fourth greatest country in GDP and higher in trade. Yeah, like Germany, I fucking hate the Nazis, but goddamn, like you have to respect like German society for like post like World War II, like their I don't know what they call it, but like their version of like Reconstruction. Like I so strongly respect like the way that they've like reckoned with their history with like the Nazis, and like the fact that they fucking like teach that shit, and they don't like shy away from it either, from what I gather. Like they're very explicit, they're very like no, like they're very like, no, we need to do better like for us. Like I really respect that about like Germany as a nation and as a people. I really respect that shit. I wish Americans wouldn't be so fucking what's the word, like wouldn't be so fucking insecure about like slavery, to be like, no, well, you know, because there's fucking people who get on their fucking high horse and will do like the well, there was like slavery around the world, so like it was okay that we did it. It's like, no, it was not okay that we also participated in something bad. What kind of bullshit excuse is that? Like like I hate it. I hate how insecure. And I don't know if it's I feel like it might be a case where like Americans specifically, because the US is like one of the younger countries, I feel like that's why like we have such an insecure relationship with our history, because like, you know, the country's only been like has not been around as long as like England or Europe or any of these other countries. So it's like maybe that's part of it. I don't know. I know like Canada during the I know like there were people in Canada who were really touchy about the like indigenous schools when they found like those like pits of fucking bodies, and how like there was like an insecurity about that for like the Canadians and stuff. But I don't know how like maybe that's a Western Hemisphere thing. I can't think of any examples in terms of like south of our border, but at least like the US and Canada, like, you know, again, we're relatively new on the world stage compared to a lot of other countries. I don't know. I'm kind of spitballing, just kind of, you know, but you know, we've been around for a much shorter amount of time. It would stand to reason that we're a little bit more insecure about that stuff, but you know, who knows? Again, I'm just spitballing. That's just me being shooting off the cuff. Yeah, that was an American thing. Younger countries. That's my great grandmother. German state, yes, but historically wise, no. Yeah, like yeah. When I say like younger, I mean like literally the Western Hemisphere wasn't discovered until a lot later than like all of these other lands. Like all these people were still kind of doing their thing in their regions of the world, whereas the US is a fairly contemporary like concept in terms of like Western Hemisphere people who aren't actually originally from here traveling over and like colonizing and everything else. Like, and America conceptually as a state is a little bit newer than some. And again, we make up like so many different cultures that our actual identity is a big mishmash of shit. But anyway, let's get back to the video. Now that I'm finally caught up.
Before the Chinese Communist Party took over the mainland in 1949, but at no point was Taiwan ever under the control of the CCP.
This is when she says the word.
The Chinese regime has spent decades insisting that Taiwan is just a renegade province that must be reunified with China. Essentially, they're asking for reunification with a country they were never unified with. That'd be like me saying Taylor Swift
like,
and I
yikes.
should totally start dating again. So why do the CCP want to take over Taiwan so badly?
True.
According to current Chinese leader Xi Jinping, reunification is in the fundamental interests of the Chinese nation.
Cool.
Taiwan is key for Chinese world
God for
domination.
fucking bit Taiwan has any say in this.
For one, Taiwan is the world's largest and most advanced producer of semiconductors. Those are essential for modern electronic devices. They power everything from computers to healthcare to even military systems. And Garfield alarm clocks.
Not Garfield alarm clocks,
Clearly, you're now starting to understand the true power of Taiwan. Control over Taiwan's manufacturing could help China get the components it needs to compete against advanced countries like the US. Taiwan's geography is important too. Taiwan is part of what's called the First Island Chain, a set of islands from Japan down to the Philippines. that restrict China's ability to project power in the Pacific Ocean. Controlling part of the first island chain is the first step for China to become a dominant global power. Why couldn't China try to project power like most other creeps going through a midlife crisis? By buying a leather jacket and dating someone young enough to be their daughter. China would like gold diggers.
That would be the American way,
sir. Mining for minerals. If China controls Taiwan, it would be able to easily deploy ships and submarines in the Pacific Ocean. It could also set up surveillance and weapons systems. And they could use all those things to start taking over smaller countries, like all the Pacific Island nations, and eventually confront the United States. Controlling Taiwan would also help the CCP enforce its claims over the South China Sea. It could control ships in one of the busiest shipping lanes in the world. Maybe if your government doesn't play nice with the CCP, they start taxing your civilian ships. China would also gain a lot of political leverage through this as well. For example, it could punish Japan, which heavily relies on the Taiwan Strait for its imports. Essentially, China wants to oppress Taiwan so it can have an easier time oppressing the rest of the world. Man, that's shady. I sure am glad no one does large-scale business with them. That'd be foolish, right? Fortunately, an invasion of Taiwan won't be easy, and the CCP knows this. Taiwan is hardening up its defenses with more training and weapons procurement.
I recognize fuck, dude. Like, you're giving me like a history lesson from like, was that 10 years ago when I was in high school? Oh my God, it was. Oof.
And Taiwan has allies like the US and Japan on its side. The CCP, of course, will keep looking for ways to conquer Taiwan because as long as the Chinese Communist Party is in power, it'll never stop seeking more power through whatever violent, peaceful means are necessary. So what do you think? Leave your comments below. And this
fucking Peacemaker. Yeah, that was a great show. You guys never watched Peacemaker? It's a great show, by the way. I know that has nothing to do with China, I'm just saying. Good show. Okay, let's see. Okay. Actually, what time is it? 12:43. Yeah, probably about time. Okay. I think I've hit the wall of the point in which I have to get off. As much as... Whoa. What's happening? 1 second. Okay, cool. Okay. What happens when you're running everything on like a million wires on a laptop? Anyway, okay. It's 2:43. Oh. Yeah, it's 12:43. It's not too bad. Okay. How do I end this? Yeah, okay. So we made it through everything and then backed out of John Doyle because I didn't feel like having my brain rot any longer. But either way, that's going to what's it called? What? Listen, I demand a video. You demand a treason's the word, I think. Arathar, you're making a demand now. Oh, okay. You're lucky I'm small and desperate as a streamer. You're lucky I'm small, desperate, and a working person who wants to stop working their menial job. Their regular labored ass job. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, let me add this. Let me add this video to something so I can... thanks all, Victus. Appreciate that. Add this to the watch there. I'll watch this off stream. Let me... Okay. I'm gonna close the raccoon video as much as I love it. My favorite video. Okay, what is this? What is this? A very accurate and song representation of society today. Are you going to get me? Well, no, they're not gonna find me. They can't find me for Marina and the Diamonds. Are you trying to get me fucking DMCA'd? I'll play it for a bit until I think that I'm gonna get in trouble, okay? I'll play this while I do the outro. How about that? We'll do little 50-50. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna get in trouble for this. I've never heard this though. This does sound like Marina and the Diamonds though. Okay. I can't play this. You know I can't play this. Okay, it's fine. I'm gonna play it, but we're gonna turn it down so I don't get in trouble. I'm too small to get in too much trouble, alright? Okay. If you weren't small, I wouldn't be here. That's fair, I appreciate that. I hate like big streams. Fucking hate the poverty streams. Well, I mean, I can understand that. I can sympathize. You know, the big streams is like a million people talking. You never feel like you can talk to anybody. I can understand that. But, you know. Pay the bills, man. I'm a cook. I want to not be cooking for the rest of my life. I saw base Bernie, so I clicked. Maybe should I just put I've noticed a lot more people, like, I've gotten, like, a lot more people popping in because I had Bernie in the name. Shit, maybe I need to always do a Bernie thing. Maybe that is Bernie the meta? Maybe the Bernie's the meta. I do know this song. Holy shit. I do know this song. Okay. Okay, we're backing out of this before I get in trouble. We're backing out of okay. I'll leave the artwork up for you though. Okay. Anyway, they will mine you your time. Yeah, I know. That's like a big yeah. Copyright music all the time. This is true. I didn't find and stream below to 10. That's fun. Okay. Anyway. Man, both my streams this week. Usually I do 3, but this week I did 2, but I still cranked like I think 5 hours of content out. So can't be mad at that. Anyway, okay guys. All right. You all have a lovely night. I really appreciate all of you. Deeply. I do appreciate all of you. You know, usually, as I mentioned earlier, I'm small. I never have this many people like in my streams. What was that sign? That number? This never gets that high. This is within one stream. I got like 4 followers. So I'm really happy about that. You've made me very happy. I hope you've enjoyed your time here. Some of you are very appreciative, and I appreciate you. But yeah, anybody who might be lurking, you should totally follow the crowd and hit the like button. Or no, sorry, hit the follow button. But if there's a like button, do that too. If you're on YouTube, subscribe, do that, I guess. That's cool. Like the stream as well on that platform. As you can tell, this isn't my real job. My real job is flipping burgers and making food, but this is way more fun in my opinion. Either way, you all have a nice night. I'm gonna go honestly, I'm probably going to spend the next couple of hours editing or something. Who knows? I don't know. But you all have a lovely night. If you're going to sleep, if you're not, go hang out in some other space and, maybe name drop me and tell people to come check out this stream every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday at 7 o'clock Mountain Time. Just saying. Anyway, I'm done. See you guys later. Love you guys. Bye.